Chapter 188 Hindsight. Half a month later. Marine routinely patrolled the South Blue Windless Zone and finally discovered the quiet Nine Snake Island. After all, in every previous patrol, the Marine warship only passed by the sea more than 10 kilometers away from QG Island, but the people of the Nine Snakes pirates would send ships to monitor the Marine warship. But this time, no ships from the Nine Snakes pirates came out. This surprised Rear Admiral Andrew, who was patrolling the warship. Advertisement. However, Major General Andrew was worried about attracting the attention of the pirate Empress. After all, his previous patrol warship leader was turned into stone because of his encounter with the pirate Empress. In the end, Crane had to intervene to solve the problem and he was transformed back. Andrew didn't want this kind of thing to happen to him, so he didn't think about the fact that the Nine Snakes pirates didn't come to monitor him. Instead, he was glad that he didn't meet Hancock, a crazy woman. But half a month later, when Andrew's patrol warship passed by Nine Snakes Island again, there was still no movement from the Nine Snakes pirates. What's going on? Andrew picked up the telescope and observed Nine Snakes Island, but found that there were no traces of human activity on the island's observation towers or sentry towers. Then another lookout said with some surprise, "Major General, isn't there a desert island northwest of Nine Snake Island? Why didn't you see it?" "Hey!" Andrew quickly adjusted the direction of the telescope, and sure enough, the northwest of Nine Snakes Island was empty. Adjutant Gray analyzed, "Is it because the distance is too far? Or is the sea fog blocking the view?" However, Andrew shook his head, "Are you kidding? This is a windless zone. The warship observation deck can see ships more than 50 kilometers away, let alone a small island." The adjutant immediately reacted, "If this is the case, it can only mean that the desert island has disappeared. The situation is not right." Gray ordered the helmsman to change direction, bypass Nine Snakes Island, and go to the deserted island to check. "Yes." Andrew picked up the phone and dialed the exclusive number of the Marine Headquarters communications room. "Not a moment. Moxie, this is the communications room of the Marine Headquarters. Please tell me the internal number." "I am Andrew, the leader of Patrol Ship 223 in the South Blue Com Zone, internal number 183904. Please wait." 20 minutes later. "Major General Andrew, is there anything you need to report to headquarters?" "I'm near Nine Snake Island now." Andrew reported the anomalies on Nine Snake Island and the disappearance of a nearby desert island to the communications room one by one, and asked them to report the matter to the staff office as soon as possible. Another half hour passed. At this time, Malinfando's staff office. He frowned as he looked at the report document just submitted, then picked up the phone and dialed Hancock's Shishibukai exclusive number. "However, I called the number several times but could not get through." Advertisement. Although Hancock was moody, he knew that the person who controlled the phone bug was the old guy Hua. There was no reason for the other party not to answer her call. After all, she represented Marine and World Government. The island disappeared? Is it Shiki? He then dialed Major General Andrew's phone number. At this time, Major General Andrew had already bypassed Nine Snakes Island and arrived at the sea northwest of Nine Snakes Island. The adjutant held up Marine's internal precision chart. The desert island is 33.7 degrees northwest of Nine Snakes Island and 24.3 kilometers away from Nine Snakes Island. We can definitely observe it from this location. Really disappeared. Brew, Major General Andrew quickly picked up the phone and answered it. Moxie, this is Patrol Ship 233, I'm Andrew. Major General Andrew, I am Crane. Hello, Staff Officer He. How's the situation over there? The deserted island northwest of Nine Snake Island has been confirmed to have disappeared. I understand, you go to Nine Snake Island immediately. Don't worry, I will call you in 2 hours. Yes. 10 minutes later, the patrol ship turned around again and headed to Nine Snake Island. After more than an hour of flight, the patrol ship has docked at the port of Nine Snake Island. However, looking at the extremely quiet port, Major General Andrew had a premonition that something was very likely to go wrong on Nine Snakes Island, and he quickly ordered, "Gray. Here." Adjutant Gray raised his head and chest. "You take 150 sailors and stay behind, and the artillery is ready to fire." As commanded. "Others log in with me." Major General Andrew took the lead and jumped onto the dock of Nine Snake Island. Soon Major General Andrew led 450 sailors through the port area and entered the island's urban area. Quiet. Or dead silence. Apart from the small animals and the slightly sprouting weeds, no members of the Nine Snakes pirates were found along the way. It wasn't until he arrived in front of the palace that Andrew discovered that it had turned into a huge tomb, with recently carved words on one of the stone walls. The resting place of the Nine Snakes pirates in the Amazon Lily Kingdom, October 28, 1512 in the Hainan calendar. Advertisement. Has the Nine Snakes pirates been destroyed? Andrew was shocked. Feeling that the situation was serious, Andrew was about to make a call, but the phone rang by itself. Brew brew. Only then did he remember that 2 hours had passed. Hi, I'm Andrew. Andrew, how's it going? Advisor I found a huge tomb in the palace of Nine Snakes Island, and it was just built last month. Above it. After listening to Andrew's report, his face darkened. Andrew, continue your investigation on Nine Snake Island. Yes. After he hung up the phone, he hurried to see Warring States. Inside the Fleet Admiral office. After listening to his description, Warring States' face was equally ugly. He clenched his fists. Damn Shiki. Crane suggested, the top priority is to report to the world government and let the world government recruit another Shishibukai. At the same time, inform other Shishibukai of the situation and let them be wary of Shiki and the Sky Empire. It's not easy to choose a new Shishibukai. Sengoku had a headache. At present, on the sea, the forces of all parties have become more and more distinct. Those hidden strong men simply don't dare to place bets casually. After all, the current situation of world government seems to be a bit precarious. Even ambitious people are still evaluating the risks and benefits of becoming a Shishibukai. However, Warring States didn't think about it for too long. He wrote the report and called the 5 elders directly, leaving the matter to the 5 elders. The 5 elders also felt extremely headache after receiving this information. He can only instruct the CP chief to examine new Shishibukai candidates, and at the same time inform other Shishibukai of the destruction of the Pirate Empress and the Nine Snakes pirates. However, the reactions of the Shishibukai were very calm. Tyrant Bear knew about this in advance. Crocodile, Doflamingo, Moria, and Hwaza are people from the Liberator organization, and they also know about Hancock being transformed into an apostle. The only uninformed sea hero, Jinbei, has become Whitebeard's godson. He feels that he has Whitebeard's protection, and with the advantage of the fishmen at the bottom of the sea, he does not have to worry about Shiki and the Sky Empire. The CP organization has become even busier because it has to examine new Shishibukai candidates. Before I knew it, more than 3 months had passed. Another big thing happened in the surging sea. Chapter 189 Big Event. New World. Sakadu Sea. This is the junction between the world government, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Big Mom pirates, and it is also a typical no-nonsense zone. Many new pirates who have just entered the New World waters like to operate in this kind of fringe waters where no one cares. On the one hand, it can avoid Marines' encirclement and suppression. Advertisement. On the one hand, it will not directly enter the territorial waters of the Whitebeard pirates or Big Mom pirates. With the help of the mutual fear between Marine and Sea Emperor, they can barely survive in the cracks by playing both sides. These newcomer pirate groups often have 2 characteristics. Or be arrogant and act recklessly. Either cautious and cunning. The flying pirates are the latter. Their captain, Van Bordeaux, is a user of the Paramecia flying fruit. With his ability, he can fly the pirate ship. Using this flying ability, the flying pirates secretly attacked multiple islands within the Whitebeard pirates' territory. Asker Island in the Sakadu Sea. This desert island is the secret base camp of the flying pirates. Another fruitful day. The flying Netherlander glided down from mid-air. Van Bordeaux's flying fruit has a shortcoming, that is, it can only fly, cannot float or levitate, and it will continue to consume the energy user's physical strength. Moreover, the wings transformed from the Fifei fruit can only act on one target. There is no way to act on multiple targets at the same time like the Piao Piao fruit. This fruit is most likely to be the inferior of the Piao Piao fruit. Just after the flying Netherlander successfully made an emergency landing, Van Bordeaux has released his ability and is about to ask his younger brothers to hold a banquet. Suddenly he sensed a fatal crisis. Boom! The wings of green flame soar into the sky. Yes, it's Marco from the Whitebeard pirates. Quick! Boom! All members of the 2nd and 4th divisions of the Whitebeard pirates attack. Thatch, Teach, plus Marco, and other team members jumped from the jungle on the shore to the deck of the flying Netherlander in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Hello you guys. Teach's claw blade instantly slit the throats of a dozen flying pirates. Puff puff puff. Advertisement. It's unforgivable. You have to pay the price for your actions. Sachi waved his long knife and cut several pirates in half. Kill. And Van Bordeaux, who had oiled his soles, had already used his ability to use all his strength to fly fast against the sea surface with all his strength. However, Marco came here specifically to deal with him. Although the Fifei fruit flies very fast, Van Bordeaux's physical strength is not much left after the previous consumption. Facing Marco who was pursuing him, Van Bordeaux felt very regretful and very scared. After all, he knew the rules of the Whitebeard pirates. Half an hour later, the exhausted Van Bordeaux was knocked into the sea with a blow from the approaching Marco. Looking at Van Bordeaux sinking to the bottom of the sea, Marco did not go back immediately, but continued to hover in mid-air for half an hour. Just when Marco was about to leave, he discovered a floating airbag appearing on the sea a few kilometers away. It's really cunning. Van Bordeaux, who was soon weak from the soak, was picked up by Marco and handcuffed with handcuffs inlaid with sea tower stones. Looking at the pieces of driftwood hidden in this guy's clothes, it was obvious that the other party used this special piece of driftwood to float up from the bottom of the sea at regular intervals. This piece of driftwood is an indispensable auxiliary item for many pirate groups in the process of floating from Fishman Island. Half an hour later, Marco took the half-dead Van Bordeaux back to Aska Island. At this time, the battle on the Flying Netherlands was over, and all the members of the Flying Pirates were slaughtered. Marco, I thought you couldn't catch this BD. Sage joked, holding a small box. Ha 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 ha. You really deserve to be Captain Marco. Teach complimented Marco with a silly smile. Sachi turned his head to look at the half-dead Van Bordeaux, and sneered viciously, you are so unfortunate. Next we will take you to the islands you plundered and cut off your flesh bit by bit. Ahem, please let me go, I am willing to give you all my treasures. Van Bordeaux begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face. It's too late. Sage laughed sarcastically, look what this is. After saying that, he picked up the small box. Seeing the small box, Van Bordeaux's expression changed, did that BD's I'd tell you. Ha ha ha. Sachi laughed. Marco threw Van Bordeaux to the team members, keep an eye on him, this is a sacrifice. Yes. Right now. The other team members were very curious about the small box in Sachi's hand and started to boo. Thatch didn't take any precautions and opened the small box directly. Inside was a purple devil fruit. It turns out to be a devil fruit. Advertisement. But what kind of ability is this? Ha ha ha, it can't be some kind of poop fruit, right? Sachi took the fruit and looked at it, I'll go back and check what kind of fruit it is. If it suits me, I'll eat it. If it doesn't, I'll sell it. However, Teach on the side had a hint of greed and surprise in his eyes, but he quickly hid the emotion in his eyes and approached Sachi and Marco with a smile. Captain Marco, in order to celebrate annihilating the enemy and finding the devil fruit with Thatch, why don't we have a banquet here tonight? Marco looked at the time. It was already approaching evening anyway, and it was not suitable to return tonight, so he agreed to Teach's proposal. That's fine, there's a lot of food on the island that can't be taken back. Ha ha ha, Captain Sachi, we won't get home until we get drunk tonight. No problem. Thatch didn't notice the malice boiling in Teach's heart. At night, the moon and stars are scarce. Everyone was very drunk, and only a dozen team members remained on guard. Teach supported the drunken Sachi and walked towards the cabin where he was resting. After entering the cabin, he saw the small box placed under the bed, and the greed in Teach's eyes seemed to overflow. He looked at the drunk Sachi, immediately took out a dagger, covered Sachi's mouth, inserted the knife into his heart, and stabbed him 5 or 6 times in a row. Ignoring Sachi's unblinking gaze, Teach quickly took out the small box, and when he saw the dark fruit inside, his body was already trembling with excitement, and he swallowed the whole fruit without hesitation. After gaining the ability, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he was still determined. Use the cover of night. Teach came to the cabin door where Marco was resting. Knocked on the door. Hey. Marco opened the cabin door sleepily, saw Teach, and asked curiously, what's wrong with Teach? Captain Marco. The next second, Teach instantly activated his ability and pinched Marco's neck. Marco was shocked, but it was too late. In an instant, Marco's neck was broken by Teach. Teach continued to activate his ability, tightly binding the information body of the phoenix fruit, and then swallowed it into his own body. Teach obtained the phoenix fruit, and then he sucked Marco's body into the black hole space. Immediately afterwards, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates on the island and on the ship died tragically at the hands of Teach. Captain Teach, you really impress me. Van Bordeaux, who was released by Teach, had a look on his face that showed the joy of surviving the disaster, but also the fear of Teach. Ha 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 ha, let's go. The times need our Blackbeard pirates. The Flying Netherlander soared into the sky. Chapter 190 Fury. At the same time that Sage, Marco, and others were killed. The main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. The captain of Division 6, Brahmank, a user with baggage fruit ability, who is responsible for guarding the life paper, his deputy hurriedly slapped the door. Brahmank opened the hatch sleepily. Chet, what's going on? Advertisement. Captain, something big happened. The lives of Captain Thatch, Captain Marco, and others suddenly burned out. For a moment, Brahmank lost all sleep. Nanny? Say it again. I mean, the lives of Captain Thatch, Captain Marco, and others are all burned up. How is that possible? Brahmank's body trembled slightly, and then he forced himself to calm down, quickly took out the phone and dialed Marco's phone number. I called a dozen times in a row, but got no response. Not giving up, he continued to call Sachi's phone number, but there was also no response. Maybe they are taking a rest. I'll call Teach. However, there was no response to Teach's call. However, the deputy check on the side said, Captain, Teach's life paper has not burned, it is still intact. No burning? No, I have to inform Dad. Brahmank ignored the fact that he was wearing pajamas and quickly pulled Brahmank to the captain's cabin. Whitebeard, who was resting, heard a rapid knock on the door. He suddenly woke up and frowned. During this period, if there is no emergency, his sons will not come to disturb his rest. Whitebeard quickly got up and opened the hatch. Brahmank? It's so late. Is there anything urgent? Brahmank made a long story short, Dad, something big happened. The life cards of Sachi, Marco and others suddenly burned out. This time, the brothers who went to defeat the flying pirates only had Teach's life cards left. Combustion. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying conquerors shot up into the sky, scattering the clouds covering the fleet in all directions. What's going on? It's Dad's domineering attitude. Something happened. Gather. Advertisement. Soon the captains of each division of the Whitebeard pirates came to the captain's room. After listening to Brahmank's explanation, all the captains showed a hint of shock. Diamond Jose was the first to stand up. Dad, we have to take action immediately and we can't let the murderer go. Whitebeard also woke up from his anger at this time, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. My children, no matter who hurt Marco and Sage, I will make him pay the price. Let's go. Go to Askar Island. Okay, Dad. Foil Bistakied immediately. I will never let the murderer go. Diamond Jose clenched his fists. Other captains expressed their opinions one after another. Immediately, the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates quickly set sail with full sail and headed towards Aska Island at full speed. At the same time, Brahmank, who was responsible for liaison work among the Whitebeard pirates, also took the phone bug to notify the affiliated pirate groups of the Whitebeard pirates. Including Icewitch White and others, 43 affiliated pirate groups also began to surround Aska Island. Obviously, this sudden situation is a heartbreaking pain for Whitebeard, who loves his son as much as his life. The angry fire in the heart of this legendary pirate who has not yet completely aged is burning brightly at this time. Dongchong, one of the winery branches. One of the secret listening stations responsible for monitoring the entire New World Sea area has received a large number of internal communication signals about the Whitebeard pirates. After secondary decoding, the contents of these communication calls were restored one by one. After reading the records of several phone calls, the director of the listening station immediately dialed the internal anti-eavesdropping phone number. Soon Steel Dakshang, the person in charge of the East Factory, received this call. Oh? Marco and Sage are dead? Teach's whereabouts are unknown. Big Bear's eyes flashed, but he had part of Noah's memory. When he saw the content of this intelligence, he immediately noticed the problem. Big Bear secretly guessed, could it be that the dark fruit has appeared? Teach killed Marco and Thatch in order to obtain this fruit? But these captains of the Whitebeard pirates are really useless snacks. They don't even have any vigilance. They deserve it. Killed by Teach. He thought for a moment, then picked up the phone and issued a series of instructions. Soon the winery paid full attention to the Whitebeard pirates, Teach, and Aska Island. Facing the winery whose intelligence has penetrated into every corner of the world, the Whitebeard pirates, who do not pay attention to internal confidentiality, are like holding an open fire. Less than 2 hours. A series of information is placed on Dakshang's desk. Secret report from West Factory Lurker number 3885. Remote sensing real-time monitoring of the Satellite Bureau Intelligence Section. Advertisement. Sky Empire Radar Bureau Monitoring Report. New World Marine Information. Shishibukai Information. Revolutionary Army Intelligence. Big Bear picked up Teach's photo. Haha, I see, it seems that you have obtained the Darkness Fruit, and you have also recruited the captain of the Flying Pirates, Van Bordeaux, and are now flying to the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Aboard the Flying Netherlander. Teach suddenly sneezed and touched his nose. Did Dad find out that I killed Marco and Sage? Hey! Captain Teach, can you find a place to rest? I have no strength. Van Bordeaux looked like he had a weak kidney. Teach glanced at this guy. Now he was completely broke and didn't want his only subordinate to die young, so he agreed casually. There is a desert island ahead. We will rest there for half a day. Okay. Van Bordeaux seemed to have received an amnesty. Soon the spacecraft was anchored in a narrow bay on the desert island. A lot of food and wine were brought out from the cabin, and the two of them feasted, but neither of them dared to drink too much. On the one hand, neither of them can trust each other. On the other hand, I am also worried that the Whitebeard pirates will find this place. Although after more than 5 hours of desperate flight, it is already about 390 kilometers away from Aska Island, Teach is still not worried. After all, Teach knows Whitebeard's strength too well. This was also the fundamental reason why he decisively chose Marco's phoenix fruit instead of considering the Zhen fruit. Whitebeard is not as old as he was 8 years ago. Although his body has aged a lot, he is still very strong. The hidden injuries left by long-term drinking and fighting have not reached the point of terminal illness. As for other fruits, Teach naturally wants to get them, but he is also very self-aware. For example, the fluttering fruit on Shiki, or the Logia fruit or gravity fruit on General Marine, these fruits are indeed very powerful. But the strength of these people is very important. With Teach's current strength and power, no matter which target it is difficult to guarantee that after obtaining the other party's fruit, they can escape unscathed. That's why he chose the phoenix fruit, which is the easiest to obtain. This fruit is at least a phantom beast species. Phoenix has the effects of healing, flying, restoring, and increasing physical strength. For Teach, it is a barely acceptable choice. Of course, Teach has other plans, because he can also eat the third devil fruit. He has already begun to think about how to become a Shishibukai. After all, there are only 3 major forces in the sea, World Government, Sky Empire, and Liberator Organization, who can ignore the pressure of the Whitebeard pirates. Obviously Teach would not consider Sky Empire or the Liberators. So becoming a Shishibukai is the best choice right now. Chapter 191 Doubt. I rested on an unknown desert island for more than 5 hours. While it was still dark, the flying Netherlander took off again. Teach stood on the bow of the ship, looking at the rising sun in the sky. Ha ha ha, people's dreams will never end. His eyes were full of ambition. He actually has a whole set of plans in mind for becoming Shishibukai. Advertisement. More than 2 months ago, one of the Shishibukai, the Pirate Empress, was secretly destroyed by unknown forces. Now there is one missing Shishibukai. As long as he can show enough strength, there is a high probability that the world government will agree to him becoming the new Shishibukai. However, Teach is not very sure at this stage about how to trigger a war between Marine and other forces and enter the Impel City to draw chestnuts from the fire. After all, the current situation in the sea is completely different from the original timeline. Even if a captain of the Whitebeard pirates is secretly captured and given to Marine, Marine will most likely not go into action, but will execute the person secretly. As long as Sengoku and he didn't have Alzheimer's disease, they wouldn't fight the Whitebeard pirates at this juncture. This is another reason why Teach directly attacked Marco and Sage. Marine will not go into full-scale war with the Whitebeard pirates, which means that it will also not go into full-scale war with the Big Mom pirates and the Sky Empire. Shishibukai is another superficial colleague, and there is no way to take advantage of him. After the Revolutionary Army suffered heavy losses, it has disappeared for more than a year. The only suitable goal that can trigger a world war is to capture the core cadres of the Liberation Organization and hand them over to the world government. But Teach doesn't even know the specific location of the Liberator Organization, so how can he capture its core cadres? What's more, Teach is also very afraid of the strength of the Liberator Organization. He at least has a little self-awareness. Even if he has the Dark Fruit and the Phoenix Fruit, it is difficult to fight against the entire Liberator Organization alone. Therefore, Teach has no way to allow a fierce battle between the Liberator Organization and the world government to break out at a specific point in time to provide cover for his plan to impel the city. The reason why a specific time point is required is because without an accurate time, he has no way to ensure his own safety. After all, judging from the current situation, a war between the Liberator Organization and the world government will break out sooner or later. The problem is that he has no way to determine the specific time. If he had just captured Impel Down City and the main force of Marine appeared in Impel Down City, he would be in a desperate situation. Although Teach does not lack the courage to take risks, he will not take such risks unless the success rate is 50-50, knowing that the plan is a narrow escape. That night. Advertisement. Teach and Van Bordeaux first anchored the ship on a desert island, and then used their flying abilities to appear at the trading port of a small island not far from the kingdom of Dressrosa under the cover of night. Both of them were very low-key and put on some disguises. But what the two of them didn't know was that when they appeared at the port, they had already been discovered by the winery intelligence agent lurking inside. Soon the winery manager Tomini received this information. Lunar Headquarters. Winery Office. Tomini, Big Bear, Champagne, Peking, and Karina had a simple meeting. Champagne held up the photo he had just taken. This guy appeared in Durando Port. He is most likely going to take a passenger ship to the kingdom of Dressrosa. Do we need to take action? Tomini did not make a decision immediately. What's the situation with the Whitebeard pirates? The Whitebeard pirates fleet has arrived at Aska Island around 1700 hours this afternoon. It is estimated that the murdered sons have been discovered. Champagne knows the situation in New World well. Tomini frowned slightly and asked, "Are you sure that Marshal Teach has obtained the dark fruit?" Champagne also shook his head helplessly. It's not certain yet. He has never used his ability in public, but it should be soon. This guy is obviously not a peaceful master. Why did he go to the kingdom of Dressrosa? Tomini thought about Teach's motives. Big Bear actually already had the answer in his heart, it should be to wait and see, intercept some pirates who have just entered the New World near the Kingdom of Dressrosa to expand their power. Those pirates who are unwilling to surrender can be used as submit the certificate of nomination to the world government as a bargaining chip to obtain the Shishibukai position. Peking was a little surprised, Shishibukai? Will the world government accept a guy who doesn't even have a bounty? Daxing analyzed the dilemma of world government, he can kill Marco and Sachi. No matter what method he uses, this is a solid record. Now world government is very lacking in advanced combat capabilities, and there is a high probability that he will agree. That's true. Peking understood immediately. Tomini immediately made an arrangement, Champagne, Big Bear, you continue to work together to monitor this guy, and you can ask Karina to help if necessary. No problem. Leave it to me. I can send a mirror clone to help. Tomini obviously didn't want to touch Teach until he was sure that he had obtained the dark fruit. After all, the dark fruit is included in the internal information of the Liberator organization, and it is one of the special fruits second only to the Nika fruit. Noah also tried to divine the location of the dark fruit through tarot cards before, but failed every time. Even with the ability of the lucky fruit, there was still no way to determine the exact location 100%. Advertisement. So this time, Tomini planned to observe secretly. If it is determined that the fruit on Teach is indeed the dark fruit, then immediately activate the power of thunder to recover the fruit. A huge invisible net has been wrapped around Teach in all directions, waiting for the day when the net will be closed. Other side. Asker Island. After collecting the bodies of Sachi and others, Whitebeard was in a very bad mood, with pain and anger on his face. Especially when he saw Sachi's chest stabbed with a dagger, Whitebeard, who had extremely rich combat experience, could tell at a glance that this was a crime committed by an acquaintance. Suddenly, Baista came over in a hurry. Dad, there is a woman who says she is your old friend and wants to meet you. Woman? Bring it here. Whitebeard rubbed his temples tiredly. Not a moment. After seeing the visitor, Whitebeard showed a hint of surprise on his face. Is it you? If you are not retiring with Rayleigh on the Sabayati Islands, why are you coming to the New World? The visitor was Shuki who left Nine Snake Island. Rayleigh was killed. What? Whitebeard was very shocked, but soon he thought of the Nine Snake Island incident. Is it the time of the Nine Snake Island incident? Shuki nodded sadly. Yes, Rayleigh, Fireflower and Hancock all died in the Nine Snake Island incident 3 months ago. Then why did you come to see me? Although Whitebeard, Flameflower and Shuki had been in the Rocks Pirates, the friendship between the two parties was not as deep as life and death. I am suspecting something and need your protection. What do you suspect? The relationship between Fireflower and Shiki is extraordinary. It is impossible for him to massacre the entire Nine Snake Island. Whitebeard's eyes widened. The person who massacred Nine Snakes Island was Shiki. I'm not sure, but a desert island near Nine Snakes Island disappeared, and during that period, there were no major earthquakes or violent vibrations near Nine Snakes Island. It's impossible for an island to disappear quietly. Piao piao fruit. Whitebeard immediately guessed the possibility of letting the island disappear peacefully. Shuki's words were full of doubts. If it was Shiki who did it, he is definitely not the real Shiki. Chapter 192. If you prosper like this, you will die like this. No one knows what Shuki and Whitebeard talked about that day. Just after that day, Shuki resumed his name as Sheyeo, joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and became the deputy captain, responsible for all the intelligence work of the Whitebeard Pirates. Before we knew it, time came to the beginning of 1513 in the Haiwan calendar. Teach's defection to the Whitebeard Pirates was also investigated by Shuki. Obviously, Shuki, as an underground intelligence dealer, has too many underground channels and connections. This is not an underground intelligence network that Teach, who has just emerged, can easily avoid. Advertisement. Even the fact that Teach was hiding in the waters near the Kingdom of Dressrosa at this time was discovered by Shuki. But there was nothing Whitebeard could do about it. Because the Kingdom of Dressrosa is located in the sea area, surrounded by Marines G1, G2 and G3 bases, Kuzan and Sakaski often take turns to be stationed at G1. If the Whitebeard Pirates enter the waters near the Kingdom of Dressrosa, it will inevitably trigger a violent reaction from Marine. If only elites are sent there, it is very likely that Teach will not be killed. This puts Whitebeard in a dilemma. Teach chose to stay near the Kingdom of Dressrosa because of Marine's strong power here, and its proximity to Fishman Island and the Red Continent. Teach and Van Bordeaux can fly and can cross the Red Continent at any time. This is one of the reasons why Teach did not hesitate to take the Phoenix Fruit. In this world, the advantages of flying are too obvious. Teach also saw the unscrupulousness of the Sky Empire and the elusiveness of the Liberator organization, which made him pay attention to the issue of mobility. Originally, according to his original idea, he planned to plan Whitebeard's shock fruit first. But in the past few years, he has seen the Sky Empire taking advantage of its high altitude and flight maneuverability to conquer the New World and annex more than half of North Blue, leaving the world government helpless. This made Teach also pay attention to his flying ability. Even if there was a chance, he would even want to get Shiki's fluttering fruit. After all, compared to the simple destructive ability of the Zhen Zhen fruit, the Piao Piao fruit's ability is too comprehensive. It can control various substances, fly at high altitudes, and its destructive power is also very terrifying. The Piao Piao fruit is so powerful that even Teach feels unable to start. Although the dark fruit also possesses various abilities, Teach didn't know how to activate its abilities at close range when faced with Shiki, who possessed the fluttering fruit. After all, the existence of Shiki Haki makes Teach lose the possibility of using the dark fruit to sneak attack Shiki. In the original timeline, the reason why Ace was taken down by Teach was because he was a loser. He clearly had Conqueror's domineering power but did not train and inspire him. His armament and knowledge were also very poor. Shiki has the ability to predict the future for 3 seconds, and he also inherited Noah's super wide range of vision, plus his status as a great swordsman. Advertisement. Teach didn't think he had a chance to sneak attack on the opponent. Therefore, Teach has given up the possibility of obtaining Piao Piao fruit or shocking fruit in a short period of time. So he focused his attention on Impel Down. After all, there are many powerful fruits in Impel Down City, such as Hurricane Fruit, Fusion Fruit, Momo Fruit, Poison Fruit, etc. Stayed near the kingdom of Dressrosa for more than a month. Teach and Van Bordeaux once again took control of the Flying Netherlander, using the cover of night to cross the Red Continent overnight, preparing to temporarily go to the Paradise to avoid the limelight. Just after the two left. At an altitude of more than 400 kilometers, an artificial satellite has locked onto the Flying Netherlander. The Liberator Organization attaches greater importance to air defense and sounding than any other force. Teach and the two are still thinking about the future, but they don't know that the Liberator Organization has already targeted them. However, considering the current position of Teach, they did not choose to take action immediately. After all, it is too close to the Red Earth continent. Moreover, Teach and the two were relatively alert during the flight, so it was difficult to capture them quietly. Therefore, the strategic support team of the Liberator Organization is secretly preparing, waiting for Teach and the two to enter the Paradise. The Paradise Sea is now full of people from the Liberator Organization. Crocodile's Baroque studio is centered on the Kingdom of Alabasta, which almost covers the starting island, second node island, and third node island of the 7 routes of the park. Huaza's Beast's territory takes over from Baroque studio, covering the 4th node island, 5th node island, and 6th node island of 7 routes. The Shadow Kingdom of Moria takes over from the Kingdom of Beasts, with the Devil's Triangle as its core, covering the 7 waters, Judiciary Island, Impel Down, Marine Vondo, Sabayati Islands and other areas. Even if Teach can fly, they still need supplies and rest. As soon as they enter the Paradise, they are destined to be monitored by the Liberator Organization. 3 days later. Teach did not appear in the Sabayati Islands. Instead, he appeared in the chaotic pirate town of Gaia Island. Inside the bar, Teach and Van Bordeaux were eating and drinking. Chewing a cherry pie, Teach also secretly paid attention to the other people in the bar, especially the content of their conversations. A young man with a worried face asked in a low voice, "Boss Deli, do you really want to go to that legendary empty island?" Advertisement. That's right, after all, there is an empty island in New World. Maybe there really is an empty island above Nagaya Island, and maybe the legendary Golden Land is on the empty island. The bearded man with the steak on his fork said greedily. Golden Land? That big talker's Golden Land? Isn't that a lie? I have been observing the sky currents near Gaia Island in the past few months. If the sky currents are strong enough, maybe the Golden Land can be washed up to the Sky Island. Real or false? Teach narrowed his eyes, and Van Bordeaux's eyes flickered beside him. It was obvious that the two of them were also thinking about this possibility. For other pirates, going to Sky Island is a life-threatening adventure, but for the Blackbeard pirates, it is a piece of cake. Teach was obviously moved. Even if there is no Golden Land above Gaia Island, as long as there is an empty island, Teach and the Blackbeard pirates can take the opportunity to occupy this empty island and transform it into their own secret base. After eating, the two hurriedly left the bar. On the second floor of the bar, a figure looked at Teach and the two people who were drifting away on the street, with a sneer on his lips. He drank the shaking red wine in one gulp and then disappeared into the shadows. Other side. After the Teach two left the bar, they quickly returned to the boat hidden in a remote bay. In the dead of night, Van Bordeaux controlled the Flying Netherlander and soared into the sky. The fish has taken the bait, please close the net. Receive. 10 minutes later. The spaceship rushed through the cumulus emperor clouds and appeared on the White Sea. But at this time, it was still dark, and the sea was pitch black. Although Teach did not need to sleep, he did not plan to explore the empty island in the dark, but planned to wait until daybreak before taking action. It's just that the two of them didn't realize that the shadow of danger was quietly approaching them. This kind of dark night environment is Moria's natural home ground. In the captain's cabin, Teach was drinking wine and eating cherry pie, with Van Bordeaux sleeping soundly next to him. Time is slipping away minute by minute. Teach's vigilance also dropped a little bit. There was still about an hour until dawn. Chapter 193 Dreams never die, but people do. As time passes by, the feeling of relaxation in the early morning made Teach, who didn't need to sleep, feel a little mentally exhausted. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Right now. In an instant, Teach's vision went crazy. But it was too late. Advertisement. Puff, puffed. Two seafloor stone daggers instantly penetrated his bones. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows in the corner. Is it, you? Teach was shocked, but his body could not move. Van Bordeaux, who was sleeping soundly on the side, was also penetrated through the bone by a black shadow General Sea stone dagger. Although he woke up from the pain, he didn't even have the strength to speak. The person who came was none other than Moria. The shadow tentacles took the sea tower stone shackles and cuffed Teach's limbs and neck. Click. As the 5 shackles were cuffed, Teach felt his body becoming weaker and weaker. Who, why? Moria sneered and took out a glass of red wine as bright as blood. While gently shaking the red wine glass, he asked sarcastically. What do you think? Haha. Could it be that you are offering a reward of 2 billion belly to the merchant for Whitebeard's sake? If so, I can give you 4 billion belly as long as you let me go. Moria took a sip of red wine. How many devil fruits can your body eat? Nanny. Teach's pupils narrowed sharply. At this moment, a huge black cavity opened up behind Moria, and Luo jumped out of the black cavity. Is this the Teach who can eat a few devil fruits? Moria used the shadow to make a chair, and after sitting down, well, he should have the dark fruit and the phoenix fruit on him, you can check it out. Luo immediately activated his ability and scanned Teach's whole body. Teach was stared at by Luo and suddenly felt a chill in his body, as if he was being seen through inside and out. Advertisement. After a while, Luo's eyes became hotter and hotter, so that's it, that's it. There are actually 2 other people in this guy's body. When Teach heard Luo's words, his heart suddenly tightened. Chimera. Moria immediately understood the special situation of Teach's body. Luo nodded, yes, it is a chimera. He has 3 sets of genes in his body. These 3 sets of genes coexist, which means he can eat 1 more devil fruit. Is this innate? Not necessarily. It may be the effect of devil fruit. For example, my surgery fruit or Chitra's tun fruit can create this special chimera. Moria then proposed a research and development direction. Oh? If we use this guy as a reference, can we use chimeras as a technology? It should be possible, but if it is directly embedded in the body, the possibility of rejection is relatively high. My idea is to make a genetic biological armor, and then give the base armor a devil fruit. In this way, I can safely get the second one. With devil fruit abilities, you don't need to do too much genetic modification on your body. Although Teach on the side could not quite understand the technical discussion between Luo and Mariah, he knew that if this continued, he would most likely lie in the laboratory and be sliced and studied. This was an outcome he could not accept. Lord Moria, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to cooperate with your research. Moria turned his head and looked at Teach, sneered and said sarcastically, a person who can even betray his adoptive father who has protected him for more than 20 years and kill his own brothers and sisters, do you think I will believe in your loyalty? Teach was anxious. Lord Moria, I also know a big secret. As long as you let me go, I can tell you this secret. As long as you know this secret, you can easily rule the sea. Really? Are you trying to say that you can extract the devil fruits of other people with abilities? Teach was horrified. His deepest secret was revealed, and he didn't know how to defend himself for a moment. Moria took out a piece of parchment. I want to know your secret, but I don't need your willing cooperation. Then he used his shadow to control Teach's body, dipped it in the blood from the wound, and signed the parchment. What are you going to do? Teach was shocked. However, as the parchment contract was signed, it was completed. Teach immediately felt that his memory was disappearing rapidly. In Moria's memory palace, a lot of memories belonging to Teach also appeared. It turns out that his mother was the last person with the ability to swallow the fruit. During her pregnancy, she found out that she was pregnant with triplets, so she merged Teach and her 2 sisters together. His mother also knows a special application about the dark fruit, which can kill people with abilities and force their devil fruit to be reborn in the fruits around them. Luo couldn't help but sigh, she is really a crazy woman. Haha. Mirai looked at Teach with malice. I saw that Teach at this time, after having his memory stripped away, had become empty-eyed, as if he was a living dead. Advertisement. Do you still want to keep pretending? Moria ignored Teach, who was still pretending to be crazy, and took out 3 pieces of parchment again. Luo, take out 1 piece of the blood formed by the 3 genes in his body. Does he have 3 souls? Luo then activated his ability and extracted 3 different bloods from Teach. At this time, Teach finally knew that he could no longer pretend. His defense was broken, and he lost control of his emotions and cursed. Mariah, you will not die well, I curse you. However, Mariah quickly controlled Teach's body. Sign each on the parchment. Marshal D. Teach. Marshal D. T. Marshal D. Tiff. In an instant, among the 3 souls in Teach's body, their memories quickly disappeared. Luo Ye immediately took action and used the power of the surgical fruit to cut it into 8 pieces and store them separately. Although Teach has not been killed yet, after Luo researches the base armor, it will be time to recover its fruit. As for Van Bordeaux, who was acting as a transparent person the whole time, he was already scared to death. However, Moria did not let him go, and directly cut off his frontal lobe and transformed him into a living dead general. Looking at Teach who was cut into pieces, Mariah raised his head and said, dreams will not die, but people will die. A generational hero, Marshal D. Teach, who had endured the Whitebeard pirates for more than 20 years, was easily captured by the Liberator organization less than 2 months after his debut and founded the Blackbeard pirates. This is the terrible thing about having an intelligence advantage. When you come out to hang out, you have to talk about power. When a little brat like Teach encounters a well-organized, powerful, and well-planned force like the Liberators, his only end is to be thrown into the street. Teach and Van Bordeaux came and disappeared quietly. Shucky, who has been secretly following Teach, only heard that the 2 finally appeared in the pirate town of Gaia Island in the park, and then never appeared again. However, Shucky observed the life paper left by Teach and found that when he was near Gaia Island, the life paper showed some signs of burning, which indicated that he was injured there, but his life was not in danger. It is indeed not life-threatening, because only the empty shell of Teach is left, and is currently in Luo's laboratory, soaked in nutrient solution, and sliced for study. The Whitebeard pirates, who couldn't find any trace of Teach and couldn't enter the park at will, could only rage in the new world. Chapter 194 Return to Hell. May 22, 1513 in the Haiwan calendar. After several months of secret research, Teach's remaining value has been completely drained. Luo began to make final modifications to his body. First, cloning technology was used to clone a blank brain containing the Teach gene, and then the original brain and the cloned brain that originally belonged to Teach were replaced. Since the prefrontal lobe of the cloned brain had been removed in advance, Teach completely lost his human emotions after the brain was replaced. Advertisement. Although Noah's apostles were full, they couldn't miss such a powerful body. He freed up a relatively ordinary little Arcana apostle and used Teach to top it up. However, Noah did not fix Teach into the minor Arcana deck. Instead, he used the ability to exchange fruits to replace the ancient wolf spider fruit on Black Maria and the phoenix fruit on Teach. After all, the ancient wolf spider fruit of Black Maria is only an ancient species, and it does not match its qualification. The priestess and the phoenix fruit complement each other perfectly. The replaced ancient wolf spider fruit did not remain on Teach, because the apostle could not control the 2 devil fruit abilities for a long time and needed Noah's help to maintain it, so Teach had to give up the ancient wolf spider fruit. This fruit, together with the silverback gorilla fruit that was previously replaced by Uncle Joseph, was transformed into Gigi. The ancient wolf spider armor will continue to be given to Black Maria for use, which can prevent the outside world from knowing that she obtained the phoenix fruit. The same is true for Uncle Joseph. After he replaced the blood fruit, he never used the abilities of the silverback gorilla fruit and the blood fruit openly, just to avoid the outside world noticing the abnormality. Now directly equip the silverback gorilla base armor, and you can temporarily hide from the enemy. At the same time, Noah also came to Impel Down in person. In the skeletal hell on the 5.5th floor of Impel City. Anjuan, Tequila, plus the 7 deadly sins, as well as members of the Liberator organization who were secretly dispatched, a total of 836 people work here long-term. In addition, Moria often comes to help. This time Noah came in person to deal with the entire Impel City. Vic, please. Don't worry. I will definitely control the entire Impel City. Vic immediately merged into the rock formations at his feet. Soon the entire rock formation of the Impel City was controlled by Vic, and he continued to increase the structural strength of the Impel City silently. Advertisement. At the same time, the joint between the pushing city and the surrounding stratigraphic plates was modified to avoid vibrations within the pushing city and trigger vibrations in the surrounding strata. Noah turned his head to look at Joshua again, and Joshua immediately understood. Joshua closed his eyes and began to control the communication system of the entire Impel City to prevent the news from leaking. Immediately afterwards, Moria sank into the shadows and controlled all the CP agents hidden in the world government in Impel Down City to prevent these guys from committing suicide and igniting the paper of life stored in the CP headquarters. In fact, even though Impel Down is a subordinate agency of world government, world government is still worried and has placed dozens of CP agents in it to monitor the goings-on in Impel Down for a long time. In fact, Marine is in the same situation. Seeing everyone else taking action, Anjuin immediately ordered, the 7 deadly sins, the ground floor, Crimson Hell, Beast Hell, and Starvation Hell will be left to you. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The 7 deadly sins quickly headed to these target areas with a large number of subordinates. Anjuin turned his head and looked at Noah. My lord, I will leave freezing hell to you. Noah instantly appeared in the scorching hell through the black cavity. The fiery hell is also the location of Impel Down's director's office. Magellan, who had just finished having diarrhea, walked out of the toilet with a huge change of expression. It's you. Hello, are you interested in changing your boss? Sinner, I will arrest you right now. The purple venom on Magellan's body surged crazily, as if it was about to boil. Noah sat in the director's seat with a smile. Are you sure you are my opponent? Poison Dragon. Realm of Slowness. Nanny. Magellan's eyes widened. The 3 venom dragons he sent out were as fast as a turtle crawling, and then he found that his body had become extremely sluggish. Noah took out a phone bug and projected images on one side of the wall. No matter whether it was Little Sati, Hannibal, Domino, Salutes, or Jailerman, they all had no power to resist and were all captured. Seeing the situation in the picture, Magellan was very shocked and disturbed. Suddenly he found that the dullness in his body disappeared. Advertisement. But Magellan did not take action again, because he knew very well that the man in front of him was definitely not someone he could defeat. What do you want? Didn't I say it? Are you interested in changing your boss? You want me to surrender to you? That's impossible. Noah laughed. Haha, why is it impossible? There is no conflict of positions between us. If you work for the world government, isn't it the same as working for the Kingdom of Dawn? But, Justice. Magellan faltered. Apparently he had noticed that there was nothing wrong with what Noah said. Among the various institutions of world government, Impel Down is the purest one. Because Impel Down is not in the business of massacring civilians or oppressing non-franchised countries. The function of this place is to serve as a prison for criminals. Ordinary civilians are not qualified to be imprisoned in Impel Down City. The prisoners imprisoned here are 100% scum full of evil, there is no doubt about this. Therefore, Noah prepares to incorporate Impel Down. As Noah said just now, Impel Down City has no position to refuse the solicitation of the Liberator Organization. Magellan's eyes were filled with confusion. After a while, he closed his eyes and said, You'd better kill me. I won't surrender. Why are you so stubborn? You don't have any relatives working in other organizations of the world government. You don't want to watch Little Sati, Domino, and others die in front of you, right? Magellan was once again in trouble. Many of those who work in Impel Down City are actually orphans, and even if they want to get married, they can only find people inside Impel Down City. After all, the working environment of Impel City is too special. It needs to be prevented from being penetrated by external forces and the jailers from being bribed. The best way is to keep these jailers from leaving Impel City for life. Impel Down City, known as the Iron Wall, can last for 800 years. Only a few prisoners can successfully escape. The reason is the lifelong service system of the jailers and the rigid rule that they are not allowed to leave Impel Down City at will. Therefore, those with families will most likely not choose to work in Advanced City. Impel City has its own internal selection mechanism. For example, training courses for descendants of jailers, orphan camps, criminal personnel from the Marine Army, etc. These channels are the sources of personnel supplementation for Impel Down City. Magellan began to waver. Even if we surrender, you can't save Impel Down. Do you want to destroy the entire Impel Down? Are you worried about the CP agents hiding there? Do you have a solution? Magellan naturally knew that the world government secretly planted CP agents in Impel Down, but he had no way to refuse and could only endure it silently. Noah shook his head. Are you looking down on the strength of our Liberator organization? The Red Earl's ability is not unique. Red Earl. Magellan reacted instantly. Chapter 195 Incorporating Hell. If Marine is a high-ranking person, then Noah will not recruit him, because every one of Marine's top-ranking people is full of evil. Just helping the world government and the celestial dragons to massacre non-member countries is enough to prove their evil doing. Magellan put away the venom and gas around him, and then sat helplessly aside. I can promise to surrender to you and persuade others to surrender, but I have one request. I don't want to participate in the battle between you and the world government. Noah shook his head. No problem. Advertisement. Noah had actually expected Magellan's request. After all, they were all trained by the world government. Even if they were dissatisfied with the various evil things done by the world government and the celestial dragons, it would be difficult to overcome the hurdle in their hearts. Of course, that guy Shiryu of Rain is not included. This guy probably won't have any psychological burden for betraying the world government. Soon, Magellan met all the high-level and middle-level management cadres of Impel Down City. The total number of these people was more than 200. Shiryu is the only cadre of Impel Down who has not been defeated. He was notified by Magellan to come up for a meeting. He looked at the controlled Domino, Hannibal, and others, and took a puff of his cigar. Hey! Liberator Organization? Is the director planning to surrender? Director. Domino looked frustrated. Magellan, you don't really want to surrender. Hannibal shouted angrily. Magellan looked at everyone, we have no other choice. All responsibility lies with me. If the Liberator fails in the future, I am willing to bear all responsibility. Director. This. UBD. Hannibal looked extremely ugly. Shiryu pinched out the cigar. I want to test your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out his long sword Liu and struck Noah instantly. Just in an instant, a figure appeared in front of Noah. Bones and blades. A violent collision. Anjuan held the bone knife and said calmly, "You are too weak, but you are not qualified to fight with my lord." Really? Shiryu raised his hand and struck with murderous intent. Advertisement. Bone Demon Giant. A large number of bones quickly sprouted from Anjuan's body, forming a huge skeletal giant. The slashing wave struck the skeleton giant, but it only cut less than 2 meters. Facing the skeleton giant with a height of dozens of meters, the force of the slash was too weak. Rainstorm Slash. Countless slashing waves swung out from Shiryu's hand, and the brilliant sword light was like rain falling from the sky. Triple Rashomon. The huge door wall composed of white bones instantly blocked the intensive slashing attacks. The slashes that sputtered in all directions were blocked by Vic's rock wall. Magellan and others were also startled when they saw Shiryu's slashes flying in all directions. After all, a slash of this magnitude could easily damage the outer wall of the Impel City, causing seawater to seep in along the cracks. Hannibal looked surprised. The wall has become stronger. Domino immediately reacted, it's the fruit ability of the rock demon Vic. Shiryu found that his slashes did not damage the structure of the Impel City, so he launched an attack even more unscrupulously. However, all of his attacks were easily blocked by Anjuan, but in the face of Anjuan's bone spur hell, slashes, bone bullets, etc., Shiryu had to dodge with all his strength. As time went by, Shiryu felt more and more passive, and he was completely suppressed. "Hu, I surrender." Shiryu's chest was rising and falling, and he simply gave in. Seeing Shiryu surrendering, other members of Impel Down also looked depressed and decadent. Magellan knew he had to convince everyone, so he called everyone into the office one by one to start persuasion work. Mary, Enel, and others also conducted a comprehensive review of the personnel in Impel Down to avoid the presence of hidden CP agents or those who were loyal to the world government. The review work lasted for more than a week, and among the more than 28,000 members of Impel Down City, there were indeed several hidden CP agents and hundreds of world government diehards. The CP agents were temporarily detained and handed over to Moria for reform. Those diehard loyalists of the world government were secretly dealt with. This secret operation lasted for more than 3 months. Only then did the liberators completely digest Impel Down. Except for Hannibal, who spoke laxly, and Shiryu, who wanted to go out and fight, everyone else was left in office. Advertisement. However, for safety reasons, the 7 deadly sins will join the management system of Impel Down City in the name of the warden secretary of each level of hell. Magellan didn't have any objections to this. After all, the liberators would not completely trust them when they joined. At the same time, a large number of middle-level cadres and ordinary jailers were replaced, accounting for about 1/3. All the replaced former Impel Down personnel were assigned to work in the Great Prison on the Moon. Hell of Bones. Seeing this 5.5-story building hidden inside Impel Down City, Magellan's face turned green. "You actually built such a big base here." "We didn't build this." Anjuan then explained succinctly. "Did Giant Mo use his ability to dig it out?" Domino recalled. "How come there is no record of this giant in the internal files?" Anjuan reminded. "Is it possible that your previous guards secretly destroyed the files?" Magellan nodded. "It is indeed possible." After a while, the 3 people came to the monitoring hall. Looking at the monitoring screen in the monitoring hall, which was almost identical to the internal monitoring system of Impel Down City, Magellan couldn't help but smile bitterly. "It seems that your penetration into Impel Down City is deeper than I imagined. I helped you." "Oh." Magellan was very surprised. Anjuan casually revealed a piece of hidden information, that Giant Moly is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, so Monkey D. Dragon and the Demon King Ivankov know about the existence of the 5.5th floor, and they even plan to find that secret passage, come here to rescue Long and others. So that's the case, no wonder the dragon is easily captured. Domino frowned. "Should we strengthen our vigilance? After all, the giant knows that passage." "Don't worry. We have already dealt with the giant in secret. As long as Ivankov and Long are also dealt with in secret, the Impel City will still be an impregnable wall. Magellan reminded nervously, Lord Anjuan, there is no big problem in dealing with Ivankov secretly, but Long is Garp's son, and he has an irreconcilable relationship with Marine's senior management. If they come to visit, something might happen. Problem. Anjuan didn't care, don't worry. We will arrange a perfect plan, not to mention there are not many days left before the decisive battle. So fast. Magellan was worried. Well, within 2 or 3 years. Phew. I understand, I will cooperate with you. Domino didn't understand what the liberators were thinking. Lord Anjuan, logically speaking, Impel Down should not be of much value to your liberators, right? Even if those prisoners escaped, they would first seek help from the world government. Trouble. Anjuan shook his head, you are wrong. If at a critical moment, the world government will most likely recruit some of the prisoners to become officers or Shishibukai in order to fight against us. This is a huge risk. Magellan was speechless. It was obvious that he knew the nature of the world government too well. If it came to a critical moment of life and death, this kind of thing would definitely happen. Chapter 196 Treatment and Transformation. In the Hell of Bones. Magellan was taken to a room full of scientific instruments by Anjuan. Not a moment. Andy and Luo, father and son, also came here through Haikyang. Is he the target of treatment? Andy raised his glasses and looked at Magellan. Advertisement. Anjuan nodded, that's him. The side effects of the poison fruit caused him to suffer from gastrointestinal problems for a long time. Luo raised his hand and instantly activated his ability to scan Magellan's body. And Andy took out several test tubes of blood from Magellan's arm vein, and also used the fruit's ability to perform pathological analysis. The examination on Luo's side was biased toward surgery, so it was completed quickly. Not only has he had problems with his gastrointestinal tract, but other organs in his body have also suffered varying degrees of pathological changes. The side effects of the poisonous fruit are indeed very scary. Andy also completed the pathological analysis. He frowned, some of his cells have mutated and can self-secrete toxins. This is most likely the poisonous fruit's genetic modification of ability users. When it comes to genes, it's troublesome. Very big. Is it so serious? Magellan did not expect that his body would be so serious. Andy continued to explain, the poison fruit is a hybrid between a superhuman body and a creature. Although this fruit can make you immune to most toxins, you cannot absolutely control all the toxins before you awaken the fruit, which will cause you to chronic poisoning. Luoya analyzed, although dialysis can be used to remove toxins from your body, this is only a temporary solution, not the root cause. After all, your own cells are constantly producing toxins. The father and son were also troubled by the special side effects of the poison fruit. Anjuan on the side smiled and reminded, Luo, Andy, why don't you change your mind? Since the side effects of the poisonous fruit are so serious, why not peel off the fruit and then make the poisonous fruit into base armor? Hey? This is indeed a good method. Luo reacted instantly. Andy shook his head, not enough. If that's all, Magellan can't continue to use the poisonous base armor. After all, he loses the poison fruit and is not immune to the poison. Father, maybe you can consider the technology from Vinsmoke and combine it with the base armor technology to give the base armor extremely strong poison resistance properties. Andy added, how about adding an insect-type animal-type devil fruit just in case? Okay. The two quickly finalized a transformation and treatment plan. But Magellan and Domino were confused. However, the two of them still understood some of the words. Domino was very shocked, Dr. Andy. Dr. Luo. Can you really replace the devil fruit? Andy nodded, well, the organization's technology is very mature and absolutely safe. You don't need to worry. Advertisement. Don't worry, Domino. Noah has no reason to harm me. After all, if he wants to kill me, it doesn't need to be so complicated. Magellan saw it clearly, and then he turned his head to look at Luo and Andy. You two, I believe you, just follow your plan. Andy took out the modified touchscreen projection phone bug and called up the devil fruit inventory within the organization. Currently, the organization has a total of 83 devil fruits that are not in use. He singled out insect-type fauna. Magellan, pick an insect you like and I will replace it for you later. Magellan looked at the 6 insect-like devil fruits on the projection and looked through them carefully. The 6 insect devil fruits are, wasp fruit, black widow fruit, flea fruit, cricket fruit, millipede fruit, and locust fruit. I choose the locust fruit. Andy asked again, are you sure? Although it can be replaced, once the fruit is replaced, the fruit development progress will start again. Well, I'll choose the locust fruit. Then I'll inform Mr. Noah to deliver the fruit. Andy picked up the phone number and reported the situation to Noah. After a while, a small box was transported through the black cavity. Andy also selected one from among the prisoners in Impel Down City. Let's get started. The prisoner who had his frontal lobe cut off signed a devil's contract with Magellan after eating the locust fruit. In an instant, Magellan felt that the toxins in his body began to lose control. It was obvious that the poisonous fruit in his body had been stripped out. However, Andy on the side was already prepared. He immediately activated the ability of the diseased fruit to extract all the remaining toxins from Magellan's body. As the locust fruit was integrated into Magellan's body, his cells that had been transformed by the poison fruit returned to normal, replaced by the powerful body of an animal-type ability user. Luo casually injected a large bottle of life potion into Magellan's body. Cold sweat broke out on Magellan's forehead, and his body gradually became hot. However, an extremely relaxing feeling was spreading throughout his body, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. Luo and Andy divided their labors and cooperated. Start by implanting the poison resistance gene into the original version of the base armor, and then fuse the poisonous fruit with the customized version of the base armor. 3 days later, the production of highly toxic base armor has been completed. Magellan also initially adapted to the various abilities of the locust fruit. The abilities of the locust fruit are very comprehensive, including strength, flight, jumping, saw legs, poison and poison resistance, as well as very strong adaptability. Advertisement. Anjuan found Magellan at the training ground. Magellan, your base armor is ready, come over and try it out. Oh. Magellan flew over quickly. Looking at the purple egg in Anjuan's hand, which was about the same size as an ostrich egg, he looked at it curiously. Is this the base armor? Why is it an egg? This is the initial form of the base armor. You need to recognize its master through a drop of blood before it can become one with you. Magellan made a small cut on his finger and dropped a drop of blood on the surface of the purple egg. In an instant, the purple egg absorbed the drop of blood. After a while, the purple egg turned into a puddle of purple sticky paste, and then stretched out countless tentacles and wrapped them around Magellan. Magellan was startled. Don't be nervous, relax. As the purple paste-like armor gradually integrated into Magellan's body, he also felt a special wave connected to his brain, as if his body was wearing a special set of armor. I see. No wonder it's called Jijia. Magellan calmed down and began to try out the various abilities of the poison fruit. Poison Dragon. Poisonous Pufferfish. Poison Passage. Judgment from Hell. Whether its scale, control accuracy, or toxicity, it's almost the same as before. However, its battery life is much stronger than before. Because the cells of the base armor are based on giants and Poseidon types, and a large amount of vitality is injected into them, when external food is scarce, it can completely overdraw vitality and temporarily replenish physical strength. Under normal circumstances, Basilicus can also obtain energy supplies by devouring food. Therefore, Jijia's physical reserve is much stronger than that of Magellan before. Even if the vitality of the methacrylate cells is drained, it actually doesn't matter. The worst thing is to scrap the fruits, recycle them, and then make a new set. After Magellan tested the base armor, he became more and more in awe of the strength of the Liberator organization. But he also thought of another thing. Lord Anjuan, does this base armor have a service life of thousands of years? That's natural. Magellan quickly suggested, if this is the case, we can completely transform all the fruits of the ability users in Impel Down City into base armor. This can avoid the trouble of random rebirth of devil fruits after the death of the ability users, and at the same time, it can also reduce the burden of guarding prisoners. Of manpower and material resources. Chapter 197 Essential Difference. Ha ha ha, Magellan, do you know why we must control Impel Down? Magellan reacted instantly, harvest the ability users among them. Anjuan nodded, the organization successfully developed efficient and safe devil fruit recovery technology many years ago. Impel Down City is a huge devil fruit storage warehouse. The two chatted while walking towards the monitoring hall. In the huge surveillance hall. Advertisement. Tequila saw the two walking in. Is the base armor finished? Anjuan nodded, I just tried it and there was no big problem. Hearing this, Tequila asked, are we going to start recovering those ability user prisoners next? Yes, we had to be sneaky before, but now we can take those prisoners away openly. What are the first targets? Berndi Valder from Eternal Hell, Ivankov, and Lightning from Freezing Hell. When Magellan heard these three names, he knew the situation of these prisoners. Among them, Valder was frozen in Eternal Hell and did not even make life paper. Ivankov and Lightning's life is only in the hands of Impel City and the top brass of the Revolutionary Army. Magellan was a little worried, will killing Ivankov and Lightning attract the attention of the Revolutionary Army? A smile appeared on Anjuan's lips, the current Revolutionary Army is a subordinate organization of the Liberator organization. Nanny. Magellan's eyes widened, and then he was very surprised, Lord Anjuan, since the Revolutionary Army is a subordinate organization of the Liberator organization, why do you want to clear out Ivankov and others? Anjuan looked at Kaid with an indifferent look, those who are different do not work together. The current leader of the Revolutionary Army is a member of the organization. Long, Ivankov, and others are not members of the organization. Instead of letting them go out to cause division, it is better to eradicate the root cause. Gilu. Magellan also felt the decisive killing of the Liberator organization for the first time. As if he could see the ups and downs in Magellan's heart, Anjuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you thinking why the world government doesn't kill those big pirates and rebel leaders?" "Yes." Magellan answered honestly. "You have to understand that the Kingdom of the Dawn and the world government are essentially different." Different. Magellan thought about the meaning of this sentence. Anjuan did not pretend to be mysterious and explained directly, world government is essentially an alliance, with the founding countries of the 20 kings as the core and the 137 joining countries as branches. The Kingdom of the Dawn is a country, now I understand. Magellan still didn't quite understand. Advertisement. Anjuan continued, in the system of the Kingdom of Dawn, everything outside must be overthrown and destroyed, but in the system of world government, pirates are a tool to prevent the joining countries from leaving, that is, to support the self-respect of pirates. Raising bandits to respect themselves? That's it. Magellan reacted when he heard this word. In the past, he didn't understand why the world government obviously had the power to destroy the big pirates in the New World, but it showed no action. After all, the Marine alone can easily fight against 3C Emperor-level pirate groups. If you add the hidden power of the Army, Air Force, CP organization, and Marichoa, you can cleanse the entire New World of pirate forces at any time. In fact, this is also the internal logic of the original timeline. When Zifa was about to destroy New World, Marine rushed over to stop him. Once the New World is destroyed, the world government will lose the reason to maintain its self-esteem, and it is very likely that some of the participating countries will break away from the world government. At this moment, Magellan had a deeper understanding of the evil of world government. Eternal Hell. Shiryu, who is still the temporary warden here, takes arrogance and jealousy with him and a dozen jailers to the secret cell where Wald is imprisoned. Go through the deep corridor. The prisoners on both sides saw Shiryu and his party passing by, with various emotions on their faces. Fear. Crazy. Ridicule. Provocative. This time, however, Shiryu ignored the villains. Douglas Bullet, who was doing push UPS, stopped and looked at Shiryu passing by the door, his eyes narrowed slightly. Those two guys are also from Impel Down City. Their aura is very powerful, almost the same as Shiryu of Rain. Pride turned and glanced at Bullet. Bullet instantly felt cold, as if he was being targeted by some wild beast, and then he started to tremble slightly. This guy. I haven't felt such a fatal threat for a long time. I really want to fight. After passing Bullet's cell, he passed the door of Red Earl Baloric Redfield's cell. The Red Earl squinted and looked at Shiryu and his group through the dim light of the door. Suddenly he frowned. What's going on? Why can't I read their minds? Advertisement. Although conquerors are extremely powerful guys and can disrupt prying eyes, the Red Earl does not think that these lackeys of the world government will have that level of conquerors. He quickly cast the color of knowledge over the prisoner in the next cell and found that he could still read the other person's inner thoughts. Is it some kind of skill or equipment? But these guys are so secretive, what is their purpose? Arrogance and others naturally knew the special knowledge of the Red Earl. In order to avoid leaking the secret, they activated the electromagnetic interference function of Gigi. At present, methylmethicil has been widely popularized within organizations. Of course, the base armor of Arrogance and others is just an ordinary model, it does not incorporate Devil Fruit, and its function is biased towards auxiliary. One of the basic functions of the universal base armor is to disrupt the mind reading of special sights and sounds. Why Anjuan and others didn't enter Eternal Hell before was because they were worried about being read by the Red Earl. Ignoring the Red Earl's whims, the group of people came to the deepest part of Eternal Hell, a cold storage that constantly released chills. Shiryu took out the key and opened the door of this cell. A thick layer of heat insulation wraps the entire cell, and there are more than a dozen refrigeration pipes that take turns to continuously cool the cell, keeping its internal temperature within the range of -30 degrees Celsius. In the middle of the cell, there is a huge ice cube on display. Arrogance took out a card and slapped it on the ice. In an instant, the ice cube was sucked into the card. Let's go. Go to freezing hell to pick someone up. Shiryu sent the two of them up, then returned to his training room in Eternal Hell and continued his crazy training. The Red Earl in the cell had already seen that Valder was taken away from the cold storage cell. What does the world government want to do? It's a pity that he will never know the truth. After all, he is too old and does not have devil fruit, so he is only suitable as the raw material for making the living dead general. In another cell in Eternal Hell, Long also saw Shiryu and others passing by, and he was also very concerned about the goings-on in Impel Down City. Only this time, a bad premonition emerged in his heart. After much thought, he took out a special beetle that the bear had secretly left before, and then crushed it to death. As the beetle is crushed to death, The bear, who was in New World at this time, immediately felt that there was a small glass containing life paper in his backpack, and the life paper inside was burning rapidly. Is the dragon calling me? The bear frowned and then swatted himself away. Chapter 198 Watertight. October 12, 1513 in the Highwind calendar. The three people who were taken away, Berndewald, Ivankov, and Lightning, were secretly brought to the 5.5th floor. Especially Ivankov. She looked very ugly when she saw the busy scene on the 5.5th floor. She had been observing the various cells in freezing hell before, preparing to find an opportunity to join Lightning and use Lightning's scissor fruits to dig a tunnel leading to the 5.5th floor. Unexpectedly, the people on the 5.5th floor had been discovered by people pushing forward the city. This result made her look ashen. Advertisement. Soon, the two were taken to the special transformation room. Arrogance and jealousy didn't say anything nonsense to the two. Luo, who received the notice in advance, appeared in the transformation room through the black cavity. Seeing this scene, Ivankov suddenly felt a storm in his heart. Is this the goal of this transformation? Arrogance shook his head. No, these two people have no transformation value, just extract the fruit. Luo did not continue to ask, but controlled his ability and cut off Lightning's prefrontal lobe. What do you want to do? Ivankov was shocked. Luo ignored the other party. Even if he knew that the other party was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he would not show mercy. After all, Luo Ke has received a long-term ideological education and is not interested in so-called revolutionaries like Ivankov, and even has some disgust. The transvestite in front of him is a king, and he is also a pervert. He likes to use his fruit power to turn people into transvestites. He does not believe that everyone in the Makabaka kingdom is willing to become a transvestite. In the original timeline, Ivankov forcibly reformed many prisoners into transvestites in Impel Down City and absorbed these prisoners as citizens. Sleep with your ridiculous ideals. No. In an instant, Ivankov's prefrontal lobe was removed. Since her abilities were imprisoned by the sea tower stone shackles, her hormone fruit had no way of curing brain damage. Soon, after more than 10 minutes, Ivankov's eyes lost their luster and became extremely hollow. Arrogance took out several demon contracts and asked Lightning and Ivankov to sign them with their own blood. With the signing of the devil's contract completed, in this transformed room that had been arranged in advance to become a castle space, the two fruits automatically turned into the appearance of the hormone fruit and the scissor fruit. Immediately afterwards, Arrogance used the devil's contract to deprive the two of their memories from when they were brought to freezing hell to when they were deprived of the devil fruit. At the same time as the memory was deprived, jealousy on the side also threw out two freezing magic cards. This type of magic card is the reverse application of the awakening of the caloric fruit. In an instant, the two of them were frozen. Then, use the storage card to seal the two people. The reason why they didn't kill the two people directly was because the CP organization had life cards for two people. This is also a common situation for many felons in freezing hell and eternal hell. Felons like Valder who were frozen and did not create a life sheet to archive were special cases. What's more, the Liberator organization has always suspected that the tyrant Xiong also had the lives of Ivankov and others. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, they spared the lives of Ivankov and others. Deal with Ivankov. Two people. Advertisement. Arrogance released Valder from the memory card, then directly killed the old guy and recovered the Momo fruit. Luo, I'll give you the hormone fruit. Thank you. Luo had already told Noah before that he wanted to find a suitable devil fruit for his sister Lamy. Lamy has also been studying medical skills over the years. After Luo learned about the hormone fruit in Ivankov, he applied to Noah to reserve the fruit in advance and planned to give this fruit to Lamy as a birthday gift. Luo left the skeleton hell with the hormone fruit. Arrogance also returned to freezing hell and placed Ivankov and Lightning, who had turned into ice sculptures, into a remote and uninhabited cell. Hot hell. In the director's office, Magellan quickly handled official duties. Ever since he peeled off the poisonous fruit, his body felt lighter than ever before, and his energy were getting better and better. Suddenly, the phone bug representing world government rang. Moxie Moshi. Is Director Magellan here? This is the CP Shishibukai Liaison Office. I'm Magellan, what can I do? Hello, Director Magellan, the Shishibukai Tyrant Xiong wants to visit the prison, Monkey D. Dragon, and His Excellency 5 Elders has approved it. Visiting the prison again? Didn't he come last year? This is an order from His Excellency 5 Elders. The CP personnel on the opposite side reminded rigidly. Although Magellan was extremely dissatisfied, he did not show it. Okay. When will he come? Around 1500 hours this afternoon. I see. After hanging up the phone, Magellan immediately reported the incident to Anjuan. Anjuan, who was sitting in the Hell of Bones, heard the news and looked thoughtful. Did the tyrant bear notice something, or did the dragon guy find something? While thinking, he ordered everyone to be more vigilant, and at the same time asked Shiryu, Pride, and Envy to keep an eye on the tyrant bear and dragon. That afternoon, the bear arrived as promised. Lust takes the bear to Eternal Hell as Little Sadie's secretary. During the elevator passing by Freezing Hell, I'd like to meet 2 prisoners from Freezing Hell. Sorry, please apply to the director. He replied with a lustful smile. Xiong instantly felt the aura of the woman in front of him like a ferocious beast about to explode, and a sense of knowledge enveloped him unscrupulously. The bear fell silent. 10 minutes later, the elevator stopped at the entrance to Eternal Hell. As the door opens. Advertisement. The solemn feeling in Xiong's heart became stronger and stronger. The chief warden, Shiryu Aim, and 2 prison officials with equally strong auras were waiting at the door. He said arrogantly and indifferently, "Let's go. Please cooperate with us." The 3 of them sandwiched the bear. Xiong, who was shackled by the sea tower stone, silently followed the 3 people to Long's cell. After a while, they arrived at the door of Long's cell. Seeing that the dragon was unharmed, the bear felt relieved. However, Shiryu and the other 3 had no intention of retreating. Not only that, they also observed their every move using the color of knowledge. The dragon and the bear were made very uncomfortable. But when people are under the eaves, bears and dragons have to bow their heads. How's the situation outside? It's still the same, what about you? Do you need my help? No need, the cell is a bit cold today. Do you need me to ask Impel Down to send you some clothes? If that's okay, I have no problem with it. The 2 chatted for 10 minutes. Arrogant saw that the time was up, and immediately reminded, the time is up. Goodbye. The bear travels to the 4th level of Fiery Hell. Magellan heard the bear's request to give the dragon some clothes and did not object. But regarding the bear's request to visit Ivankov, he showed no objection on the surface, but began to secretly become vigilant in his heart. He takes the bear himself to Freezing Hell. Looking at Ivankov and Lightning who turned into ice sculptures, the bear frowned. Although he could feel that the 2 people's life breath was still there, this situation still made the bear very worried. Seemingly sensing the bear's worry, Magellan said very considerately, "If you are worried about their life safety, I can help transfer them to the cold storage cell in Eternal Hell." Can't it be thawed? Sorry, they tried to escape from prison before. For safety reasons, I froze them both. Xiong immediately thought of the 2 Ivankovs, who were most likely discovered while searching for the 5.5th floor of Impel Down City. There was nothing he could do about this result, so he could only nodded. Then I'll trouble Director Magellan. Haha, you're welcome. Soon watching the 2 ice sculptures of Ivankov being sent down to Eternal Hell, Xiong could not find any other excuse and continued to stay in Impel Down City. Impel City Surface Port. Little Sadie and Lust looked at the tyrant bear who slapped them away, with a hint of indifference and sarcasm in their eyes. Chapter 199 Dragon Slaying. It's November 27, 1513 in the Haiwan calendar. More than a month has passed unknowingly since Tyrant Bear visited Impel Down City. Long was still recharging his energy in the cell as before, waiting for the opportunity in secret. Unfortunately, he didn't know that due to the repeated visits of bears, Anjuan and others became more and more wary of the existence of dragons, and the murderous intention in their hearts also skyrocketed. A sound of footsteps sounded in the corridor outside the cell. Advertisement. Soon Shiryu, arrogance and jealousy stopped at the door of Long's cell. Long frowned and secretly speculated on the purpose of Shiryu and the others. Click. The door is opened. Someone wants to see you. Who? We'll know when we get there. Long Xin secretly guessed. Soon he followed the 3 people through the elevator and arrived at the 5.5th floor entrance where there was no button. Where is this place? Long Xin estimated the time it took for the elevator to go up, but found that it didn't match the time it took for it to go down. But soon he stopped guessing. Renovate the interior. Luo and Crow suddenly appeared through Haikyang, making Long's eyes widen. Crow, why do you appear here? If Shiryu, arrogance and others were not escorting him, the dragon might think that the crow was coming to save him, but in this situation, it was obvious that he was not coming to save him. Long, why do you ask even though you know it? Crow looked into Long's eyes indifferently. Why? Long said in a low voice. Why? Because you betrayed the ideals of the Revolutionary Army. I have given you a chance, but you chose to let it go. Long was a little confused. What are you talking about? When did I betray the Revolutionary Army? Remember that son of yours. Crow reminded. Advertisement. Long's pupil shrank, just because of Luffy. Ha ha ha, do you really not understand, or are you just pretending to be stupid? Crow laughed angrily. Your son wants to be One Piece, but you let it go, so why are you a revolutionary? I said, this is Luffy's ideal, and I respect his ideal. Kite said with a gloomy face. Crow sneered and sneered, haha, this is disloyal to the revolution. You can't even educate your own son well, and you still want to save the world with your tricks? What a big joke. Is this why you defected to world government? Long asked. Ha ha ha. Shiryu took off the cigar. Hey, who said we are from the world government? Nanny. Long's eyes widened for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something and stared at the crow. You joined the Liberator Organization? Impel Down City has been controlled by the Liberator Organization. Correct answer. Shiryu replied with a smile. The bad premonition in Long's heart became stronger and stronger. He just didn't understand why the Liberator Organization did this. I don't understand, why are you targeting me? The arrogance that had never spoken answered Long's doubts. Have you ever heard of a saying? Eliminate the roots. Since we have become enemies, there is no need to be merciful. Jealousy began to kill people and punish his heart. Garp died in our hands, your son also died in our hands, and we secretly guided the White Earth Island to be discovered. Do you think we will let you go? You deserve to die. Long was completely angered, and veins popped up on his forehead. Jealousy attacked again with a venomous tongue. From the time you were stubborn, from the time you secretly investigated the Kingdom of Dawn, you had a way to die. Don't talk like a white lotus. Dragon roared hysterically, Luffy and the others are just children. You are so heartless. The crow was also very angry. Child? I gave him a chance, but he keeps saying he wants to be One Piece. Why don't we kill this kind of person? Are we still waiting for him to grow up and go to sea to harm the sea? You. Long was extremely angry. Luo on the side quickly reminded, okay, everyone, it's time for us to get down to business. You go ahead. But world government and bear have my lifeline. Long sneered and looked at Crow and the others. The arrogant eyes were so calm. Haha, we didn't say we wanted to kill you. He took out several demon contracts, then cut the dragon's fingers open and signed the demon contracts with the other person's blood. This is... Before Long could figure it out, he felt the power of the devil fruit in his body disappear, because the suppression of Lychees on him disappeared. But he still couldn't break away from the shackles. Before entering the transformation room, Arrogance injected him with a special muscle activity inhibitor, causing him to be in a state of muscle weakness. Long was shocked. You can actually deprive a person with abilities of their devil fruit. Advertisement. Suddenly another voice sounded. I'm late. A figure came out of the black cavity, and it was Moria. Shishibukai. Dragon's heart stirred up a huge wave. Moria had no intention of chatting with Long. After all, he was not familiar with the other party. Soon the dragon's memory was stripped out, and then Luo cut off his frontal lobe, and Moria transformed him into a living dead general. Arrogance was still closing his eyes to rest. He was browsing the dragon's memory. Soon he opened his eyes. It turned out to be a premonition. He and Tyrant Bear didn't find anything unusual. I see, but what should I do with these memories? Envy asked. Arrogance handed the memory card to Moria. Give it to Moria. Let him store the memory in a shadow. If the tyrant comes to visit the prison again, Moria can personally control the shadow and fool the opponent. Anyway, he can't, time is running out. No problem. Moria put away the memory card. As for the future use of Long's body, he will definitely not appear in his true form. When the decisive battle begins, he will definitely change his appearance to the opponent. After all, some members of the Revolutionary Army still have feelings for dragons. It would be somewhat inappropriate for a living dead general to appear directly in the face of a dragon. Including Ivankov and Lightning, the same situation exists. Even if it is to use its corpse, it will use its ability to change its appearance. If someone asks afterward, the crime of killing Long and Ivankov can also be pushed to the world government. Anyway, those insiders in the world government will definitely be cleared out, and then they will die without any evidence. As the dragon was transformed, the hurricane fruit was also successfully recovered. The Liberator Organization is also rapidly advancing the progress of harvesting ability users within the city. There are currently 186 ability users in Impel Down City, and it is expected that all of them will be recycled and transformed before January next year. Moria, Luo, and others will help in Impel Down City in the near future. Among them, Moria used the prisoners of Impel City to create an army of the living dead, and has now produced hundreds of living dead generals. The strength of these living dead generals starts from Marine Headquarters Major Generals. Some of the raw materials are relatively good and can even reach the elite lieutenant general level. For example, the living dead general transformed with the body of a dragon is as powerful as an elite lieutenant general. The reason why his strength has deteriorated is that there is no way around it. He was stripped of the devil fruit, and lost Conqueror's dominance and memory. He can only fight with the mechanical memory implanted by Moria, and he can retain the strength of an elite lieutenant general. The blessing of relatively high raw materials. The various branches of the Liberator Organization have also become low-key recently, but secretly are frantically expanding various weapons and troops, and the number of high-level combat forces is also increasing day by day. Chapter 200 Investigation. At the same time, the tyrant bear who left Impel City did not go to the world government's secret scientific research base. The pacifist project is currently at a standstill because the 5 elders have asked Vegapunk to focus on Project Motherfire and Project Seraph. This resulted in the bear's transformation being delayed as well. As for Xiong's cheap daughter Boni, she was naturally secretly detained by Saint Satan and placed in the secret scientific research base. Advertisement. Since there is no need to cooperate with Vegapunk in research for the time being, Tyrant Bear can continue to operate on the sea. Of course, Saint Satan is not a good person. Although he decided to postpone the transformation of the bear, he asked the bear to secretly investigate the intelligence of the Liberator Organization, the Sky Empire, and the Kingdom of Germa. The bear has now arrived in the New World. New World. The Barbizon Islands under the Whitebeard Pirates. Shucky hid his identity and appeared here secretly. In a box on the second floor of a casino. The bear appeared expressionlessly on the balcony of the box. When you're here, come in. The bear pushed open the door and entered. Shucky was smoking while holding a large stack of information. Due to the previous disasters brought to Nine Snake Island and Rayleigh, Xiong felt very guilty. Is there anything you need my help with? Shucky put out the cigarette. I have been investigating Sky Empire's intelligence for the past year, and I have made some discoveries and speculations. What have you found? Xiong also wanted to know. After Shiki escaped from Impel Down, he came to New World to meet Newgate. He said that he wanted the pirates of the new era to see what real pirates are, and revealed to Newgate that he was preparing a big plan. Advertisement. Xiong was a little confused. I am on the world government side, and I am also collecting some intelligence. Isn't the Golden Lion's plan to strengthen the beast through potions, and then take revenge on the world government? That's right. Before this plan was discovered, Shiki had been preparing this plan. But after the plan was exposed, he disappeared for several years. During this period, what happened that caused such a huge change in him? I'm not familiar with Golden Lions. Shucky narrowed his eyes slightly. Me, Newgate and Shiki were once members of the Rocks Pirates. We know Shiki's character very well. He is not the kind of person with moral hygiene. But the Sky Empire I saw, but it's a scene of an utopia. Xiong didn't know what he was thinking. This is also abnormal. He suddenly gave up his identity as a pirate and became the emperor of a country. Even Conqueror's aura has changed. He even has physical skills more powerful than swordsmanship. It's like he has changed into a different person. Xiong then started to think about it. Could it be that after he used the surgical fruit to restore his youth, his strength improved further? This is indeed a possibility, but after investigating the ability users of past generations who had the fruits of surgery, I discovered a possibility that had been ignored before. A person with surgical fruit ability. Although Xiong obtained a lot of information from the world government obviously would not tell him the real information about the surgical fruit. Shucky nodded with a serious expression. The surgical fruit can not only cure diseases and perform immortality surgery, but also exchange the souls of living things. What? Xiong's eyes suddenly shrank under his glasses. You thought of it, right? Shucky asked in a positive tone. In other words, it is possible that Shiki's soul has been transferred to him now. Shucky nodded. Although this is just a guess, I combined the intelligence over the years and the huge changes in Shiki before and after, and I can basically confirm that the current Shiki is definitely not the Golden Lion I know. Although Xiong somewhat believed in this speculation, he did not think that this speculation could affect the Sky Empire. But even if it is like this, what's the use? Don't you find it strange? Why can't all the forces on the sea find any trace of the Kingdom of Dawn after searching for several years? This statement was like a nuclear bomb exploding in the bear's mind, and the bear's breathing suddenly became rapid. The Sky Empire is the Kingdom of Dawn? No. No, the current population of the Sky Empire has not increased significantly. There should be no such serious errors in the world government's intelligence. Xiong was still a little unbelievable. Then Xiong added, Long and I also secretly investigated various Sky Islands, and found no abnormalities. The Liberator Organization has robbed at least 200 million people around the world. With such a large population, although some of the Sky Empire is hidden, it's an empty island, but it can't accommodate so many people, not to mention that these people also need to eat. Advertisement. Your statement does make some sense, but don't forget one thing, that is, the Liberator Organization has large-scale space transfer capabilities. Perhaps the Sky Empire is just a part of the Kingdom of the Dawn. But now the entire sea has been searched? The Red Earth continent is the territory of the Celestial Dragons, so it can't be the bottom of the sea where the Kingdom of Dawn is hidden, right? Shucky continued his analysis. Don't forget the special spaces of some devil fruit users. If a user with space-type abilities awakens, they will most likely have a huge special space. Maybe the Kingdom of Dawn is hidden in that special space. Hey! Xiong's brain was a little confused, and after a while he said, now that we can't confirm the relationship between the Sky Empire and the Liberator Organization, we can't just disclose it in the newspaper, right? World government obviously won't do it because of a guess. And launch an all-out war against the Sky Empire. Of course, Shuki is very clear about this. Now if the world government fully attacks the Sky Empire, it will have to deploy at least half of Marine's strength to compete with the Sky Empire. If the Sky Empire is to be destroyed, the Marines must come out in force. Obviously this is unrealistic. Once the Marines are out, the Liberators will most likely launch a frantic attack on Paradise, South Blue, and Donghai. After losing more than half of South Blue and North Blue, and about 70% of New World, the world government can no longer afford to lose the remaining South Blue, Paradise, and Donghai. So we have to confirm the relationship between Sky Empire and the Liberators. This is so difficult. However, Shuki's eyes flickered. No, if you can capture a high-ranking person in the Sky Empire, and then use your ability to photograph the other person's memory, we may be able to find evidence from it. Capture the top executives of the Sky Empire. Xiong frowned. Shuki then picked up the stack of information just now. Judging from the internal structure of the Sky Empire, in addition to Shiki, its core executives are Lai Yang, Nico Robin, Blizzard Monet, Hermit. Midway there is a high probability that Black Maria, Doria, and others who joined it do not know its core secret. Hearing the names of the 4 core senior executives, Xiong smiled bitterly. I don't think we have the ability to capture them. Indeed, Nicole Robin can kill my hawk head on. Coupled with her weird fruit ability, there is basically no possibility of capturing her. Blizzard Monet and Logia are equally difficult to capture. Lai Yang is also very powerful, so there is probably no way to capture it. But that's not necessarily the case for that hermit. He is a user with the corrosion fruit ability. From the strength he has shown in previous battles, if you and I join forces and add the secret weapon I prepared, there is a high probability that we can capture the opponent. Shuki said at the end, with a hint of confidence in his eyes. Chapter 201 Concert. January 28, 1514 in the Haiwan calendar. New World, Kingdom of Dressrosa. With the help of the underground world, a concert called New Era was held here as scheduled. The Colosseum in Dressrosa was temporarily transformed into a concert venue. The reformed Shuki, the driving force behind this concert, was discussing quietly with a girl. Advertisement. Yuta, don't worry. You have to believe in yourself. Yes. Yuta, who had half white and half red hair, nodded. Yuta, who is just 13 years old this year, was abandoned by the red-haired Shanks several years ago in the ruins of the kingdom of Erechel, and was adopted by the former King Gordon. After Shuki encountered the extermination incident on Nine Snake Island last year, in addition to using the power of the Whitebeard pirates to carry out secret investigations, she also secretly collected information on other members of the Roger pirates. But she obviously overestimated the friendship among pirates. Most of the remaining members of the Roger pirates refused to take action again. On the one hand, it is because the Liberator organization is too strong. Yamato is mysterious. On the other hand, it is because these retired members of the Roger pirates are already very old. For example, Jabba the Bronze Axe, who is 2 years older than Rayleigh, is 70 years old this year. Ship Dr. Crocus is 67 years old this year. The younger Bullet was imprisoned in Impel Down again, and he was very cruel and ruthless. After searching around, Shuki thought of Yuta, who was abandoned by the red-haired Shanks in the kingdom of Erechel, and Buggy hidden in the East Daxia Sea. Buggy is also in the kingdom of Dressrosa at this time. That night, Yuta sang the theme song New Era. The Colosseum was crowded with people. Yuta. Yuta. The fireflies made of fluorescent sticks look like a sea of stars. The audience cheered one after another. Yutana's singing seems to have magic power, making all the audience immersed in it involuntarily. Backstage, Shuki, Buggy, and Gordon looked at Yuta on the stage, with different expressions on their faces. Shuki's face, full of vicissitudes of life, was full of calm. Gordon frowned, his heart full of sorrow. Advertisement. There was relief and determination in Buggy's eyes. At the same time, through the channels of the underground world, Shuki also sold the broadcast rights of the concert to the Morgans of World Economic News. Therefore, through the channels of WES, many places around the world have received the live broadcast of this concert. This caused Yuta's popularity to rise rapidly. However, considering the special relationship between Morgans and Sky Empire, Shuki did not come out to contact the other party in person. Instead, he wore several vests and asked Gordon to be Yuta's public agent. Buggy and his men followed Yuta in the name of Yuta's bodyguard group. The concert is over. The audience is still not satisfied. Morgans, who moved the temporary headquarters to Sky Empire, also received tonight's live broadcast. He put down the report. It's not bad. There are so many viewers watching the live broadcast. It seems that we can consider continuing to cooperate. President Morgans, should I contact Gordon? Well, if the live broadcast ratings of the next concert can maintain this level, I can come forward to help with the operation and let them hold a concert here in the Empire. Yes. Soon Gordon received a notice from Wes. After listening to what Gordon conveyed, Shucky showed a smile on his face. The plan is half successful. Ms. Shayeo, if it is within the Sky Empire, even if it is successful, how will we evacuate then? Gordon was very worried. Don't worry. I have found the tyrant bear among the Shishibukai. He can use his power to send us to a safe island. Shucky was confident. After all, with the ability of the tyrant bear, even if they fail, they will not be trapped by the people of the Sky Empire. As long as not all the senior officials of the surrounding Sky Empire were present when the time came, she would be sure to escape unscathed. Shucky has been paying attention to the Sky Empire and is currently among the top executives of the Sky Empire. Blizzard Monet, Explosive Vapa and Hunting Knife Dawes are all stationed in North Blue. The Blazing Sun and the Hermit are stationed in the New World. Shiki, Nico Robin and Black Maria are stationed in the Sky Province, the headquarters of the Sky Empire. The vast territory of Sky Empire makes it impossible for them to concentrate in one place for a long time. Shucky does not think that Shiki and others will gather here for a concert. Therefore, Shucky's target is naturally the Hermit stationed in the New World. As long as he is fast and concealed enough, he can obtain the memory of the Hermit before the Sky Empire can react, and then use the bear's ability to escape. Of course, Shucky also considered another risk. That is, if her guess is correct, the Sky Empire and the Liberator Organization are two sides of the same coin, and they must take the Liberator Organization into consideration. This is another reason why she wants to enter Sky Empire through concerts. Advertisement. Yuda's Song Fruit. According to Shank's original description, this fruit can create a huge world of song and pull everyone into a special world. As long as all the people on the island are pulled into the world of song when the time comes, they can use the world of song to isolate the phone bug's communication and trap the target inside. Shucky has prepared many plans for this. Just to make sure nothing goes wrong. Sky Empire. Sky Island Palace in Sky Province. Robin glanced at today's newspaper. World singer Yuda is about to start a concert tour. Yuda? Why does this name sound a bit familiar? Robin quickly recalled all the information in her mind, and suddenly she remembered the identity of the other party. The adopted daughter of the red-haired Shanks, the destroyer of the Eregil Kingdom, the user of the Song Fruit ability, the childhood sweetheart of Monkey D. Luffy, haha, is she another person related to the Son of Prophecy? Robin glanced at the tour schedule. Fini Island. Haitang Island. Bay Port. Kingdom of Sardinia. Bimgar Island. Haha, are you here for the Sky Empire? Are you here to avenge the red-haired pirates? Obviously Shucky didn't know that before they entered the Sky Empire, Robin had already integrated intelligence and analyzed that Yuda and his party might have bad intentions. This is the advantage that intelligence brings invisibly first. Shucky thought that no one knew Yuda's identity, but he didn't know that Noah had already included Yuda's information in the red-haired pirate's intelligence files. Therefore, as soon as Robin saw Yuda, he instantly felt familiar. Robin quickly called up Yuda's detailed information. A 13-year-old person with the Song Fruit ability can use special songs to summon the demon of song from thousands of years ago, suspected to be the remnant of the awakening product of a certain Song Fruit user. The ability can create a special space attached to it. This girl's ability is very tricky. If she can successfully summon the demon of song, or the world of song, or be sucked into this world, most people will really have no choice but to let it be slaughtered. Robin closed the intelligence file, his eyes flickering. Soon several instructions were secretly passed from the Sky Empire headquarters. Robin and Black Maria also disappeared on Sky Dome Island. At the same time, Noah also received a report from Robin. World Diva Yuda? To avenge red-haired Shanks. He didn't take a little girl seriously, but Robin wanted to go over to find out, and Noah didn't object. If the other party really wanted to cause trouble, Robin would naturally handle it. Chapter 202 The Way of the World. February 17, 1514 in the Haiwan calendar. More than half a month has passed since the last concert in Dressrosa Kingdom. Shucky took Yuda and his group to Fini Island, where the second concert was held. This island belongs to the Kingdom of Guntus and is one of the countries that joins the world government. Robin, Champagne, and Black Maria arrived at the Abaca port on Fini Island a week in advance, which is where the concert will be held. Advertisement. Coming. On the fifth-floor balcony of a hotel in the port, Robin, wearing a cowboy hat, put down her binoculars. She did not use telescope to observe the other person, because doing so would arouse the other person's telescope alert. Leaning next to the railing, the tall blonde middle-aged man shook the red wine glass. Is that half-red and white so-called world singer? Madam also likes music. Yes. Robin smiled at Champagne, who was pretending to be her husband. Black Maria, on the other hand, did not move openly due to her size. Watch the harbor sparkle as the sun sets. The two of them were lying on the beach chairs on the balcony, enjoying a moment of peace. As the sun sinks below the horizon, the wind is picking up. Ma'am, are you going for a walk? Well, dear, you should take a rest first. Be safe, ma'am. Night falls. Robin held a small handbag and walked slowly down to the first floor, wearing a light blue dress. Yuta and his party, who had just landed from the port terminal, also happened to arrive at the door of this hotel. The two sides are passing each other. After Shuki landed, he has actually maintained a small range of knowledge. It's a pity that she met Robin. Robin has learned a lot of strange knowledge from Noah. To put it bluntly, seeing, hearing and color is a special sensory ability, but it is essentially the body's supersensitive response to electromagnetic waves, magnetic fields, vibrations, light, sound waves, and the like. People with stronger sense of sight and hearing are more sensitive and sophisticated in their perception of the surrounding environment, and can often detect abnormal situations through subtle characteristics. However, at this time, Robin's magnetic field was not much different from that of ordinary people, and his walking movements and strength were also those of ordinary people. This is the special ability that Robin specially developed in order to disguise himself human Deo. In the human state, most of Robin's body power is in silence, but it is not completely silent. Advertisement. After all, humans are living creatures. If they are completely silent, they are equivalent to a dead thing. An active dead thing will be more eye-catching. The two sides passed each other. Neither Shuki, nor Buggy, nor Yuta, who can hear extremely small sounds, noticed anything unusual about Robin. Out the door. Robin did not go far, but booked a seat by the window in the cafe opposite. While drinking coffee, she flipped through a small travelogue that was only available in the local area. At the same time, Yuta and others also checked into the hotel room. And all the rooms on the second, third, and fourth floors are reserved. In the living room attached to the large room on the third floor of the hotel, Yuta and Buggy were feasting, while Gordon and Shuki were discussing the next thing in a low voice. On the oil painting of the Virgin Mary on the wall of the living room, the Virgin Mary looks at everyone with a smile. Ms. Sheyeo, Yuta's ability control is still a bit unstable. If we follow the current itinerary, we will arrive in the rapid province of the Sky Empire in about 5 months. Yuta can really pull the other party into the world of song. Faced with Gordon's worries, Shuki confidently said, "Kide, don't worry. Don't forget that I am the king of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Our kingdom has a special secret method for women to practice." "I hope so." Gordon still looked sad. Yuta, who was eating, took a knife and fork and said fiercely, "Uncle Gordon, I will definitely work hard, Shanks and Luffy will definitely bless me." "Ha ha ha, Yuta, eat more so you can have the strength to train." Buggy forked another large piece of steak to Yuta. "Well, I'll work hard. Uncle Buggy, you should also eat quickly." In the cafe opposite, the pages of Robin's travel notes turned into a comic book at some point. The comic content above is a live broadcast of Yuta, Shuki, and others. Peony. The king of the Amazon Lily Kingdom? So that's it, he is Shuki, Pluton Rayleigh's old sweetheart from the Sabayati Islands. Buggy. An intern of Roger Pirates and a good friend of red-haired Shanks. Is it a plan to take action in Liang province? Just these few old, weak, sick and disabled people? Who gave them the courage? Do they have any hidden methods? A series of thoughts flashed through Robin's mind. That Yuta's song fruit ability can destroy the entire kingdom of Elagur, which is indeed a bit threatening, but nothing more. It's not that Robin is arrogant. Advertisement. She had read the secret investigation report on the incident in the kingdom of Eregil, and knew that Yuta had inadvertently summoned the Demon King of Song, which led to the destruction of the kingdom. In the end, the red-haired pirates defeated the Demon King of Song through a wheel battle. It seems that the Demon King of Song can fight against the entire red-haired pirate group. The red-haired fragrance pirates still need to go through wheel battles to defeat each other. Many people may think that the Demon King of Song can be comparable to a general-level master. But if the opponent of the Song Demon King was Robin at that time, the opponent would not be able to hold on for even a minute. The reason is very simple, Robin will directly break Yuta's neck. Apparently the red-haired Shanks chose to defeat the Demon King of Song through consumption in order to save his adopted daughter's life. If there is no need to consider Yuta's life, killing the Esper directly is the best way to remove the Devil Fruit's ability. This is why Robin thinks Yuta has nothing to fear. Robin, who was thinking, suddenly raised her eyebrows and discovered a blind spot. Luffy. In other words, Yuta and Shuki knew that Luffy was dead? And they thought that the Sky Empire killed Luffy? No, how could they suspect this matter to the Sky Empire? After reorganizing the entire situation of the Nine Snakes incident in her mind, she soon noticed an overlooked point. Is it the island that was moved? Shiki has the ability to easily move the island, so he has become the target of Shuki's suspicion. We really cannot underestimate these sewer rats in the underground world. It's a pity that this is a town and it's not suitable to take action here, so I'll let you live for a few more days. Robin closed the travel diary, put down 6,000 belly, and returned to the room on the 5th floor of the hotel. At the same time, after Shuki finished eating, he also returned to his room. She took out a bug-proof phone and dialed a number. Where have you been? The Cree Islands. Have you not entered Sky Empire yet? I have never been to any of the islands in the Sky Empire. There is no way I can fly myself there directly. As soon as possible. And it's best to visit every island. I'm not sure which island the Hermit will appear on. In a week, I will enter the Rapids province of the Sky Empire via commercial ships. Please. The two thought their conversation was airtight. Little did he know that the murals in the room recorded all of this. Robin returned to his room. As soon as I opened the travel journal, I saw the comics that had just been updated. Chapter 203 The bear surrenders itself to the trap. Robin looked at the contents of the comic screen. Slap yourself away. You can't use it if you haven't been there? I see, is it the ability of the meatball fruit? The tyrant bear in Shishibukai. In an instant, she analyzed the other party's identity. After all, the information about Tyrant Bear has been figured out by the winery for a long time. Especially his relationship with Long and his sudden trip to Impel Down some time ago have attracted the winery's great attention. If there is a road to heaven, you don't take it, if there is no door to hell, you just go through it. Advertisement. Robin quickly edited a text message about the incident and notified Shiki through his biological communication phone, asking him to pay attention to the whereabouts of the Tyrant Bear. Sky Empire, Sky Island Palace. After Shiki read Robin's text message, a look of solemnity appeared on his face, seeking death. In fact, the Liberator organization has long wanted to kill the Tyrant Bear, but this guy has been elusive and it is difficult to pinpoint the opponent's specific location. Previously, inside Impel Down City, I was worried that a fight with the other party would cause the world government to become suspicious. Now that the other party dared to enter the Sky Empire alone, Shiki immediately decided to take full action to kill this dangerous factor. Soon he asked the winery to locate the phone bug based on the phone bug number provided by Robin. Although anti-phone bugs can prevent content from being eavesdropped by phone bugs, it does not mean that the location of the number cannot be located. Especially after knowing that this number was Tyrant Bear's phone bug number, his location was immediately locked. This number locating technique is very simple. As long as you dial this number, the other party's phone bug will respond, but you cannot continue dialing. You only need to dial for 1 second and then hang up immediately. The other party's phone bug will not ring, but it will respond briefly. In this way, its location can be accurately positioned every once in a while. Although Tyrant Bear and Shuki were cautious and used anti-eavesdropping phone bugs to communicate, it was a pity that the technological development speed of the Liberator organization was changing with each passing day. Using the old ideas from the past to defend against the Liberation organization has no effect at all. While Shiki asked the winery to keep an eye on the Tyrant Bear, he notified Becky and Sil to come over. Becky appeared directly in front of Shiki through the space castle inside the palace. Shiki, what's the matter? Becky asked, smoking a cigar. Sil went directly to the wine cabinet nearby and picked up a bottle of sherry to quench his thirst. There is a target that requires your action. Shiki handed the Tyrant Bear's intelligence file to Becky. Becky flipped through it, and after a while, he raised his head. Hey! Tyrant Bear, this guy is indeed an unstable factor, and his ability is very difficult. That's why I asked you to join forces. No problem. The winery will notify you of his specific location via text messages regularly. Advertisement. See you later, Sil is gone. Sil, who had stolen more than a dozen bottles of good wine, followed Becky and disappeared into the palace. 3 days later. The World Diva's second concert at Fini Island came to a successful conclusion, and the live broadcast ratings of the World Economic Society reached a new high. This made Morgans tempted and began to operate within the Sky Empire. At the same time, inside the governor's palace of the province, Lai Yang also received Morgan's application. He put down the document. This Birdman is really not afraid of death as always. It doesn't matter, let's put it aside for now. Anyway, when the person disappears, he will have to admit that he is unlucky. Becky was also here at this time. Suddenly, a text message popped up on his phone. The passenger ship Doom that the target is traveling on will arrive at the port of Gute Island in the Fierce province in 2 hours. The guest is here, I'll go over and entertain him. Becky and Sir appeared in Good Harbor in an instant. This port is just a supply port, and it needs to pass through 3 islands on the way before reaching the core area of the Riptide province. On the channel on the east side of the port, a huge castle was built at some point. There is a waterway under the castle. All ships that want to enter the core area of the Fierce province must pass through the security waterway under the castle. More than 2 hours later, the passenger ship Doom sailed slowly towards the huge castle waterway. Looking at the huge waterway in front of me and passing the camouflaged bear, I subconsciously felt that this gate was like a bloody mouth. He immediately used the haki of sensing and hearing and sensed it carefully. But no abnormality was noticed. Although his knowledge can predict the future for 3 seconds, the future of 3 seconds is too short. As the Doom slowly entered the castle waterway, the bear's expression changed as he was about to go out to the deck. Boom! The huge gates on both sides of the waterway fell instantly. What's going on? The sailor on the ship looked confused. The captain and guests also panicked. The bear made a quick decision, quickly slapped himself away, and rushed towards the glass window above the door. Boom! However, the bear wrapped in bubbles could not break through the thin glass window, and his face was extremely solemn. Suddenly, the surrounding buildings quickly deformed, completely separating the passenger ship and the bear into different areas. Advertisement. Looking at the constantly changing walls around him, Xiong picked up the phone and tried to call Shuki, but found that there was no signal. Welcome to my world. Becky, who was wearing a black coat, and Sil, who was wearing a burgundy suit, slowly walked out from a balcony and looked down at the bear in a cloak. Capone Becky? The godfather of the West Blue Gang? The user with the castle fruit ability. Davis Seal, a subordinate of the terrifying weapon Doria, a user with the slowness fruit ability. After Xiong saw the two of them, his heart sank. Becky put out the cigar. Although I know you are very stupid, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Are you all from the Liberators? Oh? How did you find out? Becky was a little curious. It turns out to be true. Xiong knew that he would never be able to escape today, and thinking of the other party's user with the surgical fruit ability that could replace his soul, he made a painful decision in an instant. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped his head hard. However, the next moment, a pink light filled the entire chamber. The bear's movements instantly slowed down 1,000 times. It's a pity that my fruit has awakened. Sil leaned against the railing and looked at the smart bear with a mocking face. Damn it! Move it! The armed domineering energy in the bear's body surged crazily, trying to break away from the slow force field that slowed the light. But Becky wasn't going to give him a chance. A ball of flesh-colored liquid quickly rushed towards the bear, directly smearing his face. Countless tentacles quickly emerged from the liquid, and at the same time, it was wrapped with dense sea-floor stone particles, wrapping the bear's body from top to bottom. No. Feeling that his body was getting weaker and weaker, as well as the silence of the devil fruit's ability, all of this made the bear fall into despair. 30 seconds passed. The slowness field disappeared. But the bear became a prisoner without the power to resist. Bonnie, I'm sorry, I'm going to break my promise. What a ridiculous, pathetic, hateful weakling. The bear didn't answer. Forget it, there's no need to talk nonsense with people like you. Suddenly the bear said, Can I ask you something? If one day you meet my daughter, don't tell her that I died in your hands. Haha, yes, if she keeps to herself, I won't embarrass a little girl. Becky didn't care. Thank you. Xiong gave up resistance completely. Chapter 204 Decisive. As the bear is captured, the opponent's devil fruit abilities are immediately stripped away. However, others were not transformed, but were imprisoned in the Hell of Bones in Impel Down City. Other side. Shuki Yuta and his team just set off from Fini Island. After sailing for less than 8 hours, they encountered an oncoming pirate ship. Advertisement. Sister Shuki, I'll go take care of them. Buggy volunteered, instantly leaving his feet behind and flying the rest of his body towards the incoming pirate ship. The other bodyguards on the ship also quickly launched their cannons and aimed at the pirate ship opposite. Boom boom boom. The next moment, Shuki's eyes widened, because she sensed a terrifying danger from what she had seen. However, it's too late. In the cabin, the sleeping Yuta was wrapped in flower petals that appeared instantly, and the coma toxin immediately made her sleep more soundly. Damn! Shuki rushed into the cabin and saw the woman wearing a cowboy hat in front of her and Yuta wrapped in a cocoon. She rushed towards her waving her dagger. Let go of Yuta. Robin didn't answer at all. In an instant, countless arms wrapped with armed domineering colors appeared in every corner of the ship. Ah! Help! Click! Click! In an instant, hundreds of bodyguards and Gordon had their necks broken by Robin, and died very cleanly. Shuki's armed domination surged crazily. When she saw the arms suddenly popping up around her, she knew that the woman in front of her was Nicole Robin. Just when Robin was about to capture her, Shuki suddenly showed a trace of black blood at the corner of his mouth. Cough cough cough. Sensing Shuki's life breath disappearing rapidly, Robin stopped and frowned slightly. Would you choose to commit suicide? Ahem, I lost, but I also won, poof. Advertisement. As the last mouthful of poisonous blood spurted out, Shuki's body fell down, and then a large amount of blood flowed out from his body. In just a few minutes, even the body was completely corroded by the poison. It's really troublesome. It seems that this woman came here with the determination to die. She must have guessed something before using her own life as a test. However, Robin was not too worried, because the layout of the Liberator organization has basically been completed, and even if something unexpected happens on the Sky Empire side, it will not affect the overall situation. Carrying Yuta out of the cabin. She then saw Buggy, who looked like a dead dog, with Black Maria beside her. Hey? Where is that woman? She committed suicide. Hearing this, Black Maria frowned. Suicide? It seems that she came prepared. Well, after recovering the fruits of these two guys, we will return to Revolving Heaven Dome Island immediately. This matter needs to be discussed with other people. Through the emergency access card, Robin and Black Maria took the two captives into the core area of the castle space and handed the two captives to the person in charge of the Devil Fruit Recycling Center. Soon the two of them returned to the Royal Palace of Tianxing Island. After listening to Robin's explanation, Shiki showed a trace of helplessness on his face. She is really a cunning woman. She really deserves to be engaged in underground intelligence, but she was tricked. Right now. Becky also appeared in the palace holding a document. The situation is a bit troublesome. According to the information we obtained from Tyrant Bear, the woman named Shuki secretly joined the Whitebeard Pirates last year and became the secret intelligence leader of the Whitebeard Pirates. Furthermore, through the Nine Snake Island incident, the other party also analyzed that the Sky Empire may be part of the Kingdom of Dawn. The purpose of holding a concert under the guise of this time is to capture the Hermit, and then use the ability of the Tyrant Bear to obtain the Hermit's memory. After listening to Becky's description, Robin knew what Shuki's backhand was, but she also felt a headache about how to deal with the next mutation. What should we do now? Do we want to directly destroy the Whitebeard Pirates? There's no need. Shiki shook his head. So what if the Whitebeard Pirates know? He won't go to war with us just for a Shuki. As for whether he will leak this matter, it actually doesn't matter anymore, because if he doesn't leak it, the intelligence channels Shuki left in the Sabayati Islands will also leak this matter to the underground world. Robin suggested, do we need to hold an emergency meeting? Shiki nodded. I will notify Noah, and an emergency meeting is expected to be held soon. Noah on the moon. A joint report from Robin, Shiki, and others was soon received. After reading the report, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Although he was beaten to death by Shuki the blind cat, Noah didn't care too much. With the frequent activities of the Liberator organization on the sea, it will be increasingly difficult to keep it secret. Therefore, he had already expected that the secrets of the Liberator organization, the Sky Empire, the Kingdom of Germa, the Shishibukai spies, and even the moon base camp would be leaked. Advertisement. In fact, there was only one leak at this point in time, and Noah was already very satisfied. However, now that the secret has been leaked, Noah doesn't plan to hide anymore. He quickly notified various cadres and held an emergency meeting inside the castle space. Less than half an hour. All senior leaders and core combat forces of the Liberator organization appeared in the castle space. Inside the huge round table. When Noah saw that everyone had arrived, he said, I believe everyone has received a brief report. Some of our intelligence may be exposed, such as the relationship between the Sky Empire and the organization. Everyone should be prepared. Prepare. Are we going to start a full-scale war? Vic geared up. Noah nodded. Well, it's probably just a few months. Crow wiped his glasses. Leaking secrets is expected. The staff has already formulated a combat plan. I will send you the part of the combat plan that you are each responsible for later. Robin asked, will the Sky Empire's population be completely transferred? Crow nodded. Of course, not only the Sky Empire, but also the ordinary people of Rum Kingdom and Germa Kingdom will be transferred. Only combatants and intelligence personnel will be left in each war zone. Robin continued to ask, is the settlement area on the moon side enough? Enough. The person who answered her was Aja, who is also one of the people in charge of the lunar infrastructure. Our population on the moon in the past few years is 370 million, and the newly expanded underground city is enough to accommodate 1.5 billion people. Robin heard that it could accommodate 1.5 billion people and put aside some of his previous worries. The total population of Blue Star is actually not that big, probably around 1.28 billion people. After all, many small island countries only have a population of several hundred thousand. Countries with large populations such as the Kingdom of Alabasta, the Kingdom of Flowers, and the Kingdom of Goa only have tens of millions of people. As Crow distributed the various plans he had made before to everyone, the war machine of the entire Liberator organization was finally about to be fully activated. The Liberator organization, which has been preparing for this moment for so many years, will finally conquer the sea and engage in an unprecedented decisive battle with the world government. At the same time, the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard looked at the burned life paper in his hand, and then opened the letter that Shuki left before leaving. After reading this letter, Whitebeard looked very ugly, but considering the terrifying nature of the Liberator organization, he did not intend to make this matter public. However, Shuki anticipated Whitebeard's reaction. Soon, information about the Sky Empire and the Liberator Organization appeared in the underground world and began to spread rapidly around the world. Chapter 205 The Calm Before the Storm. March 27, 1514 in the Haiwan calendar. The chain reaction caused by Shuki's death finally caused a huge wave as a piece of information spread in the underground world. New World. The main fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. Dead. Foil Bitta's face was extremely ugly. This matter. Advertisement. Whitebeard waved his hand. I already know. You inform Kiazi and the others that from now on, all members of the Whitebeard pirates will gather, including all affiliated pirate groups. Yes, Dad. Bittas quickly went to inform all the captains. Whitebeard looked at his hometown not far away, his face full of tangle and helplessness. Although his body has not aged to its later state, after losing Marco as the ship's doctor and Teach's betrayal, Whitebeard's the body deteriorated suddenly. Silly sons. If I die, how will you small boats face the huge waves of this new era? He finally made up his mind at this time, and was going to train the members of the Whitebeard pirates severely while he still had the strength, so that they could no longer let them loose. In fact, Whitebeard was already blaming himself. He blamed himself for being too tolerant to these children in the past, which led to the fact that these children's strength has not improved much. In fact, the potential of Josie, Bittas, and others is very good. Even if they cannot become general-level masters, they can still become elite lieutenant generals, or even quasi-generals. However, Whitebeard's protection and connivance over the years have caused the strength of Josie and others to remain stagnant. On the contrary, Teach, who has been holding back, has been secretly training his strength. It's a bit late to wake up now. New World. 10,000 Kingdoms, Cake Island. Well, there is indeed something wrong with that BD Shiki. I already felt something was wrong. I didn't expect that his soul had been replaced by the Liberator Organization. Damn it. Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth. Bayo Bayo, Katakuri, Perospero, Smoothie, First Mate, Cracker, and others on the side also looked solemn. Longbread suggested in a low voice, Linlin, you can't be willful now. Let Baron Eggy go to the Whitebeard pirates immediately. We need to form an alliance as soon as possible. An alliance. Charlotte Linlin frowned. Obviously she didn't like Whitebeard very much, but this time she knew that she really couldn't be willful. Well, let Baron Eggman go to the Whitebeard pirates bar. Bayo Bayo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that his aunt would not listen to her advice, so he quickly added. Linlin, although we are forming an alliance, we will definitely not listen to each other's orders. Therefore, I suggest that both sides choose a relatively close sea area. It is best not to exceed 200 kilometers away. This way, if something happens to one side, we can immediately provide support. Advertisement. Well, okay. In addition, I suggest giving up part of the annexed territory. I also asked Baron Eggman to inform Whitebeard of this suggestion. He should understand my idea. Now the territory of our two pirate groups is sandwiched between the Sky Empire and the world government. This is terrible. Not a good sign. Upon hearing the proposal of Baguette, Charlotte Linlin showed a trace of tangle and reluctance on her face. Katakuri also quickly spoke, Mom, if we don't give up those territories, once the world government and the Liberator Organization go to war, we will definitely be affected. Perospero also quickly persuaded, Mom, let's shrink our sphere of influence now, and when both the world government and the Liberator Organization are defeated, we can double our expansion. Although Perospero's words were a bit of a pie-in-the-sky idea, they did speak to Auntie's heart. Okay. Well, let's let the Liberators and the world government bite each other first. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Marie Joya. Among powers. The five elders looked at the information in their hands with uncertain expressions. What do you think? Saint Nashao Lang was somewhat doubtful about the authenticity of this information. Satan Saint squinted his eyes, the surgery fruit does have the ability to replace the soul. Considering that the golden lion's body can be rejuvenated, he must have been transformed by someone with the ability to use the surgery fruit. Then there is indeed a possibility that his soul will be replaced. Saint Peter touched his stubble and analyzed, we didn't pay much attention to the internal situation of the Sky Empire before. Now that we have re-examined it, the Sky Empire is indeed an utopia, which is not in line with the character of the Golden Lion. The holy words of Vachalai are full of entanglement and anger. If the Empire of the Sky is part of the Kingdom of the Dawn, how should we respond? Now the National Treasure still has energy reserves for 2 strikes. Do you want to use it once? Saint Satan suggested. Saint Nashulang shook his head, it's useless. The Sky Empire's ruling area is too vast, and the core Sky Province can be moved at any time. If the National Treasure is allowed to enter the New World, given the importance the Sky Empire attaches to the sky, I am worried about the National Treasure's traces will leak. At this moment, the CP chief hurriedly knocked on the door and came in. My lords. Our personnel lurking in the Rapids and Blizzard provinces of the Sky Empire were killed. Based on the feedback from these intelligence officers before they died, the Sky Empire is evacuating ordinary civilians everywhere. Damn it! They are not asking for it. Saint Wuchulai was furious. Saint Nashulang stood up. It seems that we don't need to continue to be suspicious here. Everyone, let's go to the flower room together. Good. The 5 elders quickly arrived among the flowers. I'm looking at the information in his hand, coupled with the concise report from the 5 elders on the side, he figured out the cause and effect of the matter. Mom knows, you should go all out. You must delay time and let Vegapunk develop the mother fire as soon as possible. Advertisement. The 5 elders knelt on one knee not far away and shouted in unison, Kide, as you command, my lord. As I'm agreed with the 5 elders to go all out, the 5 elders also quickly mobilized their troops to prepare for an all-out crusade against the New World. At the same time, Marine's main headquarters is Malinfando. After receiving underground information, Sengoku and he had not yet made a decision when the 5 elders called. Warring States, let Sakazuki destroy that node island immediately. Yes. Warring States didn't hesitate at all. The moment he received the information, he was determined to kill Sky Empire. After all, Garp, Zifa, Jiakai and others died tragically at the hands of the Liberator Organization, and the old and new grudges were settled together. Coupled with the orders of the 5 elders, he no longer cares about the life and death of the participating countries in New World, and wants to destroy the Sky Empire first by destroying New World. The G0 base on New World Jigakudani Island. Sakazuki received Sengoku's instructions. He went directly to the crater on the island without telling the other marine soldiers at the base. 3-headed dog of hell. The terrifying magma beast surged crazily and crashed into the crater with extremely violent force. As Sakazuki launched a crazy attack, the ground and sea surface of the entire Hell Valley Island began to shake, and the ground continued to crack. What's going on? Not good. The volcano has erupted. How is it possible? Your Majesty, General, we are still on the island. Run! The marine soldiers who reacted cried and ran towards the port. But Sakazuki moved too quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Hell Valley Island was flooded by magma from the volcanic eruption. Countless soldiers did not die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of their own people. What an ironic reality! Chapter 206 Crisis and Opportunity. Sakazuki looked at the G0 base submerged in magma, with a cold look on his face. Your sacrifice is worth it, for absolute justice. As the volcano on Hell Valley Island erupts crazily, the surrounding strata did begin to show signs of instability, with small earthquakes occurring one after another. Sakazuki did not continue to stay on Hell Valley Island, but spit out lava from his feet and flew towards the G1 base at the entrance of New World. Advertisement. In recent years, world government and Marine have carried out a comprehensive renovation of the G1 base as a precaution. Including giving Kyuzen the ability to use frozen fruits, he artificially transformed the island where the G1 base is located, giving it a huge glacier covering an area of more than 8,000 square kilometers. The height of these glaciers is generally more than 500 meters. At the same time that Sakazuki destroyed Hell Valley Island, Marine also abandoned most of its strongholds in the New World and evacuated as many personnel as possible to the G1 base, or to the Marineland and Sabayati Islands in the park. Kyuzen stood on the ice city of G1, looking at the sea of New World. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared not far away. Kyuzen, how is the situation? Kyuzen shook his head. There has been no abnormality yet. It is estimated that a major earthquake in New World will take some time to erupt. Is that so? I'll go pick up Sakazuki first. Porisalino immediately turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the depths of the New World at high speed. Kyuzen looked at the sea, his eyes full of entanglement and dissatisfaction. Apparently, he still couldn't let go of Sakazuki's ruthlessness. A pink figure appeared behind him. I know it's hard for you, but now is not the time for infighting, Kyuzen. Did staff he ask you to come here? Kyuzen did not look back. Jun, who was holding a cigarette, made no excuses. Yes. Sister, he is worried about a conflict between you and Sakazuki. Kyuzen shook his head expressionlessly. Conflict? Let's wait until he returns to G1 alive. Jun naturally heard what Kyuzen meant. She knew that whether Sakazuki could return to G1 safely was indeed unknown. The destruction of Hell Valley Island will definitely be noticed by all forces in New World. After all, this island is too sensitive. Now Sakazuki's behavior has undoubtedly offended all the forces in the New World, including those affiliated countries, Elbaf, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates. Among these forces, the Liberator organization behind Sky Empire is undoubtedly the most likely to take action. This was also the reason why the Warring States period immediately sent Porisalino to respond. Kyuzen ignored Jun, and he moonwalked into the air, and then appeared on the sea. Advertisement. Super Ice Age. Click, click. The sea surface was frozen instantly and spread rapidly in all directions. Wanli Ice City. Boom boom boom. The ice surface shook slightly, and a great wall of ice reached a height of more than 500 meters and a width of about 1 kilometer, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Kuzan did not stop, but continued to thicken and raise the ice city. He was worried that after the destruction of the ley line node, major earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis throughout the New World would exceed the limits he had previously estimated. Therefore, he must strengthen the defense of the sea area around the G1 base as soon as possible. This can only be done by him. Frozen fruits are indeed very handy in building a defense system in a marine environment. Of course, Aramaki's forest fruit can also do it, but the speed is not fast enough, and the scale is also limited by the land area. When the soldiers at the G1 base saw the ice city rising from the ground outside, some of the shadows in their hearts dissipated. Snap! Click! Well, that's so cruel and ruthless. As expected of a world government, it didn't hesitate to destroy the entire New World. Charlotte Linlin crushed the dining table in front of her. Sparrow hurriedly walked in. Mom, I have contacted the Sea Transport King. He is willing to take us to West Blue, but the condition is to protect him. Promise him that we will evacuate New World as soon as possible. Although Charlotte Linlin sometimes has a bad mind, facing the huge crisis of destroying the entire New World, she still chose run very conscientiously. The Big Mom pirates directly abandoned the territory of all nations and quickly evacuated to West Blue. Whitebeard pirates. After receiving the news of the destruction of Hell Valley Island, Whitebeard also had a gloomy face. Damn world government. They really did this. Dad, what should we do now? Jose was so frightened that he lost his mind. The other captains of affiliated pirate groups present were also worried. Whitebeard rubbed his temples to relieve the headache that seemed to be exploding. He didn't want to protect his territory, but it was a pity that the ability of the shaking fruit was biased towards destruction, rather than the comprehensive auxiliary ability of the fluttering fruit. But looking at his hometown not far away, Whitebeard decided to stay. My sons, Dad is not old enough to hold a knife yet, but I have a grey beard. Advertisement. Boom. A terrifying force of conqueror's dominance rose into the sky, breaking away the white clouds in the sky and smoothing the waves within dozens of kilometers around it. Gilu, you are indeed a father. Ha ha ha, as long as Dad is here, we will be fine. Call. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at the performance of his sons, Whitebeard sighed secretly in his heart. Obviously, these children still relied too much on his protection. They were at a loss when encountering any problems and became confused. As expected, it was difficult for them to take on major responsibilities. Sky Empire. Birdman Morgans hurriedly appeared in Li Yang's office. Lord Li Yang. Oh no, Hell Valley Island has been destroyed, New World is over. Li Yang was very calm. What are you afraid of? Hey. Of course Morgans is not afraid of New World being destroyed, because he can control the albatross to fly away. Now he runs here just to show off in front of the blazing sun. I have something to ask you to help me with. I wonder if you are willing. Morgans is like a chicken pecking at rice. I am willing to serve Lord Li Yang. It is my honor. Why don't you ask first? What if I want your life? Li Yang teased with a half smile. Haha. Lord Li Yang is so funny. Although Morgans was a little scared, he believed in his instincts. Noah didn't do anything to him at first, so he wouldn't do it now. Okay, the thing is very simple. Use your news bird to quickly publicize the extinction crisis in the New World, and at the same time announce the causes and consequences of this matter. I want the world government and marine to become street rats in the New World. Morgans patted his chest. No problem, I'll rush it right away. Give me 5 hours, and the whole world will receive free newspapers and live news. Go for it. The Birdman flew away in a hurry. But Li Yang has not been idle. The current administrative structure of the Sky Empire has been officially cancelled, and its 1.73 million soldiers have been reorganized simultaneously. They are under the jurisdiction of the Blue Star New World Theater of the Kingdom of Dawn. Among them, 1.5 million soldiers were reorganized into the 8th Army, the 9th Army, and the 10th Army. These 3 armies will be responsible for controlling the entire New World. Now all forces are frantically escaping the New World, which allows the Liberator organization to easily control the entire New World. In addition to Shiki and other core combat forces to deal with marine and world government, these large armies are responsible for attacking various islands and cities. Therefore, this operation must seize time and take down the entire New World before all forces react. Chapter 207 Reactions from all parties. New World. Kingdom of Dressrosa. King Liku's family looked at the newspapers that had just been thrown down by the newsbird, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Father. What should we do? The second princess Violet, looked anxious. I have seen Marine General Kuzan freezing the sea near G1. It seems that this is true. Cyrus clenched his fists. Damn it. The world government is ignoring all the new world's participating countries. Advertisement. Father, my daughter doesn't know whether she should say something or not. Scarlet, the eldest princess who has withdrawn from the royal family, hesitated to speak. King Rico looked at his eldest daughter and said with a wry smile, Scarlet, is there anything else you can't say now? Scarlet took a deep breath, and then said slowly, Father, sister, let's give up our royal status. Nanny. King Rico was startled by his eldest daughter's words. As the future heir to the throne, Violet began to think thoughtfully. She had probably guessed what her sister was thinking. Violet gently opened the curtains and looked at the panicked citizens in the city. She seemed to have made up her mind. Father, I agree to my sister's proposal and give up my royal status in the kingdom of Dressrosa. King Rico was not reluctant to part with the throne, but he did not understand the intention of giving up his royal status. How will this help the current disaster? Scarlet revealed his intention. Father, contact the liberators. Handing over the kingdom of Dressrosa to them is the only way to save all citizens. King Rico slumped on the chair in despair. After a while, he nodded, I agree. As long as I can save everyone in the kingdom of Dressrosa, I am willing to give up my royal status. Cyrus, you will lead me immediately. King's army, pacify all the people. Yes, your majesty. Cyrus' admiration for King Rico became even stronger. Scarlet turned to look at her sister. Violet, you should have the phone number of the big news Morgans, right? Violet nodded, I know, I will contact the other party immediately and ask the other party to convey my father's thoughts to the Liberator organization. Right now. King Rico's phone buzzed. He picked it up and took a look, and found that it was his friend Eliza Robert II, the current king of the kingdom of Province, who has the secret skill Fist of the King passed down from his family. King Rico quickly answered the phone. Eli, you haven't been to Dressrosa for a long time. Advertisement. Told, King Rico's name, you should have seen the newspaper just now, right? Well, I have seen it, and Violet has also seen Marine General Kuzan constantly building ice cities near G1. It seems that the content in the newspaper can basically be confirmed. I see, what are your plans? I plan to give up my royal status and let the liberators take over Dressrosa. Are you giving up your royal status? Elizabeth II, who was opposite, was silent for a moment and said helplessly. This is indeed a difficult decision. In this case, please help me tell the liberators that I am willing to give up my royal status and hand over King Province to them, as long as they protect the lives of my family. Can. Are you sure? Ha ha ha, Dolt, do we still have a choice now? Elizabeth II's words were full of disappointment and anger towards the world government. These franchise countries in New World suddenly became outcasts. Some of the cruel and unscrupulous kings and nobles had already purchased properties and industries in the Paradise a few years ago, and transferred the kingdom's assets to the Paradise. Obviously, they were ready to make arrangements for the Paradise at any time. Kings like King Rico and Elizabeth II were reluctant to part with the kingdom's foundation and were unwilling to give up the king's people, but instead left them tied up. An undersea cavity beneath the Red Earth continent. Fishman Island, Dragon Palace Kingdom. King Neptune, Princess Otohim, and 3 princes. Jinbei is the captain of the Sun Pirates and one of the Shishibukai. The left minister, the right minister and others. Looking at the information handed over by the Whitebeard pirates, everyone looked very solemn. Neptune pinched the information in his hand. Jinbei, is the situation on the sea really so serious now? Jinbei nodded. Dad didn't expect that Shiki's Sky Empire turned out to be the secret agent of the Liberator Organization. Now the strength of the Liberator Organization and the world government has become very close, at least on the surface. As for is there any hidden strength on both sides? I think there is. Minister Zhou's eyes widened. Jinbei, isn't that all the strength that the Liberator Organization is showing now? Jinbei nodded. Well, this organization has been hiding in secret. Judging from the fact that they evacuated most of South Blue, they definitely have a lot of power hidden. Advertisement. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air. At the same time, I also felt a bit creepy. After forcing himself to calm down the tremors in his heart, Neptune continued to ask, now that New World is facing destruction, the Liberator Organization should be in a hurry. Should we send the Whitebeard pirates to help? Jinbei shook his head. Dad said he doesn't need our help. Neptune frowned and asked, Jinbei, who do you think can win between the world government and the liberators? This. Jinbei couldn't tell at this time. He shook his head. Honestly, I don't know either. Both sides have hidden cards that they haven't used. It's probably difficult to tell clearly until the last moment. Where should the fishmen go? Neptune sighed. Husband, don't worry, we are at the bottom of the sea and there shouldn't be much danger for the time being. Otohim comforted her quickly. However, Jinbei secretly sighed in his heart that Princess Otohim was too naive. The conflict between the world government and the Liberator Organization is already so fierce now, and the battle will become more and more intense in the future. By then, both sides will definitely force the human race to take sides. Whether it is the world government or the Liberator Organization, there are a lot of ways to attack the fish people on the bottom of the sea. It is too difficult to remain neutral in this kind of world war. But Neptune secretly thought that if Shirahoshi could control the power hidden in his body, he might be able to compete with the world government and the Liberator Organization, or at least make both sides use their weapons. It's a pity that Shirahoshi is too young, and his personality is also a big problem. There is no time. The promised date has not yet arrived, but a huge war broke out in advance, and there is no trace of the successor of Joyboy. Can the fishmen really live in the sun? Neptune had many thoughts in his heart. Princess Otohime sensed her husband's sorrow through what she saw and heard, but she couldn't change everything in front of her. Suddenly Neptune stood up. Jinbei, no matter what happens in the future, the fishmen need strength to protect themselves. You will immediately recruit 50,000 troops from the Fishman Street. What? This amount? Jinbei's expression changed. Jinbei, we can't always rely on Whitebeard's protection. He will grow old and die one day. Moreover, the current world situation is extremely tense. Rather than letting Fishman Street become a factor of instability, it is better to include them in the king's army. Hearing this, Jinbei also understood Neptune's thoughts. He nodded, I will do my best next time. Please. Chapter 208 Huge War. April 5, 1514 in the Haiwan calendar. The three armies adapted from the Sky Empire drove flying battleships and quickly attacked the islands throughout the New World. Of course, the purpose of this operation is to absorb the population of each island, so the Liberator Organization has not been included in the strategy for the core area of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Kingdom of Elbaf, which they chose to defend. The Kingdom of Dressrosa in the New World. 20 flying airships floated over the King's Heights. Advertisement. A flash of lightning flashed in the palace square. Immediately on the deck of the Air Force ship, soldiers wearing universal base armor jumped down from above, using the base armor's basic biomimicry ability to spread their glider wings. Is this the power of the Liberator Organization? Violet looked shocked as she looked at the 6,000 warriors gliding down. Each one showed the characteristics of an animal-type ability user. On the side, King Liku and Queen, the eldest Princess Caslet, her husband Cyrus, and their daughter Baraka also stared with wide eyes. The next moment, the electric light condensed into a human form. Then a black voice unfolded next to Joshua. 5 figures came out of the black cavity, namely, Sil, the Apostle, the user with the slow fruit ability, Mantis, the user with the barrier fruit ability, Phosfu, the Apostle, the saber-toothed tiger fruit, Crow, the vampire fruit, Thunder, whole fruit. King Liku hurried forward and handed a large stack of information to Joshua. Hi, Liku told, this is the asset list and population registration file of the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Joshua did not go to pick him up. A guest is coming, I will go and greet him. Crow nodded, leave this place to me. At this moment, Violet's pupils shrank sharply. She raised her head and looked at the sky not far away, it's General Marine. 8-foot Megatama. Countless light bombs were fired at the entire Kingdom of Dressrosa. A whole world government. Are you trying to kill everyone? King Riku roared angrily. The country of barrier. Mantis made a special gesture with both hands. In an instant, the entire Kingdom of Dressrosa was wrapped by a huge barrier, like an upside-down glass bowl. Boom boom boom. The light bomb hit the barrier and exploded with a fierce explosion. The civilians of Dressrosa Kingdom were shocked. Damn it! It's Marine General Porisalano's ability. Is Marine going to destroy the Kingdom of Dressrosa? Run away! Look, there seems to be something blocking it. King Riku breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Crow calmly took the information from King Riku and flipped through the information without raising his head. Miss Violet, would you mind helping to check on the CP agents hidden in the Kingdom of Dressrosa? Violet nodded quickly. She knew that the Kingdom of Dressrosa was at a critical moment. You make arrangements. I will fully cooperate. Cyrus, take Phosfu to receive the King's army, and then bring all the civilians to the square of King's Heights in batches. I understand. Cyrus handed his daughter to his wife Caslet, follow your mother and leave immediately. Be safe. Caslet said with worry on his face. Phosfu and Cyrus quickly went with the Dawn warriors to receive the King's army. Ali is recharging his energy. Violet also began to adjust her breathing, preparing to concentrate on using her abilities to avoid being fooled by the spies. At the same time, over the Kingdom of Dressrosa, Porisalano also stopped attacking because Joshua had appeared in front of him. Just when the two sides were at war with each other, the ground and sea began to shake wildly. Boom! The small island on the side of Dressrosa, the island where the little humans live, has turned into a sea of fire. Fortunately, King Riku also notified the little humans before, asking them to go to the Sunflower on Dressrosa Island in advance. Temporarily living in Huahe district. Magma kept erupting from the middle of the island. Apparently Sakaski is here. He did not board a warship or use his ability to fly. Instead, he sneaked under the underground rock formation and reached the underground near the kingdom of Dressrosa through the magma layer, avoiding the detection of all forces. Big fire. Volcano meteor. The terrifying magma bombs were overwhelming and smashed towards the barrier. He wrapped his fist around Conqueror's Haki and armed Haki, and smashed hard against the huge barrier not far away. Boom. Boom boom boom. However, the barrier shook only slightly. At the moment when he noticed the ground shaking, Klo instantly injected huge life force into the mantis. With the help of this huge vitality, Mantis's barrier became stronger, and even the underground of Dressrosa Island was wrapped by the barrier. This was the reason why Sakaski could not sneak into the underground of Dressrosa Island. The next second, the terrifying ice quickly froze the surrounding sea areas and quickly spread to the island. Boom! In an instant, a small white sun fell from the sky. The spreading glaciers and freezing air instantly disintegrated. Lilian, the sun god wrapped in white flames, arrives. Advertisement. On the ice, Saint Satan's pupils beside Kuzan shrank, but his hand did not stop. Summon. In an instant, the black pentagram magic circle spread, and then the remaining 5 elders, Saint Nashulang, Saint Maz, Saint Wuchalai and Saint Pit appeared in the 5-pointed star magic circle. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen submarines emerged from the bottom of the sea. A large number of elites from the Air Force, Army and CP0 rushed out from the submarine, including 2 Air Force generals, 2 Army generals, and 2 CP0 general-level masters. This is the horror of world government. At once, 14 general-level experts were dispatched, plus dozens of lieutenant generals and hundreds of major generals. Not bad. Noah emerged from the darkness. Followed closely by Vic, Robin, Monet, Lilith, Monarch Butterfly Fruit, Anthony, Soundwave Fruit, Enel, New Fruit, Judgment, Kakushiro Yamada Orakai Fruit, Nolan, Sorano. Lord, Great Entrance Fruit, Joseph, Blood Fruit, Black Maria, Phoenix Fruit. Plus Crow jumped out from the barrier through Ars wormhole. As well as Lillian, Joshua, and Sil who appeared on the battlefield. The high-level combat power of the Liberator organization also reached 15. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying weapon Doria appeared behind Noah and others with his robot army. On a glacier that stretches for hundreds of kilometers. Between the world government and the Liberation organization, they stand clearly on their respective sides. The atmosphere was oppressive and solemn. The sky was covered with dark clouds due to the magma explosion. Noah attacked first, and instantly a red conquerors that seemed to be liberating everything rushed towards the 5 elders and others. 5 elders and Sakaski also broke out conquerors' counterattack. Vic, Robin, Joshua, Lillian, and Anthony then broke out conquerors. Boom! There were more than a dozen conquerors domineering collisions between the two sides. In an instant, the sky and the earth are pale. The glacier breaks. The clouds dissipate. The wind was blowing hard. The lieutenant general and major general level combatants on the world government side suddenly felt their bodies trembling, and many even suffered from nausea and headaches. Morgans, who had already prepared special live broadcast equipment, dubbed the live broadcast in person. A huge war is about to break out. This is the final battle that will determine the fate of the world. Let us wait and see whether the world government will outsmart it or the liberators will crush everything. Chapter 209 Phantom Beast vs Phantom Beast. Let's take action. We can't let them live any longer. Nasjuro Sage drew out the first generation Kaitsu, Conqueror's Haki, and armament Haki wrapped around the blade, and his body turned into a centaur form. Venus, Nashao Langsheng, Phantom Beast Stallion Horsefruit, Horsebone form. Mercury, Saint Wuchalai, the pig fruit of the Phantom Beast, the form of seal. Saturn Satan Saint, Phantom Beast Seed Neo Fruit Jiki form. Jupiter, Saint Pit, the Phantom Beast Seed Insect Fruit, the form of Death Sandworm. Advertisement. Mars, Saint Maz, Phantom Beast Seed Bird Fruit, Eugen Gentian form. Total length of CP0, Phantom Beast Breed Dog Fruit, Werewolf form. Army General Purple Dragon, Phantom Beast Species Dragon Fruit, Fire Dragon form. They all appeared in front of everyone in the form of awakened orcs. The black flame cloud ribbons wrapped around their bodies, coupled with conquerors domineering and armed domineering, gave them a kind of evil deterrence of demons and monsters. In this case, we should also appear. Crow began to enter the awakening state. Crow, Phantom Beast Bat Fruit, Vampire form. Enel, Phantom Beast Species Bird Fruit, New form. Nolan, the human fruit of the Phantom Beast species, the Great Taoist form. Judgment, Phantom Beast Seed Snake Fruit, Yamata no Orakai form. Black Maria, Phantom Beast Bird Fruit, Phoenix form. Lilith, Common insect fruit, monarch butterfly form. Lilian, the human fruit of the fantasy beast species, the form of the sun god. Among them, Lilith's monarch butterfly seems to be an ordinary species, but her fruit has awakened last year, and Noah, by exchanging the fruit's ability, fused a paramecia devil fruit and a monarch butterfly fruit to create an artificial phantom species. As a result, both sides have 7 phantom beast species ability users. Saint Nashulang's face was extremely ugly. He had continuously overestimated the power of the Liberator organization, but now it seems that he still underestimated it. Lilian's form wrapped in white flames made the 5 elders find it unbelievable. Saint Satan was a little angry. Impossible, why is the burning fruit in this form? Immortality. Why can't I be in this form? The Nika fruit can be the sun god, so why can't I, Lilian, become the sun god? As soon as he finished speaking, the fist wrapped with nuclear fusion energy instantly hit Saint's abdomen. Boom. Puff. A huge bloody hole was suddenly punched through Satan's abdomen. The terrifying heat still contained terrifying lethality after penetrating his body. Kuzan instantly condensed a large glacier. Sizzling. There was a hint of fear on the faces of the Lieutenant General and Major General behind the glacier. Get out of the way! Kuzan roared. The Lieutenant Generals and Majors just woke up from a dream and quickly ran to both sides. In an instant, the glacier, which was several hundred meters thick, was melted by light and heat, creating a gap dozens of meters wide. Boom. Advertisement. Go ahead, kill them. Black Maria is based on the orc form of the ancient wolf spider base armor, supplemented by the healing inflammation of the phoenix fruit, and the awakened phoenix body. She focused on Saint Satan, who had a hole punched by Lilian. Saint Satan, who was still repairing his wounds, was caught off guard and tied up by spider silk wrapped with armed domineering energy. Grid. The ancient wolf spider's base armor not only has fruit abilities, but also absorbs the power-generating abilities of creatures such as fur tribes and electric eels. Sizzling. Saint's throat was stuffy, and he endured the pain and numbness of being shocked. He used the land-kicking technique with the 6 legs of his lower body, tearing the surrounding spider webs while fighting back. Enel faced Mazsheng, and the two fought in mid-air. Lilian set her target on Zilong. Judgment vs. Nazthur Sage. Nolan vs Watchel Ist. Lilith vs Saint Peter. Crow confronts CP Chief. Seeing the demons dancing wildly on the glacier, even those lieutenant generals and major generals who had experienced hundreds of battles felt chills in their bodies. How terrible! Are they really qualified to participate in a battle of this level? More than a dozen fantasy beast-type ability users were fighting on a battlefield, and the aftermath of the battle alone made them unsteady. Click. First-generation Ki Tetsu, Inma, and Chu Shui collided with each other. The eyes under the glasses of Saint Nasu Shiro were extremely solemn. Yamata no Orokai fruit. The great swordsman of Wano. Who are you? Don't you know that Wano was destroyed by the Liberator organization? Haha, you, the former emperor of Wano, will you still care about Wano? Judgment sneered. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with 8 lives. Nashao Lang Shengon struck furiously. 8 desires are empty. The 8 heads of judgment transformed into 8 arms, holding 8 sharp knives plus Yama and Kiashui in their hands. Every direction will be destroyed. Click. Pfft. The horsebone body of Saint Nashulang is full of cracks. There was also a deep wound visible on the bone on Judgment's chest. The wounds on both sides healed instantly. This is the simple and unpretentious battle of a fantasy beast-type ability user. The terrifying vitality makes it difficult for both sides to kill in one blow. Advertisement. However, at the moment when the wound was repaired, Saint Nashulang felt a sudden burst of anger in his heart. This is... The water dragon bites and explodes. Click. The sea water at the bottom of the sea was suddenly pulled out by Judgment. More than a dozen water dragons surrounded Saint Nashulang and killed him in an instant. Kuzan's face in the distance suddenly changed slightly, but he couldn't take action casually because Monet was staring at him not far away. If he went to save Saint Nashulang at this time, the lieutenant generals and major generals behind him would definitely be massacred by Monet in an instant. Saint Nashulang's face was very ugly, and his sense of knowledge was ineffective. To be precise, after being infected by Yamata no Orokai's desire energy, his heart was filled with all kinds of desires. To use the color of knowledge stably, you need a stable mentality. A person whose heart is filled with all kinds of desires at the moment will obviously not be able to use the color of knowledge well. Ah! Veins popped up on Saint Nashulang's forehead, and a violent conquerors shot up into the sky, crazy sword wind. The dense slashing waves swept across in all directions. The trial exploits every opportunity. 100 forces increase, all directions will be destroyed. 10 slashes passed through the body of Saint Nashulang in an instant. Click. Click. Saint Nashulang watched helplessly as his body was chopped into dozens of pieces. His demonic awakening power began to stir crazily again, trying to reunite his body. Is this your awakening power? Judgment muttered to himself while gathering his strength again. Severing love and killing. The ultimate power of Yamata no Orokai after its awakening is wrapped around the 8 heads and 8 swords. 1 sword. Wuxi. Conquerors broke open a piece of Saint Nazthuro's body, and in an instant the joy in his heart was deprived of him. 2 swords. No anger. 3 swords. Wu. 4 swords. No joy. 5 swords. No fear. 6 swords. Wu Bei. 7 swords. Ruthless. Final sword. Wuxin. In an instant, the 8 swords were added to his body, and the color in the eyes of Saint Na Xiaolang became dim, like a living dead, falling from the air. However, the next moment, Saint Na Xiaolang's body recovered again. But this time he was silent, and there was no human emotion in his pupils. He looked around blankly. Judgment released the 8-handed form, and in an instant, a pink arrow shot out and sank into the chest of Saint Na Xiaolang. Captive completed. Judgment borrowed Hancock's sweet fruit ability to completely control Na Xiaolang Sheng, who had lost human emotions. Chapter 210 Natural Disaster vs Natural Disaster. On the open ice field, snowflakes are falling. Less than 10 minutes after the war started, the world government side lost a high-level combat force and was still controlled. This made the people who were present on the world government side feel their hearts sink. Saint Satan roared angrily, "Damn it, Sakaski, Porisalino, Kuzan, Barry, Lawrence, and Koji still haven't taken action." As soon as Porisalino moved, Joshua's thunder and lightning followed him like a shadow. Above the blue sky, golden flashes and golden thunders were entangled. Advertisement. Kuzan looked at Blizzard Monet not far away. He didn't feel too much pressure on this opponent. After all, the frozen fruit was the superior snow fruit. But Monet didn't care much about Kuzan, because her target was the hundreds of lieutenant generals and major generals behind Kuzan. Oops, these lieutenant generals and major generals behind them can't help at all. They must be evacuated to the periphery as soon as possible, otherwise I have to protect them all the time, and I won't be able to deal with Blizzard Monet at all. Kuzan had already made a decision in his heart, and then he used his ability while being wary of Monet. In an instant, countless ice characters appeared in front of those lieutenant generals and major generals. All major generals immediately moved to the periphery, leaving only elite lieutenant generals to execute orders. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and quickly rushed to the outside to evacuate. After all, this was an order from the General Kuzan. Even if the 5 elders blamed him afterwards, Kuzan was still responsible. Of course, this is also related to the current war situation. Although they want to help, most of the major generals and lieutenant generals feel powerless in the face of the special environment created by Monet's large-scale freezing of oxygen. So retreating now is a wise choice. Monet saw the major generals and lieutenant generals retreating quickly, but she did not stop them because her goal from beginning to end was to contain Kuzan. However, 5 elite lieutenant generals remained. On the other side, Doria saw the major generals and lieutenant generals evacuating to the outside. He immediately summoned a large number of robots and rushed towards these enemies. When preparing to take over the kingdom of Dressrosa, Noah had already used tarot cards to divine in advance, knowing that the world government would most likely use this opportunity to try to eliminate some members of the Liberator Organization. Therefore, the Liberator Organization took advantage of the situation and set up the battlefield near the kingdom of Dressrosa. As for why the world government knew that the kingdom of Dressrosa was preparing to surrender to the enemy, the answer is very simple: phone bugs eavesdrop. After the 5 elders ordered the destruction of Hell Valley Island, the CP organization predicted that some people would join the Congress and surrender to the Liberator Organization, and wanted to avoid being affected by the destruction of the New World through the ability of the Piao Piao fruit or space transfer. Among the participating countries in New World, the kingdom of Dressrosa is the one most likely to surrender to the enemy. The more a king loves his people like his own son, the easier it is for him to surrender for his people. Therefore, the CP organization concentrated its efforts on monitoring the phone bug signal of the kingdom of Dressrosa. Naturally, the call between King Liku and Eliza Robert II was successfully eavesdropped by the CP organization. This is also the reason why the world government can gather such a huge high-level combat power and suddenly appear in the kingdom of Dressrosa. As for the Liberator organization, Noah also used tarot card divination and the blessing of the lucky fruit to come up with the world government's plan to raid the kingdom of Dressrosa. This is the behind-the-scenes confrontation at the Battle of Dressrosa. Advertisement. The ice and snow battle between Kuzan and Monet. A fierce battle breaks out between Porisalino and Joshua. And Sakaski can't get away, his opponent is Vic. Rock fruit vs rock fruit. Volcanic meteor. Sakaski roared. Carpet bombing. Vic condensed countless crystal explosive rocks in mid-air. Boom boom boom. Centered on Greenbit Island, the island where the little humans are located, the land and glaciers within a radius of dozens of kilometers were instantly destroyed by the two men's large-scale attacks. Fire shot into the sky. The roar was deafening. Water vapor evaporates. The rocks penetrated the sky. Through Morgan's live broadcast, viewers around the world who watched this scene involuntarily opened their mouths, and their eyes were filled with fear, longing, and worry. No one has seen the destruction and disaster of the New World, but at this moment, the destructive power of the advanced combat power between the world government and the Liberator Organization has given everyone a glimpse of what a humanoid natural disaster is. Sakaski punched the ground with his fist, and countless magma spread in all directions. The volcanic eruption that he had guided before erupted violently again. Vic showed no sign of weakness. He was covered in moissanite armor. The temperature of the magma could not dissolve his armor at all. Gem Dragon. Dozens of huge gem dragons emerged from the ground and the ice, and surrounded Sakaski. Cerberus. Sakaski controlled the magma in the magma lake, turning into dozens of huge magma hell dogs, and pounced on the gem dragon that came over. Boom. A hellhound was strangled and crushed to death by a gem dragon. Click. A gem dragon's body was shattered by the explosion of Cerberus. Vic clasped his hands together, Wrath of Azura. A huge ruby laser cannon was aimed at Sakaski, and in an instant, a laser blasted out surrounding conquerors and armed colors. The hair on Sakaski's hair stood on end, and he felt a fatal danger after seeing and hearing the color, and instantly he dived into the magma lake. Sizzling. In an instant, a canyon several hundred meters wide appeared on the ground and among the glaciers, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Advertisement. The ground beneath Vic's feet erupted. Boom. Fist to fist. Conquerors versus conquerors. Armed color versus armed color. The fists are divided and the legs are raised. Spray legs. Blast your legs. Boom. The evenly matched collision broke into pieces at the touch of a button. Sakaski's face was solemn. He had never fought against the masters of the Liberator Organization before. At this moment, he finally understood the feelings of Porosalino and Kuzan. The strength of the rock demon Vic in front of him was almost equal to him. Regardless of the domineering intensity, or physical skills, or fruit ability. Even with the most core endurance, the opponent is not tired at all at this time. It is difficult for both sides to have an overwhelming advantage, which makes Sakaski feel extremely troublesome. The current battle situation is obviously extremely unfavorable for the world government. Because the Army General Torigi, Air Force General Barry, and Air Force General Lawrence who fought against Noah did not get any benefits at this time. What's even more frightening is that Saint Nashu Lang and 5 Elders is controlled by the enemy. This is equivalent to the enemy having 2 more high-level combat capabilities out of thin air. The balance of the war is tipping in favor of the Liberators. Sinner, let me end you completely. Sakaski quickly sank into the magma. Boom boom boom. The surrounding ground and ice shook crazily. Obviously Sakaski is holding back his ultimate move underground. In an instant, more than a dozen terrifying magma erupted from the ground around Vic. However, Vic suddenly frowned. Because these magma pillars are not as powerful as imagined. At this moment, Monet, who was entangled with Kuzan in the distance, sensed a fatal murderous intention. She did not hesitate to activate the magic card hidden in her body. In an instant, where she was, the glacier beneath her feet suddenly erupted. A magma column with a radius of more than 1 kilometer rose into the sky, and the magma swallowed Monet's body. Chapter 211. One goes down and the other goes up. Kuzan, who was not far from the magma column, did not relax his vigilance. Sakaski, who rushed out of the magma column, also felt that he had not succeeded. In an instant, the space wormhole unfolded. Monet and R jumped out of the wormhole. Vic followed closely behind, propelled by the shock wave of the explosive rock explosion, and appeared not far away. Advertisement. Sakaski's face was extremely gloomy, and Kuzan was silent. Obviously, the two of them already knew that people from the Liberator Organization could teleport anytime and anywhere by some means, which made them lose the possibility of sneak attacks, and even death together was difficult to achieve. At this moment, the huge barrier covering Dressrosa Island disappeared. The appearance of R, coupled with the lifting of the barrier, means that the entire population of the kingdom of Dressrosa has been transferred away. The troubles that had hamstrung the Liberators disappeared. Noah and Anthony looked at each other and understood instantly. Thousands of strength increases. The body of a blue dragon. The sun is blazing. Boom. Army General Tora's eyes widened, and he only felt a lightness in his body. However, when he came back to his senses, he saw that his body below his head had been completely annihilated. Even if Koji possesses the awakened ancient diamond seed fruit, it will not help. He has only one head left and has not undergone immortality surgery, so he can only suffer from this. Not far away, Air Force General Barry's hair stood on end, and he gave a frantic warning after seeing what he saw. However, he was obsessed with Joseph. Joseph, who possesses the blood fruit and the silverback gorilla armor, is more terrifying than the average awakened animal type. He is simply a wild beast that immune to death. Bring it on. Go away. Barry is the user with Paramecia speed fruit ability. This fruit and the power fruit belong to the lower level of the Momo fruit. Before awakening, he can reach the maximum speed of 100 times. Barry accelerated crazily, increasing his speed to 100 times the limit. He first chopped Joseph away with a knife, and then jumped back quickly. Joseph's space armor blocked most of the slashes, and coupled with the terrifying vitality of the blood fruit, the wound healed instantly. However, Barry had no intention of fighting, and he quickly ran towards another Air Force general, Lawrence. Advertisement. It's just that he met the Liberators. The next second, a large piece of pink light hit him. Barry's ghost emerged, and his whole body was covered with a high concentration of armed domineering. Damn it, what ability is it again? Nanny, my speed. Is this the ability of the slowness fruit? Syl, who had been hiding for a long time, came out of the void, wearing transparent armor that was recently modified. The slowness fruit after Syl's awakening, anything hit by its slowness light will have its time slowed down 1,000 times. And Barry's speed fruit has not yet awakened, and it is only 100 times faster, so his current speed has dropped 10 times. In an instant, Joseph's fingernails penetrated Barry's back. Gurgling. In less than 10 seconds, Barry was drained of blood and life force. In just an instant, world government lost 2 high-level combat forces. Barry. Lawrence was shocked and angry. It's not a good habit to be distracted. Mr. General. Anthony's sonic blade swept over instantly. Lawrence clenched his fist of heaven. Boom. Poof. The blood vessels on Lawrence's body burst suddenly, and a large amount of blood came out. Ahem. Sound waves are really troublesome. But Lao Zi is not a vegetarian. Lawrence's body recovered instantly. He possesses the angelic form of the human fruit of the phantom beast species, and is already in the awakening stage. Really? Anthony sneered and clenched his fists, with a row of holes appearing in his arms. World government scum. Come and see my ultimate power. The Devil's Movement, Finale. The awakened sound wave fruit was fused with the Demon King of Song, the Song fruit, and the sound fruit whose memories had been washed away, and finally the phantom beast species the Renren fruit the form of the god of music was created. Not good. Lawrence warned wildly, and he quickly pierced his eardrums. It's useless. Soul resonance. Perish. Dreamlike music sounded in Lawrence's mind, as if he was in heaven. Go to hell. I won't be affected by this kind of thing. Lawrence suddenly woke up, and then he punched Anthony and said, win. Immediately afterwards, Lawrence, with divine help, assisted the 5 elders in defeating Noah and others. Since Nazthurang Saint could no longer recover, I'm asked Lawrence to succeed Nazthurang Saint and become one of the new 5 elders. Ha ha ha, I won after all. Lawrence sat in the middle of the power and laughed. Satan Chenji on the side said sternly, Lawrence, Lord I'm has an order, Marine General Aokiji Kyuzan has defected, let's take action together. No problem, I already thought there was something wrong with Kyuzan. Lawrence clenched his fists. Advertisement. The two quickly pounced on Kyuzan, who was fighting with Monet and others. When Kyuzan saw Lawrence coming to kill him, his eyes widened. Lawrence, are you crazy? Wake up quickly, you are controlled by the enemy. Traitor. Today is the day you die. Lawrence waved the fist of heaven. Damn it. Kyuzan didn't expect that Lawrence had been completely controlled by the enemy. He turned his head and looked at Anthony. Is this your ability? As long as I kill you, the ability should be released. Anthony smiled and shook his head. No, this is permanent. Unless he can overcome his desires, he will only be trapped in my magical symphony of destiny forever. I don't believe it. Kyuzan froze Lawrence instantly. But the vitality of the awakened phantom beast species was so terrifying that it broke free of the ice in a matter of seconds. The 5 elite lieutenants around Kyuzan also took action quickly. Now the world government is in a huge crisis. Because the number of high-level combat forces on both sides shows a situation of ebb and flow. There are only 4-5 elders, 3 marine generals, army general Zilong, and CP chief Swalang left on the world government side. There are 9 in total. Even if 5 elite lieutenant generals are added, it can only be barely equivalent to 11 generals. Master. On the Liberator side, there are Noah, Anthony, Vic, Joseph, Joshua, Monet, R, Seal, Mantis, Lillian, Lilith, Judgment, Crow, Enel, Black Maria, and No. Lan, Doria, a total of 17 masters. Plus the captured Nasjuro SEI and Air Force General Lawrence. The two sides were almost in a 1-on-2 situation. After half of Saint Satan's body was beaten by Lillian, he quickly roared, help me delay it. Saint Maz, Saint Pit and Saint Wucholai suddenly exerted their strength to create opportunities for Saint Satan. However, the next moment, boom! Satan Saint's body, which had not fully recovered, was blown up again. Noah, who was wrapped in a terrifying aura, appeared not far away. It's quite a beautiful thought. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and Porosalino kicked Noah on the temple. However, Noah was still intact, but Porosalino's feet were trembling slightly. He quickly turned into a flash of light and planned to fight Gorilla with Noah. But this was the moment Noah had been waiting for. Before Porosalino could turn into light and escape, he felt despair the next second. Black hole gravitational field. The realm of slowness. The terrifying gravitational field tightly bound Porosalino, and the slow light that followed caused Porosalino's speed to drop 1,000 times. No. Porosalino was horrified and watched helplessly as he was sucked into the black hole. Chapter 212. Have you ever felt despair? Nanny. Porosalino. Your Excellency, General. Damn. The world government side present and the audience through the live broadcast through the phone bug were extremely shocked. Advertisement. Less than half an hour has passed since the war began. The world government side has lost 3 generals and has been controlled by 5 elders and 1 general. Regarding this result, those forces, nobles, and kings who still had illusions about world government were silent at this time. Damn it, you idiot Porosalino. Sakaski said in a low voice. Kuzan looked grave. The 5 elders were even more angry, staring at Noah. However, with a moment of respite, Saint Satan finally forced the summoning magic circle to open regardless of his injuries. Call. In an instant, 7 figures appeared in the magic circle, namely Moon-headed Figaland Galan Saint, leader of the Knights of God. The red-haired Figaland Road Saint, the younger brother of the red-haired Shanks, is a member of the Knights of God. The blonde, spiky-headed Don Quixote, Derek Saint, is a member of the Knights of God. The black-haired kimono swordsman Isan Balon Minamoto Kai Sei is a sibling of Nasjuro Sei and is also a member of the Knights of God. The long-haired black-haired woman Narina Fy Palace is a member of Im's race and a member of the Knights of God. The white-haired fat man Jegalusha Mimas, a sibling of Saint Satan, is a member of the Knights of God. The blonde-haired shepherd Lita Saint, a sibling of Peter Saint, and a member of the Knights of God. Saint Jialan frowned when he saw the scarred Saint Satan and the state of the other 5 elders. Everyone takes action, kill without mercy. The family of red-haired Shanks. Noah looked at Figalanda Rhodes, who was carved out of the same mold as Shanks, with a sneer on his lips. Lord Nashulang Saint. Untouchable, unforgivable. Isan Balong Yuanhai Saint drew his sword instantly, and saw veins popping up on his forehead, and a terrifying conquerors wrapped around the sword blade. In an instant, Isan Balong Yuanhai Shang vomited, and a stream of lavender acid splashed towards Noah and others. A person with paramecia sour fruit ability. Noah patted his palm lightly. Boom. A shockwave instantly dispersed the acid. Is this the legendary Knights of God? I have a question. How many more people can you summon? Isn't it just like this? Isn't it? Is this the only trump card of your world government? Noah laughed. Asked. Advertisement. Hearing Noah's sarcasm, even Saint Jialan, who had experienced the Battle of the Valley of Gods, felt angry in his heart. He clenched the handle of the knife, and the aura on his body surged wildly, as if he wanted to choose someone to devour. There are only 7. Noah's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I don't like one-on-one fair fights. Jialan Sheng's eyes suddenly widened, and he saw an extremely terrifying picture of the future. Have you ever felt hopeless? The next second, Noah's shadow suddenly expanded, and 6 figures emerged from the shadow. A hole. These guys are not. Saint Satan's pupils shrank sharply. That's it. Kuzan suddenly realized. Oops. CP Director Shuelang's expression changed drastically. Those 7 figures are astonishingly. Shishibukai Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Shishibukai King of Lizards, Hanazushi. Shishibukai Captain of the Moonlight Pirates, Moria. Shishibukai Sand Crocodile, Crocodile. Shishibukai Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock. Golden Emperor, Tizero. Plus Doria, the former Shishibukai who was called over by Noah. Except for Kaixia Jinbei, and the missing Tyrant Bear, all the remaining Shishibukai appear here. Brother Ming smiled broadly. Fufu, isn't this Don Quixote Saint Derek? Have you been controlled by the enemy? Sure enough, it was a mistake to spare your family in the first place. Let me do it myself today, so that you will not continue to bring shame to the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote Derek gritted his teeth. Bang bang. Noah clapped his hands. 5 elders, do you have any other reinforcements? If not, just die here today. The 5 elders, Kuzan, Sakaski, Purple Dragon, Blood Wolf and the Knights of God who had just been summoned really felt an invisible pressure at this moment. In their hearts, there is still a trace of despair that they don't want to admit. The number of high-level combat forces that had just been brought up was widened this time. Saint Satan's summoning ability is not unlimited. His summoning ability is limited in number. Including himself, he can only summon a maximum of 12 people. In other words, the world government side has no more reinforcements and can rush over to the kingdom of Dressrosa in a short time to participate in this war. As soon as Noah finished speaking, the battle broke out again. Advertisement. Whitebeard Pirates. Watching the live broadcast of the phone bug, Whitebeard and all his sons looked at each other. Gilu, have even the Shishibukai rebelled? Cold sweat broke out on Jose's forehead. Bit has analyzed the direction of the war, it's terrible. The liberators still have the Golden Lion, the son of the devil and others who haven't taken action. The situation on the world government's side is not good. Iswitchwabidi shook her head. Unless the Marine, Army and Air Force experts from the world government can rush over in a short time, the consequences will be disastrous. Rush over? It's too late. If there are still people, the 5 elders should continue to summon. His ability should not be able to summon more people. The Maelstrom Spider looked heavy. Although these sons of Whitebeard are average in strength, they at least have some eyesight. The crisis situation facing the world government is indeed extremely dangerous. Whitebeard was silent the whole time because he discovered a terrible thing. The scene where the liberator Noah captured Porosalino just now was clearly the power of the dark fruit. According to Shuki's previous investigation, Teach killed Marco, Sachi and others just for the dark fruit. Now that the ability of the dark fruit appears in the liberator Noah, Teach is obviously in danger. But Whitebeard was not happy at all, because the liberator organization was too powerful. The Golden Lion, which had been standing still, was now near the Whitebeard pirates. It was obvious that the other party was wary of the Whitebeard pirates. Although there is a high probability that Whitebeard will not save the world government, the Liberator organization does not regard the high probability as an absolute. After all, the reason behind the death of Lips and Teeth is that it is possible to drive the Whitebeard pirates to take desperate risks and attract some of the masters of the Liberator organization by attacking the Sky Empire's control area. Therefore Shiki has been keeping an eye on the Whitebeard pirates. The Big Mom pirates in West Blue were also watching the live broadcast at this time. Charlotte Linlin stared intently at the battlefield in the picture, especially Doflamingo and Tetsora. She had escaped to West Blue with the Big Mom pirates, and planned to rebuild the nations once she had established a firm foothold. And her target is none other than the 3 major mafia families in West Blue. Now that she saw Doflamingo's situation, she instantly suppressed her thoughts. After all, the Don Quixote family among the 3 major mafia families in West Blue is a member of the Liberator organization. So whether the remaining 2 families are also members of the Liberator organization has made the Big Mom pirates suddenly think about it. The Big Mom pirates' guess is obviously correct. Moreover, Becky, Kaido and others are near the Big Mom pirates' temporary base camp. As long as the other party dares to reach out, they will immediately destroy the Big Mom pirates. Chapter 213 Everyone is rebelling. Marine's main headquarters is Malinfando. Sengoku, he, Lieutenant General Dark Horse, the head of the intelligence department, and others looked at the tragic battle on the live broadcast, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Almost all the Shishibukai rebelled, these damn scum of the sea. Sengoku was extremely angry, and at the same time he was extremely dissatisfied with the 5 elders in his heart, but he could not vent this dissatisfaction. Looking at the situation in front of him, he could only say with bitterness on his face, it's too late. Even if the nearest Jun can reach the kingdom of Dressrosa, it won't help. Can we fight and retreat at the same time? Dark Horse suggested. Advertisement. No, the enemy has too many masters. The enemy will not let us evacuate safely unless there are space-type ability users. He shook his head. Suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door. Report. Come in. Warring States said tiredly. The door opened, and several major generals from the intelligence department rushed in with anxious faces. North Blue. The northeastern sea area is backed by the Marijoya section of the Red Earth continent. The central area of the sea area is the 400 base, the headquarters of North Blue Marine. At this time, inside base 400, the officers of the North Blue Marine, who had been mobilized here for the purpose of crusading against the Sky Empire, were also watching the live broadcast. Seeing the deteriorating situation on the world government side, the Marine officers present also had different expressions. Some people are extremely anxious. Some people are calm and composed. Some people were restless. Someone was whispering to each other. His eyes have been pale all his life, and he knows everyone's expressions through what he has seen, heard and seen. He slowly said, "Everyone, what do you think about this battle of Dressrosa? Your Excellency, General, we should take the initiative to attack the Sky Empire to reduce the pressure on the Battle of Dressrosa." Lieutenant General Ichiko quickly expressed his thoughts. Where are the others? Yushin continued to look at the others. General, your ability should be able to reach Dressrosa quickly. Why don't we gather our elite and go to New World G1? Tylee, are you crazy? Our combined North Blue only has so many elites. Didn't you see that in the Battle of Dressrosa, those major generals and ordinary lieutenant generals couldn't affect the overall situation at all? Are you going to die now? Advertisement. Yishin looked at the Deputy Admiral, Lieutenant General White Snake, what do you think? Lieutenant General White Snake's eyes were full of sinisterness. Your Majesty General, I think attacking the Sky Empire is a better plan. Perhaps we can force the Liberators to organize return reinforcements. After all, there are still a large number of civilians on many islands outside the Sky Empire. I don't believe it. The Liberators will have no regard for the lives of these civilians. It makes sense. It seems that Your Excellency the General and my hero have the same views. Poof. Before Lieutenant General Whitesnake finished speaking, his head fell to the ground. His rolling head was filled with a look of disbelief. Puff. Puff. More than half of the marine officers present were killed tragically by the swords of the sailors around them. Suddenly the scene was filled with blood. Ahem, why? A lieutenant general with tenacious vitality covered his chest that was bleeding constantly and looked at his life with a pale face. Yishin said indifferently, why? Lieutenant General Keating is such a noble man who forgets things so much. I can help you recall it. Remember the Kingdom of Angola. You. Lieutenant General Jian's eyes widened, ahem, who are you? The Tianlong people destroyed the entire Kingdom of Angola 15 years ago, and you participated. I see. Ahem, you, are from the Liberator Organization. Ji Yan's eyes gradually lost their luster. The reason why these officers were so easily attacked was because they had just eaten the food in the base, and all the food had been poisoned with a special compound poison. As long as they inhale the aromatherapy prepared in advance in this hall, the drugs in their bodies will be stimulated, thus producing a paralyzing anesthetic. Virgo, standing beside Yishin, had an expressionless face. In Yishin, all bases have been cleared, and now we can prepare for calls. Yet. Yishin nodded. The school grounds of various North Blue bases, or on warships. The confused grassroots sailors were gathered together. Soon life appeared in the phone bug screen. Everyone, I am a lifetime, the world government is dead bones in the grave, and the sins of the celestial dragons are countless. On behalf of the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of Dawn, I invite you to join the great cause of liberating the world. For future generations to live with dignity. In order to protect family and friends from the threat of evil forces. To overthrow all oppression and injustice. Advertisement. Gentlemen, this is a good opportunity to bring things right. The world needs your power. All mankind needs your power. Your relatives need your power. Major General Gary, who was in charge of intelligence in the North Blue region, ignored etiquette and hurriedly shouted, Warring States Fleet Admiral. North Blue Admiral Fujitora has rebelled throughout his life. North Blue Marine announced that it will change its flag and join the Kingdom of Dawn. Nanny. Warring States suddenly stiffened as if struck by lightning. Major General Sheiji, the head of intelligence in the East Daxia Sea region, also shouted in a hurry, report, the Kingdom of Rum in the East Daxia Sea has announced its separation from the world government. Patton, the commander of the King's Army of the Kingdom of Rum, just led the fleet to capture the 100-year-old island in charge of the Admiral of the East Daxia Sea. Base, Admiral Donghai died in battle. Keisha, the head of intelligence in the park area, said with a low face, Your Excellency Fleet Admiral, the Moonlight Pirates, Baroque Studio and Beast Territory have launched a full-scale attack, and all the node islands in the park's routes have been completely captured. The Warring States period was like waking up from a dream, but I didn't know how to calm down. At this moment, another intelligence chief rushed in. Warring States looked lifeless, tell me. Where did they rebel or fall? Gilu. Fleet Admiral, the Revolutionary Army announced that it has joined the Liberator Organization. Now, under the leadership of the new leader of the Revolutionary Army, Crow, it has captured 6 countries in South Blue. Then, the head of intelligence in the West Blue area also squeezed in and said with a look of horror, Hey! Fleet Admiral, the 3 major mafia families of West Blue announced to join the Liberator Organization. More than 1/3 of us in West Blue, the second base has rebelled, and the remaining bases can hardly hold on. Looking up during the Warring States period, the whole world was an enemy. Now, except for the area around Marie Joya, the rest of the world government has either fallen, rebelled, or fallen into war. Crane also had trouble calming down. Even though she was extremely smart and resourceful, she still felt desperate and suffocated when faced with such a situation. But the bad news hasn't stopped yet. The Kingdom of Germa in North Blue suddenly crossed over the Red Earth continent, led a huge force, and entered the Pole Star Islands in the East Daxia Sea, the archipelago where Rogtown is located. Obviously he and Sengoku have guessed that the Germa Kingdom is probably one of the secret agents of the Liberator Organization. Sengoku braced himself and ordered, let all Marines give up the sea areas close to the enemy and shrink the defense line to the perimeter of the Red Earth continent on the Mary Joa line. Leave this matter to me. He took the initiative to take over the matter. Sengoku picked up the phone again and dialed the numbers of Army Fleet Admiral and Air Force Fleet Admiral respectively. Now Marine can't hold on any longer and has no choice but to ask for help from the Army and Air Force. Although there are conflicts among the three armies, the current situation does not allow them to continue fighting among themselves. Therefore, the Air Force Fleet Admiral and the Army Fleet Admiral agreed to Sengoku's request and quickly dispatched elite troops to strengthen the various islands around Mary Joa. Marine General Aramaki also received orders from the Warring States period and led his elite soldiers to withdraw to Marine land. Apparently Sengoku and Tsuru and other Marine senior officials are very aware of the current situation. If they don't concentrate their forces, they will be easily defeated by the Liberator Organization one by one. Chapter 214 Uranus. At the same time, Mary Joa, among flowers. I'm stared at the live broadcast screen. The battle in the kingdom of Dressrosa made him feel that the world was changing too fast, and many things were unexpected. Why does the power of the Nika fruit appear in those with the ability to burn the fruit? Advertisement. The awakened state of the sound wave fruit is a bit like the singing fruit, and it also has the musical instrument body characteristics of the sound wave fruit. Noah the Liberator, magnetic field, gravity, slowness, space, heat, shadow, scales, which fruit has the ability? I was lost in thought. These situations have never happened before. He has secretly ruled the world for 800 years, and he has not been playing with flowers and butterflies among flowers. He has actually browsed the world government's library and various scientific research materials. For example, Vegapunk, Imdu knows the status of its various scientific research projects very well. But everything in front of me was so strange. This strange feeling made I, who had always been aloof and self-conceited, feel fear, confusion, uneasiness and irritability. I don't like this kind of out-of-control world, the kingdom of Dressrosa. I picked up the brush and drew a blood-red cross on the map. The location of Cha-Cha is the kingdom of Dressrosa. Immediately afterwards, I came to the Hall of Power, sat on the throne of Nikong, and slowly closed his eyes and concentrated. On the Red Earth continent northwest of Mary Joa, a mountain peak floated slowly, and then moved towards the kingdom of Dressrosa. Right now. On the battlefield of Dressrosa Kingdom. A voice sounded in the hearts of Saint Satan, Saint Vauchelai, Saint Pitt, Saint Maz, and Saint Gallen. Hold as many enemies as possible, and the national treasure will arrive over the battlefield in half an hour. Saint Satan's eyes narrowed, but he did not show any expression of surprise. At the same time, he did not inform Kuzan, Sakaski, Blood Wolf, Purple Dragon, CP0 Masters, or officers of the three armed forces. The other 5 elders and Saint Jialan were also not abnormal at all. For them, if they can use the sacrifices of Sakaski and others to annihilate the masters of the Liberator Organization present, then they are willing to sacrifice these chess pieces. After all, the Liberator Organization has more than 20 masters in the kingdom of Dressrosa at this time. Even if there are still some hidden masters left, including Shiki, Nico Robin and others, it is estimated that there will not be more than 20 masters. Individual. Saint Satan's summoning ability has a very special application method. It can be forcibly teleported back to the anchor point of Mary Joa through disabling the ability. Therefore, the 5 elders and the Knights of God summoned by Saint Satan all used the instant to return to Mary Joa. As for the Liberator Organization, as long as they find a way to limit or kill the person with the whole fruit ability, they can suppress the other party's teleportation ability. Advertisement. Apparently the 5 elders thought that the sudden disappearance and sudden appearance of Monet just now, as well as the emergence of several Shishibukai from behind Noah, were due to Ars whole fruit ability. But even so, 5 elders is not sure of winning Ali. Because at this time, the 5 elders and the Knights of God are suffering from a violent storm. The 7 members of the Knights of God who had just joined the battlefield did not reverse the world government's disadvantage. They underestimated the strength of Brother Ming and others. Although Ming Ji, Moria, Crocodile, and others have shown mediocre combat prowess before, in fact, it is because they have not been systematically trained, otherwise they would think that their potential could reach the general level. At this time, on the battlefield, the strength of Moria and others was that of a general. Figaland Garen Saint's opponent is Tizero. Although this old man's strength is good, and he even participated in the Battle of the Valley of Gods against the Rocks Pirates, his strength certainly does not exceed the level of a general. Tizero, who had awakened from the golden fruit, coupled with the terrifying 3-color domineering energy and majestic vitality, almost overwhelmed the Figaland Garen holy fighter. Crescent Moon. Figaland Garen Saint swung a series of slashes. Sea of Gold. Tizero controlled the assimilated Sea of Gold, Beast Disaster. Beasts formed from liquid gold surged out from the Sea of Gold, surrounded Saint Figaland Garen and opened their bloody mouths, biting him with incomparable ferocity. Puff. Puff. Each golden beast was chopped into pieces. Hoo. Figaland Saint gasped slightly, and the sharp sword in his hand kept swinging out slashes. However, those golden beasts that had been chopped into pieces returned to their original state in an instant. Ha ha ha, if the intensity is like this, I can fight for a month. You damn celestial dragons! Teezero waved his hand, Golden Fog Kingdom. Tiny gold particles shrouded the surrounding area for several kilometers. This gold is not the temporarily assimilated gold after the fruit awakens, but natural gold, which Teezero brought with him through the memory card. Boom! Figaland suddenly burst out Conqueror's impact, and he thought to himself, he can't fall into these gold particles, otherwise there will be fatal danger. Old ghost, let's fight to the death. You'd better be determined to kill me, otherwise if I win, I will go to Marigio and crush everyone in your family to ashes. Tetsora's words were filled with emotion. Malice and murderous intent. Saint Figaland could feel the hatred in Teezero's words and knew that these were the other party's true thoughts. Arrogant untouchable, I will help you now. Full moon. The slashing attack, entwined with Conqueror's haki and armament haki, swept out in an instant. Advertisement. Chi chi chi. The beasts on the Golden Sea and Teezero were instantly cut apart. However, Teezero laughed wildly, ha ha ha. What a weak slash. Teezero's severed body was quickly connected together and restored to its original state. The golden beasts were also in the same state. Figaland Saint frowned, did you avoid it in advance? Or is your true identity hidden? His vision shrank to within 2 kilometers of the surrounding area, and he sensed the underground sea of gold at the same time. However, the surrounding environment was not conducive to a simple swordsman like him. Come on! Come and kill me! Teezero waved his golden trident, completely abandoning his defense and pounced on him with the intention of dying together. This is not the real body, this idea suddenly appeared in Figaland holy heart, but he had to raise his knife to block. At the same time, he had to devote part of his mind to paying attention to Teezero's body hidden in the dark to avoid being attacked by the opponent. Pfft! He chopped off one of Teezero's arms with another knife, but a large amount of gold poured out of the arm and reattached the arm again. Seeing that not a drop of blood flowed out from the wound, Saint Figaland was even more certain of his guess. In addition, this clone had never used the weapon color in Conquerors, which made him more and more wary of the golden sea around it. Old ghost, what are you looking at? In an instant, Teezero's arm turned into a cannon barrel. Golden holy fire. The laser suddenly burst out. The sense of crisis in Saint Figaland heart became stronger and stronger. After avoiding the laser attack, he slashed again, and at the same time, Conqueror's impact broke out, dispersing the golden haze that came around him. A second later, Teezero's clone rushed over again. Poof! Figaland Saint slashed out with his sword. Tetsora's chest was slashed diagonally through, and his body was split in half again. However, the next second, a terrifying Conqueror's burst out. Nanny! Figaland eyes widened. Teezero's broken left hand was instantly entangled with Conqueror's haki and armed haki and pinched the opponent's neck. Get out of my way! Saint Figaland immediately burst out with Conqueror's impact, and at the same time, his body was covered with armed domineering energy. It's just too late. Teezero's broken body instantly touched Sheng's body, and a large amount of liquid gold overflowed from his body. No. The great swordsman was approached, and the opponent was also a person with top level 3 color haki and an awakened form of devil fruit ability. Sheng lost the chance to resist. Chapter 215 The Glory of the Sun. The liquid gold wrapped in Figaland Saint was very soft and turned into a special non-Newtonian liquid. Coupled with Teezero's domineering blessing, Saint who was wrapped in it became increasingly unable to resist. Sheng punched out, and although the power was released, Teezero's body remained unscathed. Apparently he underestimated the extent of Teezero's ability development. To be precise, among the Paramecia users of the Liberator organization, all creation-type Paramecias, as long as they successfully awaken, have developed a special elementary ability. Then use the creation to integrate into your own body tissue, plus the huge reserve of vitality as insurance, to achieve special cell dissociation. Advertisement. The so-called golden clone that had been fighting with Saint Jialan just now was actually Teezero's true body. This is the power of cell dissociation. This ability allows the ability user to mobilize every cell of his or her body at will, thus rendering many physical attacks ineffective. As for a great swordsman like Sheng, his slashing attacks are exactly physical attacks that cannot destroy cells. After all, he is not an atomic warrior in the world of One Punch Man who can cut off cells. Unless it is a Logia attack such as fire, thunder, laser, ice, magma, or a more special Paramecia attack, it is possible to damage Teezero's cells. However, Teezero deliberately misled Saint Garen during the battle, making the other party think that his body was a golden clone, so he spent a large part of his mind on guarding against the golden sea below. When he saw the enemy stepping into the trap he had locked step by step, T-Zero suddenly burst out with all his strength and defeated the enemy with one move in an instant. After a while, T-Zero's gold penetrated the nostrils, mouth, eardrums, back door, and other holes of Saint Garen. Ah! A low scream came from the golden sphere. As the gold entered his body, T-Zero did not hesitate to smash the brain and internal organs of Saint Garen, completely killing the old celestial dragon. Saint Fiegelanderrod split his lace, and suddenly his expression changed, and the aura of his Uncle Galen St disappeared. Uncle! Damn it, you all deserve to die. Haha, you should take care of yourself. Huaza's Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit has also awakened. Although he does not have those weird elemental attacks, his attack method is more like a pure physical skills master. Physical skills that touch the flesh with fists, and surging vitality. Rod Saint, who had not eaten the devil fruit, would not be able to defeat Huaza for a while. Although Rod Saint is the younger brother of the red-haired Shanks, he obviously does not have the terrifying conqueror's talent of Shanks, so he can only fight with Huaza inseparably. Phew, that old ghost has been killed. When Don Quixote Derek heard Ming Ge's ridicule, his face became more and more gloomy and angry. You can stop here. Sea of Mercury. Wasteland White Waves. Logia Mercury Fruit vs Paramecia Thread Fruit. Advertisement. However, the opponent's Mercury Fruit has not yet awakened, while Ming Ge's Thread Fruit has already awakened. You don't think I can't see those mercury gases, do you? And you shouldn't use the Mercury Sea. Just let me teach you what physics is. As soon as Brother Ming finished speaking, dense lines appeared on his body. Soon the lines are entangled and woven together. Line Demon magnetic field rotates. The hundreds of meters high wire demon, the countless silver wires, iron wires, and carbon nanotube wires in his body instantly formed countless generators, and then started to rotate crazily. Sizzling. Big generator. The terrifying current spread in all directions. Nanny. Derek Saint's body went numb, and for a moment he tried to transfer the current underground. Derek, Logia is not invincible. The magnetic field rotates, tokamak. Minga controlled the line demon, and a terrifying nuclear fusion reaction core was quickly formed in the line demon's body. See what the power of physics is. Neutron jet. In an instant, the substances that had been temporarily transformed into mercury suddenly stagnated. Damn, what kind of power is this? Derek Saint felt his body begin to lose control the moment he was irradiated by the neutron. He thickened the mercury crazily in an attempt to block neutron radiation. However, Derek Saint did not know that mercury was not a good neutron-blocking material, and the mercury he used to transform his ability was only a simulated mercury, not just real natural mercury. Neutron irradiation instantly causes these temporary mercury to reveal its original shape. See the brilliance of the sun. The magnetic field rotates, golden crow. Boom. Ah. Derek Saint felt an unprecedented terror. Every cell in his body was vibrating crazily. The heat generated by nuclear fusion evaporated every cell in his body in an instant. Even elementalization has no effect. Because nuclear fusion explodes and releases neutrons, atoms change and become radioactive substances. Derek Saint's elemental body was instantly knocked back to its original shape by nuclear radiation, and then all the cells in his body were destroyed by the heat generated by nuclear fusion. A nuclear fusion explosion with an equivalent of 10 million tons instantly destroyed everything within a radius of several kilometers, leaving a large crater with a radius of more than 1 kilometer. Isan Balon Source C. Saint. Advertisement. Narana Fy Palace. Jagalusha Mimas St. Shepherd Lita St. They saw a huge ball of light more than 10 kilometers away, followed by a mushroom cloud, followed by a terrifying shock wave and flash, which made their bodies tremble involuntarily. What kind of power is this? Saint Jagalusha Mimas was stunned. No. Use domineering body protection quickly. Isan Balon Yuan Haishan was irradiated by the neutron, and his whole body began to feel hot. He quickly used armed domineering to cover his whole body. The remaining 5 elders, Kuzan, Sakaski, Purple Dragon, Blood Wolf, and others also saw the huge light ball dozens of kilometers away, as well as the mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Sakaski felt a sense of familiarity, and suddenly he remembered, is this the power deep in the underground magma? Isn't it a little different? But the remaining 4-5 elders looked extremely ugly. They have already felt the fall of Saint Jialan and Saint Derek. Is this the power of the Liberator? It's so dazzling. It's like the sun. Morgan's excited voice sounded in the live broadcast. Audiences around the world were stunned at this moment. In particular, part of Morgan's phone bugs are hidden high in the sky. From a high-altitude shooting angle, you can see Dressrosa Island on the side of the photosphere. The ball of light was equivalent to 1/3 of the size of Dressrosa. On the void throne in the Hall of Power, I'm looked at the artificial sun in the live broadcast. Not only did his face look extremely ugly, but his body was trembling slightly. He developed fear. Other side. Inside the secret scientific research base of the world government. 7 Vegapunks are also watching the live broadcast. Vegapunk's eyes widened and he murmured to himself, this kind of power is unmistakable. This is the power of Mother Fire. The other 6 androids Vegapunk looked at the terrifying ball of light in the live broadcast with different expressions. The main body of Vegapunk, who had just woken up from a dream, suddenly shouted, quick, start the monitoring equipment, I want to get the data generated by the explosion just now. No problem. Vegapunk Shakya nodded. Do you need help from the world government? Vegapunk York asked with a cute look on his face. Vegapunk thought for a few seconds, then shook his head, no need for the moment. Chapter 216 Disastrous Defeat and Secret Hand. Hey! Saint Satan panted and looked at the flash of light, and then his legs were tied up by Black Maria's spider silk. Go away! Conquerors impacted Black Maria, causing it to fall back several hundred meters. It's so hard. For Saint Satan, the situation in front of him is really too difficult. Advertisement. Less than 15 minutes had passed since I'm informed them. They had lost 2 more people, Jialan Sheng and Derek Sheng, and the Liberator had 2 more masters. In an instant, Saint Satan's hair stood on end, and he quickly rolled to the left. Sizzling. Countless lines pierced the ice. Brother Ming suddenly appeared not far away. The nuclear explosion just now obviously did not hurt him because he used the emergency channel card just before the explosion. The moment he saw Brother Ming, Saint Satan's eyes were solemn. He was ready. If Brother Ming used the same trick again, he would immediately use reverse summoning to send himself back to Mary Joa. Right now. More than 10 kilometers in mid-air. Another dazzling flash suddenly erupted. Then a violent shockwave swept across. It's this kind of power again. Saint Satan's expression became more and more gloomy. In the ball of light with a radius of several kilometers, Army General Zilong had been wiped out in ashes, and Lilian sped out from the core of the explosion. Poof! Satan Sheng didn't notice, and Brother Ming's thread penetrated his abdomen, and he suddenly started bleeding profusely. Lilian glanced at the 5 elders' side, and then flew to Sakaski's side. Sakaski's expression changed. He could only fight evenly against Vic. Once Lilian joined, he would be in a desperate situation. He took a look at the situation in various places on the battlefield, and suddenly his heart suddenly crossed, and he quickly sank into the magma lake. Boom boom boom. There is a large amount of magma emerging on the ice sheet and land. Lilith, who was flying, suddenly flashed to the right, and a column of magma shot out from the ground. Did you hide in the underground magma? Lilian frowned. Although she is not worried about the temperature of the magma, she will definitely not be able to catch up with Sakaski when moving in the magma. After all, magma is Sakaski's home field. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. Monet and Joshua also avoided the magma column that suddenly erupted underground. Boom boom boom. The 5 elders' side also received support from Sakaski. Sakaski disrupted the entire battlefield by constantly manipulating underground magma and raiding from underground. People on the world government side finally got a chance to breathe. Of course, Sakaski's magma attack can only threaten some Liberator Masters, and does not pose much threat to Lilian, Joshua, and Noah. Therefore, CP Chief Shuelang, who was fighting with Crow, avoided Crow with the help of magma pillars, but he was very unlucky and met Noah. The vitality of the werewolf fruit is indeed tenacious, but you are not Logia after all. A demonic whisper sounded in the blood wolf's ears. Before the blood wolf could react, he was hit by the slow light, and his body suddenly slowed down. Let me warm you up. Noah pinched the blood wolf's neck and instantly injected the huge heat stored in the caloric fruit into the blood wolf's body. The blood wolf's eyes widened and he felt his body heating up crazily, and soon the temperature soared to several thousand degrees Celsius. Sizzling. The blood wolf's flesh and blood first sizzled and emitted oil, just like frying a steak, then carbonized, exuding a strong smell of paste, and finally the body turned into carbon residue. Noah's other hand used the ability of the dark fruit to imprison the information body of the werewolf fruit and seal it in a card. In just 10 seconds, a general-level master was killed by Noah. In addition, Army General Zilong was killed by Lilian just now. Now there are only 5 elders, 5 Knights of God, Kuzan and Sakaski left on the world government side. As for the 5 elite lieutenant general-level officers, they had died tragically at the hands of Joshua. The military officers and CP masters on the outer sea had already withdrawn to the G1 base in New World. This was also an order given by Kuzan. He knew that these middle-level officers could not intervene in the Battle of Dressrosa. After all, these people could not even consume the enemy's physical strength, and they could only give away their lives if they stayed. The battle continues. Although Sakaski is constantly providing support underground, 5 elders, Knights of God and Kuzan are still in danger. After all, the number of masters on the Liberator's side has reached 25, which means that the 5 elders and others need to face 2 or 3 enemies at the same time. Even if the awakened phantom beast species is more durable, it cannot withstand the siege of 2 or 3 masters of the same level. Smoke filled the air. Nalanophanagong's chest was rising and falling as she gasped, "Who?" Advertisement. "If you are only like this, then die here." Hancock looked at the woman in front of him indifferently. Although she became an apostle, it did not mean that she had forgotten the experience of being enslaved by the celestial dragons. Fy Pallas, a paramecia steam fruit user, is not weak in strength. Whether it is high-temperature water vapor, highly toxic mercury vapor, or corrosive sulfuric acid vapor, it gives her extremely terrifying power. However, Hancock has too many magic cards, coupled with the terrifying armed domineering force, making it difficult for many attacks to be effective. Moreover, after awakening, even if the sweet fruit does not actively use the ability, people who see Hancock will have desires in their hearts, which will affect their seeing, hearing and color. If Fy Pallas hadn't been a woman, and she had passed the love-brained puberty, she could have barely withstood the petrification of Hancock's charm. Jagalusha Mimas Saint's opponent is Moria. Saint Mimas is the phantom beast species in the form of the human fruit titan. Saint Mimas who turned into a titan giant has the same strength. A fist hit, and there was a large pit hundreds of meters in size. Boom boom boom. It's a pity that he met Moria. The rebuilt Moria is not only a great swordsman, but also possesses the awakened shadow fruit, and the two-color domineering is also very powerful. The moment Saint Mimas struck again with his iron fist. Boom. In the mist, Saint Mimas' body suddenly stiffened, and his shadow was parasitized by Moria's shadow. The next second, Moria emerged from the shadow behind him, wrapped his palms in armed colors and pink light, and slapped Saint Mimas on the back. For an instant, Saint Mimas' body remained motionless. Immediately afterwards, Moria's other hand was also wrapped with armed colors and pink light, and he patted Saint Mimas on the back. Mimas Saint's body was struggling crazily, and the armed domineering energy in his body was constantly surging, trying to expel the invading force. But Moria didn't give him a chance and hit him hard on the back of the head with his fist. For an instant, Saint Mimas's eyes darkened, and then the awakening power of the sweet fruit in his body took advantage of it. All this is done in just a few seconds. Then Moria controlled the shadow and controlled Mimas Saint to fight with him, while secretly implanting a large number of cards into Mimas Saint's body. Shepherd Leda Saint was relatively unlucky. He was not a capable person, but a great swordsman, but he met Doria. Doria, who has awakened the weapon fruit, uses various fantasy weapons in turn. Sil, who was hiding in secret, took the opportunity to take action. His body sluggished for a moment, and then he was beaten to ashes by Darius' laser cannon. Saint Sardan sensed the death of another god's knight. Although his face was extremely ugly, the time he estimated in his heart was almost up. Chapter 217 Turning the Tables. Noah suddenly looked up. Joshua also appeared on his side, and said with a somewhat cautious expression, "Brother, there is something approaching the sky above Dressrosa." On the other side, Saint Satan immediately released his ability. In an instant, the 5 elders and the remaining members of the Knights of God all disappeared near Dressrosa Island. Kuzan, who was confused, and Sakaski, who was still fighting guerrillas underground, were left behind. Advertisement. That's. Kuzan looked up and saw a shadow hanging over Dressrosa, not good. He reacted instantly. It was obvious that 5 elders must be preparing to use some hidden cards. But Kuzan was also under that shadow at this time. The next second, dense beams of light fell from the sky. 3 seconds ago, Noah, who has the ability to predict the future, has already seen a corner of the future. Noah did not use the escape route to leave because he could not leave at this moment. Leaving now would only make people think that the liberators are afraid of the world government's secret weapon. Joshua, help me pay attention to the surrounding situation. Brother, be careful. Joshua's excitement was aroused to the maximum. Noah inserted his hands into the ground, the boundary of iron sand. In an instant, the ground, sea surface, and glaciers within a radius of 100 kilometers with the kingdom of Dressrosa as the center quickly turned into simulated iron sand. Float. Countless amounts of iron sand floated in midair, forming a large black cloud of iron sand. Heat exchanger. Countless silk threads are connected in the iron sand and dark clouds, and the center of the threads is Noah. The next second, a violent beam of light shot down and plunged into the iron sand cloud. Although the iron sand cloud with a thickness of several hundred meters was invaded by the light beam for hundreds of meters, the light beam was unable to penetrate the remaining few hundred meters of iron sand cloud. The temperature of the iron sand cloud dropped rapidly, and all the heat was swallowed up by Noah's body. This was the heat-absorbing ability of his heat fruit after awakening. Kuzan, who fled to the edge of the shadow, looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and the rapidly falling temperature. He was extremely shocked by the man's strength. The power of the energy cannon fired by Uranus is indeed amazing, and it is enough to destroy more than a dozen Dressrosa kingdoms in an instant. But Noah's combo skills easily blocked this devastating attack. In the live broadcast screen. Advertisement. Morgans shouted in an excited voice, "It has appeared. Is this the secret weapon of the world government? Is this the legendary ancient weapon Uranus? The ultimate weapon that can destroy more than a dozen kingdoms of Dressrosa in an instant? Perhaps this is the trump card of the world government that has stood firm for 800 years. Look. Noah the Liberator didn't leave, he used iron sand. Blocked it. Noah the Liberator blocked Uranus' attack. He is indeed the strongest man in the world. Whether it will be the ancient weapon that erases everything, or the Liberator Noah who will turn things around, let's wait and see." Morgan's voice was hoarse, but it could not conceal the excitement in his heart. This huge war, which has lasted 800 years, may be more intense and grand than it was 800 years ago. All the viewers were watching the live broadcast intently. If Noah really withstood the attack of Uranus, then the myth of invincibility established by the world government over the past 800 years would completely fall apart. This is also a collision that Noah cannot escape. Marie Joya. The 5 elders and the knights of God who had just escaped immediately captured Isanbalan Nast Hero, who was also teleported back. However, they did not execute Saint Nast Hero, because the world government lost too many high-level combat forces in the Battle of Dressrosa. So they are looking for ways to restore Nasu Langsheng. Saint Satan and others hurriedly arrived at the Hall of Power. I saw him sitting on the void throne and the live broadcast on the side. How is that possible? Maz Sheng's eyes widened. In the picture at this time, it is the scene of Noah resisting the attack of Uranus. Although Yi Mu's face was expressionless, his body under the robe was trembling slightly. Saint Satan racked his brains to recall the information in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. What exactly is this guy's Devil Fruit? If Uranus has no way to kill the other party, what are we going to do? Saint Wuchelai was sweating profusely. I'm also remained silent. Obviously, he did not expect that Noah would be so powerful that even Uranus could not annihilate him. At this moment, Uranus' energy beam finally disappeared from the screen. Im's face was extremely ugly, because the attack just now reduced Uranus's energy reserve again, and now only about 1 energy is left. Noah felt that the heat exchanger did not transfer much heat, and a sneer appeared on his face. The next moment, the iron sand cloud transformed into an iron sand giant, a giant with a height of more than 1,000 meters. The giant opened its mouth and suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. "Give it back to you." From the giant mouth of the iron sand, a beam of energy shot up into the sky. Advertisement. Sizzling. The dark clouds in the sky were shaken away, and Uranus, hidden in the dark clouds, finally revealed his true face. It was a huge spherical spacecraft with a large number of dense holes arranged on its surface. These holes were the muzzles for firing energy cannons. The energy cannon ejected by the iron sand giant instantly hit the Uranus spacecraft. But this spacecraft has an energy shield on its surface. Is this the true face of ancient weapon Uranus? Lillian burst out flames from the solace of her feet and rushed up to a height of 10,000 meters in an instant. Lillian's body suddenly expanded and turned into a small white sun, the sun without mercy. Positron cannon. Joshua controlled the magnetic field and electrons, and a terrifying positron cannon was ejected. "I'll have one too." Golden Crow missile. Ming Ji's lines formed a missile, and the nuclear fusion core at the core of the missile started running quickly. Weaponry appears, electromagnetic gun. Darius' body turned into a giant electromagnetic gun, and a tungsten core shell exploded upward with sharp sound waves. Dynamite rock missile. Vic also took action. Boom boom boom. The energy shield on the surface of Uranus began to dim under such intensive attacks. A few minutes later, the shield of the Uranus spacecraft flashed a few times and then disappeared, and then the entire spacecraft suddenly fell from high altitude. After apparently losing all its energy, the Uranus spacecraft even lost its magnetic levitation function. Noah flew above it, used the power of the Piao Piao fruit, and patted the Uranus spacecraft. Suddenly, the Uranus spacecraft stopped more than 5,000 meters above the ground. See this scene. All audiences around the world fell silent. Whether it's a pirate or a marine. Whether they are civilians or nobles. Whether it's an underground giant or a world government. Everyone knows that things are going to change completely. Mary Joa's face looked extremely ugly, but there was nothing he could do. Although he has the highest authority of Uranus, the premise is that Uranus has sufficient energy, otherwise the Uranus spacecraft will be a pile of scrap metal. The 5 elders also fell into despair and fear. Even if they have immortal bodies, they will still be killed. For example, Lillian and Ming Ji's nuclear explosion attack can instantly disintegrate every cell of a living thing. Even if the cells can live forever, they are of no use. The attack just now by other members of the Liberator organization was also no small matter. With Noah's successful capture of Uranus, the resistance forces around the world who resisted the Liberator's army were immediately defeated on a large scale. Chapter 218 Historical Records. Noah stands atop the Uranus ship. Sakaski, who was hiding in the underground magma, had already escaped. But Kuzan was surrounded. Noah didn't care too much about Kuzan, because the other party's outcome was already doomed. Compared to Sakaski, who can dive into the underground magma layer, and Porosalino, who can move at high speeds, Kuzan's speed is too weak. If he encounters other forces, he may be able to avoid being attacked by the enemy by diving into the seabed. Chase. Advertisement. But the opponents he faced at this time were Monet, Seer, Joshua, Moria, and others, plus the others who were free. It was almost impossible for Kuzan to escape from the kingdom of Dressrosa. Noah summons Doria. You and Uranus fuse together and see. Fusion? Okay. Doria activated the weapon fruit's awakened form. The awakened state of the weapon fruit can not only turn into various fantasy weapons, but can also be integrated with various weapons that exist in reality. As an ancient weapon, Uranus naturally falls into the category of weapons, and Doria was soon integrated into Uranus. Since Uranus's energy had been exhausted, Doria's integration became extremely easy, and he entered the control core cabin of Uranus with almost no effort. Noah followed closely and used the coordinates on Doria's body to jump into the control core cabin using the black cavity. Doria used part of his own life force reserves to turn into energy, injected it into Uranus's backup energy system, and initially restarted some of the cabins. Diddy. The lights in the control core cabin came on. Noah looked at the empty control core cabin. There were only 5 seats inside, and behind each seat was a metal sphere covered with special patterns. Doria emerged from one of the seats. My lord, I have reset the control system of Uranus, and now Uranus belongs to us. Uranus's system should have historical records. Doria nodded. Yes, I did not delete Uranus's history. Do you need to read it? Advertisement. Tune it in and take a look. If I'm not wrong, Im's true identity in Lushan will be recorded. Doria did not answer the call, but called up Uranus's historical database. A virtual display screen appeared in front of the two of them. Soon Noah saw what he expected. In the year 582 of the Hyundai calendar, the Great Kingdom predicted that a super earthquake would occur in the world more than 100 years later, which would cause sea levels to rise. In order to save the world, the Great Kingdom came up with an idea. In the year 611 of the Hyundai calendar, the huge kingdom completed the technical verification of its idea and began to invite other countries or tribes to join it. Hundreds of countries, including the Kingdom of God, the Kingdom of Ryugu, the Kingdom of Wano, and the Kingdom of Alabasta, have successively accepted the invitation. In 679 AD, Prince Joyboy of the Giant Kingdom was born. He went out to sea to adventure as a pirate while traveling around the world. During this period, he successively convinced some kingdoms and at the same time began to prepare to implement the salvation plan planned by the Giant Kingdom. In the year 701 of the Haiwan calendar, the Dragon Palace Kingdom, under the leadership of the Mermaid Princess, took the lead in completing the promised ship, the Ark Noah, and prepared to immigrate the whole country to the huge kingdom in the future. In 720 AD, the shipbuilding nations completed the huge battleship, Pluton. In 731 AD, the Kingdom of God on the Red Earth continent, with the help of other countries, completed the huge spaceship, Uranus. In 735 AD, in order to ensure that Uranus and Pluton were not used in war, Joyboy, Princess Mermaid, and others initiated a world conference. Through this conference, it was stipulated that the Uranus spaceship and Pluton battleship must have 7 managers with equal authority. Managers are rotated every 10 years. Every time they are used, all managers must agree, otherwise the system will refuse to execute the instructions. Noah turned to the last historical records. In 775 AD, the 5th batch of Uranus managers selected are Naranayam, Isanbalan Vinas Hero, Jago Lucius Arden, and Makas Mahir, Topman Warchuli, Shepherd Tenbit, Nefet D. Lily. In 776 AD, the administrator Naranayam suddenly fell ill, and his position as administrator was taken over by Naranayat. When Noah saw this, he knew that control of Uranus had been obtained by Im and others. As for Nefet D. Lily, her current body should be the one used by Im. That is, the 7 administrators of Uranus. That's the 5 elders, Naranayat and Nefet D. Lily, Im. If Noah guessed correctly, Im's body is a user with the ability of the surgery fruit. After she captured Nefet D. Lily, she performed immortality surgery on him, and then used the ability of the surgery fruit to exchange souls, occupying Lily's body. This is also the fundamental reason why Im has stayed among the flowers for a long time and does not show her true colors to others. Advertisement. As for Im, 5 elders and others, the conflict with Joey Boy is actually very simple. That is how to deal with future catastrophes. On this point, the two sides have different ideas. The idea of Joyboy and the Giant Kingdom is to use Pluton and Uranus to destroy the Red Continent, use the rocks of the Red Continent to create a new continent suitable for all races to survive, and then use the power of the Mermaid Princess and the Ark Noah to move everyone their new world. Im's side plans to occupy the Red Earth continent. As for whether other races live or die, they don't care at all. Therefore, in order to occupy the Red Earth continent, Imside must exterminate the original inhabitants of Marijoa, the Lunaria tribe of the Kingdom of God. At the same time, Joyboy and the Giant Kingdom must be eliminated to prevent the Giant Kingdom from using Pluton to destroy the Red Earth continent. This was the beginning of the Great War 800 years ago. The Kingdom of God did not expect that the solar furnace they contributed as the energy core of Uranus would eventually become the force that exterminated itself. Joyboy's naivety killed the huge kingdom. The so-called joint management itself has various loopholes. If Joyboy had chosen to control Uranus by himself, he would have at least had a chance to make a comeback, but it was a pity that he handed over the super weapons that he had worked so hard to build in the huge kingdom and the Kingdom of Gods to the World Congress for joint management. This is like the 5 hooligans handing over their nuclear bombs to the control of the UN General Assembly, and they also gave up their veto power and the power of the permanent members. No matter how perfectly the system is designed, it is just a system after all. As long as people with ideas will always find ways to exploit loopholes. Stole control of Uranus by winning over some of the kings and then killing the naive Lily. Doria, you are responsible for transforming Uranus and attacking Marigeo tomorrow. No problem. Doria nodded. He quickly summoned a large number of engineers from the Liberator organization, including Vinsmoke Gagey, Quinn, Ratched and others who had experience in mechanical transformation. As a weapon fruit user, Doria has completely modified the control system of Uranus, and its maximum deadline belongs to Noah alone. When Noah came down from Uranus, Kuzan did not resist, but surrendered directly. But Noah had no intention of sparing his life and directly recycled the devil fruit without even thinking of controlling him. After all, the body of a Logia user is difficult to transform, and he and Robin still have an awkward past, so Noah chose to give each other a happy life. Chapter 219 Receiving. The Battle of Dressrosa is over. And there was no massive chaos around the world. The reason is very simple. Although the old rulers were destroyed, the army of the Kingdom of Dawn brought a new ruling system. Compared with the remote-controlled agent management of world government, the Kingdom of Dawn directly flipped the table and formulated a complete set of reception plans for all the conquered islands. Among them, the nobles who had no bad deeds were directly deprived of their noble status, and the whole family was preparing to move to other places to live in order to completely destroy the intricate network of blood and relationships in their hometown. Advertisement. As for nobles, businessmen, and gangsters with bad deeds, serious criminals would directly capture them to absorb their luck and vitality. Those whose physical strength was not good enough would be strangled to fertilize the fields or fed to fish, those whose physical strength was acceptable would be transformed into living dead soldiers, and all minor criminals would be killed. Re-education through labor according to the sentence. This is just an initial cleanup. Next, after the world government is completely solved, the Kingdom of Dawn will launch a large-scale immigration plan. For those islands inhabited by a single race, a single tribe, and a single surname, these remaining local forces must be completely separated, and they must not be allowed to concentrate in one place, but must immigrate to other places in small family units. Noah too understood the dire consequences of a single race, a single tribe, and a single surname living in one place. These local forces often stick together to keep themselves warm, secretly resist official management, and even protect each other. They use the excuse that the law does not hold everyone accountable to coerce the official government to compromise with them. This is something Noah will never tolerate. Local forces must be completely cleaned up, otherwise these local forces will find ways to poach the Kingdom of the Dawn and line their own pockets. When big families and tribes think about things, they often think of family first and country later. At critical moments, these forces are also the first to surrender or rebel. Since Noah wants to liberate the entire world, he must completely eliminate the remaining forces in these places. After all, he does not believe that future generations can solve the problems that he has not solved. It would be irresponsible to leave the trouble to future generations. East Daxia Sea. Rogue Town. Smoker, who had just taken office less than a year ago, saw dozens of snail warships appearing in the open sea. He put down his telescope and said, "Everyone, please be careful and don't let those little gangsters take the opportunity to cause trouble." Colonel Smoker, the enemy. Lieutenant Colonel Jack, the adjutant, looked nervous. Smoker waved his hand and took off the cigar he was biting. "Hey, raise the white flag. This. Execute the order. If the Liberator organization fails in the end, I will bear all the consequences." Smoker ordered with a serious face. "Yes." Lieutenant Colonel Jack saluted immediately. Soon the white flag was hoisted on the guidance lighthouse at the port of Rogue Town. Click. The sea instantly froze. Yamato comes skating. Advertisement. Behind them are a large number of combat mecha soldiers, as well as a large number of Liberator soldiers. Yamato saw Smoker on the port pier and a dozen warships moored at the port. The guns were all covered with gun jackets, and he obviously had no intention of resisting. Surrendered. On behalf of Rogue Town Marine, I surrender to the Liberator organization. These are all the records of Rogue Town. Smoker took out a large box of information. You are quite self-aware. Yamato took the box. I accept your surrender. Boom boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions were heard on the streets of Rogue Town, and thick smoke suddenly billowed. There were also a large number of gangsters and pirates trying to take advantage of the fire. Haha, isn't it good to live? I have to seek death. Yamato instantly jumped several hundred meters above Rogue Town. Ice rain. In an instant, thousands of icicles shot down from Yamato's hand. Puff puff puff. The pirates and gangsters who were causing trouble were suddenly pierced by ice and stuck to the ground, wailing in pain. Bartolomeo, a teenager, had just robbed a gold store of gold. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was pierced by ice in the chest. Ah, mother-in-law, save me. Bato. An old woman hurried out of the alley, looking at Bato's miserable condition with shock and hatred. Suddenly, a tall shadow appeared behind the old woman. And Smoker floated over immediately. This guy is the new leader of the Bato family. The old woman quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Please, Bato is still young. He also deliberately attracted Marine's attention in order to help your Liberator organization. Really? Yamato is not the idiot Odin fan in the original timeline. She has part of Noah's memory, and coupled with Noah's special sense of knowledge, she instantly saw the old woman's lies. Please save BA20's life. I am deeply grateful. After all, I am only a grandson. If he dies, I will not be alive either. That's it. If that's the case, I'll help you. Ah. Thank you. Boom. The mace was smashed down instantly, and the old woman's head exploded like a watermelon. No. Bato screamed in pain. I am a very kind person. Now I will send your grandparents and grandchildren to reunite. Yamato smashed Bato's head with another stick. Smoker on the side was stunned. After a few seconds, he came to his senses and said, there's no need to kill that old woman, right? There is no need to pity a retired old pirate. She founded the Bato family with her own hands. This kind of death is not a pity. After Yamato finished speaking, he carried the mace and walked away, smashing the gangsters or pirates who were not dead to pulp. Advertisement. Smoker also saw the decisiveness of the Liberator organization. East Daxia Sea. A few years ago, the sea restaurant was established. Suddenly he was surrounded by more than a dozen snail battleships. GP's expression changed. Sanji, who also noticed something unusual outside, also came out with a pan. It turned out to be. As soon as Sanji rushed out of the cabin, his pupils suddenly shrank. Reijo then landed on the deck of the sea restaurant. Long time no see, Sanji. Why are you here? Sanji walked up with his head lowered and his face was extremely complicated. Reijo looked at this younger brother and said lightly, I'm just passing by, arresting a few retired pirates. What? Sanji's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately turned around and shouted, quickly. The next second, GP and others fell down weakly. This is poisoning. Damn it. Sanji trembled all over, sister, I beg you. Reijo refused directly, needless to say, I will not agree. They have violated the law. We will try them in accordance with the law based on the crimes in their memory. Why? Sanji yelled. There is no reason. Everyone has to pay the price for what they have done. This is the meaning of the existence of the law. If you can just retire and forget about it, then it will be so unfair to those who have lost their families and families because of them. Reijo waved his hand. The soldiers behind her quickly took action and detained everyone in the entire sea restaurant. Then Reijo turned to look at Sanji, you are free, and your father has received the punishment he deserves. From now on, you can be an ordinary person. In the future, the boundaries of the world will disappear, and your dreams can be realized. Is there any point? Sanji fell to his knees in despair. If your life is lived for others, it really means nothing. This ship will be left to you. Reijo did not comfort Sanji because it was meaningless and the two parties were destined to be unable to reconcile as before. Before leaving, she stopped, Sanji, as my sister, I give you one last piece of advice, don't violate the laws of the Kingdom of Dawn, otherwise even I won't be able to save you. My brother, this is the last thing I can do for you, take care. She left, leaving quietly. The sky is clouded over. On the deck of the sea restaurant, only Sanji and a dozen interns were left. Raindrops were falling, and Sanji lay dejectedly on the deck, his empty pupils staring blankly at the dark clouds in the sky. Chapter 220 It's better to chase the poor bandits with the remaining brave men. Early the next morning after the Battle of Dressrosa, Uranus has been initially transformed, and the most important internal control cabin and energy cabin have been transformed. Among them, the solar furnace of the energy cabin has not been significantly changed. Because the Kingdom of Dawn is at its base on the moon, it collects helium-3 particles carried by solar storms through artificial satellites. Although only a few dozen kilograms of helium-3 particles are collected every year, the current inventory of more than 400 kilograms of helium-3 particles is enough to restart the solar furnace. Advertisement. In fact, the Kingdom of Dawn has developed a new generation of solar furnace on the moon. The nuclear fuel it uses is hydrogen atoms and does not require the use of helium-3. Only now that time was running out, Noah didn't let Doria replace Uranus's energy system. After all, the transformation cycle is too long and will take at least several months. Noah was worried about the long nights and dreams, so he planned to make a quick decision and not give the world government time to cause trouble. Early in the morning, among the ruins of the Kingdom of Dressrosa, the Uranus spacecraft floated again, and its flight shield was immediately opened. Compared to the buckles in the hands of the world government, Doria had no idea of saving energy. After this battle is over, the Uranus spacecraft will soon be sent for research. In addition to the Uranus spacecraft, thousands of large spacecraft also gathered near the Kingdom of Dressrosa and began to advance at full speed in the direction of Marie Joya. Noah was not inside the Uranus spacecraft, but standing on the deck of an Ark spaceship. Except for some of the masters of the Liberator Organization who suppressed Sahai, New World, and Paradise, the other masters were standing on the deck of the Ark spaceship just like Noah. Including Noah, Joshua, Joseph, Lillian, Lilith, Robin, Anthony, Vic, Yishan, Lo, Nolan, Enel, R, Mantis, Vapa, Galdino, Dawes, Tai Zoro, Monet, a total of 19 natural masters. There are also 11 master apostles, including Ming Ji, Mariah, Hancock, Hwaza, Crocodile, Doria, Sil, Black Maria, Judgment, Hermit, and Liang. The Liberators sent a total of 30 masters this time. Facing the almost overwhelming force of the Liberator Organization, the dazzling Air Fleet and Uranus, the CP Organization's espionage personnel hidden in the New World quickly fed this information back to Marie Joa. The 5 elders and I'm looked extremely solemn when they heard the news. The new CP chief Yamao reported the report with a solemn face. My lords, at the enemy's current speed, it is estimated that they will arrive at the Red Earth continent near Marie Joa in half an hour. I'm ordered in a low voice, ask Sengoku to abandon Marine Fando, bring the remaining elites of Marine to Marijoa, and at the same time ask Magellan to release all the prisoners in the Impel City. Yes. St. Peter nodded. The other 5 elders also had no comments. Now the world government has reached a critical juncture, and most of the sea areas of the 4 seas and the Grand Route have been controlled by the Liberator Organization. In this case, those sea areas no longer belong to the world government. Naturally, I'm and the 5 elders did not have any scruples and directly released the prisoners in Impel Down City. By releasing the prisoners in Impel Down City, on the one hand, the guard troops in Impel Down City can be transferred to Marie Joya. On the other hand, once those big pirates and villains go out, they will definitely not listen to the orders of the Liberator Organization. They will definitely burn, kill, and loot everywhere, which will restrain some of the masters of the Liberator Organization. Advertisement. After all, there are a lot of terrifying beings in Impel Down City's eternal hell. These guys are all unruly villains. The 5 elders seem to have seen the scene where the Liberator Organization is in dire straits. Paradise. Malinvondo. Sengoku and he, as well as Aramaki and others who returned to Marine Land yesterday evening, have actually prepared for the battle. As soon as he heard the 5 elders' instructions, there was a look of certainty in her eyes, as expected. Let's set off immediately. Warring States immediately ordered. Right now. Beep beep beep. The air raid sirens of Marine Vondo Fortress screamed shrilly. The expressions of Warring States and others changed instantly. I saw hundreds of Ark spaceships appearing in the western sky. Hundreds of large snail warships also appeared on the sea, and there were also 3 islands, 1 large and 2 small, slowly approaching Marine Fando. That's that. He held the telescope and saw the huge Turtle Island fortress. Next to the Turtle Island fortress is the island ship, the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship, and the island ship the World. Sengoku picked up the phone bug and made a comprehensive broadcast to Marine Fando. All Marines listen to the order. The fortress troops immediately adjust their artillery. Launch indiscriminate bombardment against the enemy. The Buster Call fleet will attack immediately. Officers with air combat capabilities form an anti-air force and use all their strength to annihilate the enemy's air fleet. As for the Liberator Organization, the commander in charge of the Battle of Marine Vondo was Crow. In addition to Commander Crow, there are also Mary, Slippery Fruit, Tomini, Art Fruit, Karina, Mirror Fruit, Nami, Union Fruit, and Don Archie, who have been temporarily transferred. Neo, Rare Fruit, Peking, Menman Fruit, Xiachi, Island Fruit, Tun Alubalu, Shu Tree Fruit, Rajat, Tun Fruit, and Shiryu of Rain, a total of 11 a natural master. As well as Weibull, Yamato, Kaji, Quinn, Caesar, Yin, Jack, Von Clay, Barton, and Anjuan, a total of 10 apostle masters. Obviously Noah has considered that the 5 elders will recruit marine elites from marine fando, and is also worried about the possibility that the 5 elders will let Sengoku and others destroy the Impel City after knowing that there is a problem in the Impel City. Therefore, Noah asked Crow to mobilize his troops and be responsible for launching the Battle of Malign Fander, holding back the elite marines of Malign Fander, and preferably completely annihilating the marines of Malign Fander. After the Warring States period was ordered, Aramaki immediately had flowers blooming on his head and flew quickly into the air. Von Clay jumped from the flying fleet. Advertisement. Ice Age. Click. In an instant, dozens of kilometers of sea around Malinfando were frozen. Is this frozen fruit? Crane's eyes narrowed. A dozen huge naval guns in the Turtle Island fortress were quickly fired under the control of Rajet. A huge cannonball with a radius of 800 mm was blessed by Karina wearing Momoko armor the moment it exploded. In an instant, the speed increased to 100 times. Boom. Boom boom boom. The distance of dozens of kilometers passed by in an instant. Malinfando's fortress group suddenly suffered a devastating blow. An 800 mm caliber artillery shell has a speed 100 times that of an ordinary artillery shell. One shot can destroy an area with a radius of several hundred meters. Whether it's a fortress covered in steel armor or those Buster Call warships, the rhythm is basically one shot at a time. BD. Warring States instantly entered the Big Buddha state, Big Buddha shock wave. The shock wave entangled with the armor and conquerors fired continuously, instantly destroying the huge cannonball that came again. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Aramaki became anxious and accelerated towards the flying fleet. Because the Ark spacecraft of the flying fleet, various electromagnetic guns and laser cannons are ready to go. At this moment, Caesar and Nami appeared in mid-air. Thunder Cloud Kylan. Gas Flame. Aramaki immediately braked and jumped off the ice from a high altitude. Huge tree men rise from the ground. Click, sizzle. The Thunder Unicorn rushed from Nami towards the tree man. Aramaki was so electrified that his whole body was covered in smoke, and Caesar's gas flames followed closely behind. Although the Sensen fruit is very powerful on land, the gas fruit and cloud fruit are somewhat restrained by the Sensen fruit. Chapter 221 Battle of Malinfando. To Logia again. Crane's expression became more solemn and helpless. Although Aramaki is at the level of a general, Caesar, who has awakened from the fruit, is also at the level of a quasi-general. With Nami wearing base armor and playing support at high altitudes, he can't get away for a while. Soon Jin also rushed over with a knife. Facing 3 aerial combat masters, Aramaki could only passively take a beating on the ice. 1,000 strikes of fiery flames. Yin's long sword was wrapped with flames and armed domineering energy, instantly slashing out dense flaming slashes. Advertisement. Don't underestimate Laozi. Vine Snake. Countless vine pythons bit at the 3 of them. Gas Fire Dragon. Ice Cloud Hail. Pterodactyl Tornado. The attack power of the plant type is not very high. Its core advantages are actually vitality, survivability, toxins, and assistance. Plants are naturally afraid of fire, thunder, and hail. This made Aramu extremely frustrated. Especially on the sea surface, now surrounded by frozen ice fields, it is even more unfavorable for the use of Sensen fruit. This is also a situation that Crow deliberately led. He had read Aramaki's intelligence, and naturally he would not engage in a war of attrition with the opponent on the land of Marine Vondo. Instead, he deliberately used an air fleet to attract the opponent, and sent Caesar, Nami, and Yin in a targeted manner on the ice and snow. When Sengoku saw the suppressed Aramaki, he knew that in today's battle, Marine had reached a real desperate situation. Crane, Dark Horse, we have to fight to the death today. Warring States, I am ready to wake up. Fleet Admiral, I am also ready. Attack. The Warring States period gave an order. Marine General level officers are on full attack. More than 20 Marine headquarters lieutenant generals, plus hundreds of major generals, led by the 3 Sengoku men, rushed towards the oncoming Crow and others. Come on! Weibul the Fool waved his huge sword. Boom! Warring States' golden palm withstood the slashing blow, but his body was pushed back for more than 200 meters before he could barely shed the terrifying power. Big Buddha shock wave. Brute force chop. Boom! Weibul still stood. But the Warring States period retreated again and again. Advertisement. How could this guy's power be so terrifying? Warring States thought to himself, but the shock wave in his hand did not stop, and Moonwalk instantly rose into the sky. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Brute force chop. Boom. With the help of borrowing power from above and the entangled power of conquerors, Warring States was barely on par with Weibul. The Warring States period was also unable to accept this result. Obviously he didn't know that Weibul's awakened strength fruit had increased his power to the limit 1,000 times. Weibul's power itself was very terrifying, and with the blessing of the awakened strength fruit, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. Boom boom boom. The two kept blasting each other with pure strength. The glacier breaks. The dark clouds parted. Even if Warring States is not too old, and with the physical growth of the phantom beast species, he still cannot fight against Wei Bull for a long time. In an instant, Warring States suddenly exerted force. The sound in the air conquered the devil. With the help of the 6-style derivative skills that he had cultivated to the peak, he instantly appeared behind Wei Bull and aimed his fist at the back of Wei Bull's head. However, the Warring States period's attack failed. Karina, who had been paying attention to the battlefield for a long time, instantly summoned a mirror at Wei Bull's feet and pulled the opponent into the mirror world in an instant. Boom! Warring States punched through several kilometers of ice. Damn! Averted. The next second, Wei Bull appeared intact on the ice not far away and rushed over brandishing his sword. As a master at the general level in the Warring States period, Crow would naturally not let Wei Bull deal with the opponent alone. After all, Crow is not a person who cares too much about form. As long as he can defeat the enemy, he can accept it even if he bullies the minority. The strength of the Warring States period was indeed strong. But Crow has prepared various plans. Crane was also in a tough fight. Her opponents are Mary and Tomini. A person with slippery fruit ability. Crane's washing fruit was indeed a divine aid when dealing with those vicious villains, but it was of little use against Mary. Because the slippery fruit in the awakened state can slide away everything, coupled with Mary's insightful and domineering aura, although Crane is full of clever tricks, they are of no use at all. And Tomini is also very powerful. Although his development of the fruits of art has not reached the level of awakening, the application of his abilities is very strange. Render. In an instant, he saw the surrounding environment suddenly change. Advertisement. From a world of ice and snow, it turned into an extremely quiet primeval forest. Wash away the lead. Crane activated his ability instantly. The virgin forest once again turned into a world of ice and snow. Suddenly she jumped forward and jumped dozens of meters away. Where he was standing just now, a hand wrapped in a military collar suddenly appeared from the air, and then suddenly disappeared. Have you awakened yet? He frowned. Mary, who slipped into the gap between the spaces, looked at the Crane who had reacted, but she didn't feel disappointed. After all, she is a quasi-general level existence, and the Crane fruit has most likely awakened. This woman was able to keep Doflamingo at arm's length before, so she obviously has good strength. Mary moved between the gaps in space again, quickly approaching the Crane. Crane's vision once again saw the future, and she once again used the razor to jump away from the place. The reason why he didn't take the opportunity to cut off Mary's hand was that she couldn't do it. Because in addition to Mary, there is also the strange Tomini who is watching around. Once she chooses to attack Mary, Mary will inevitably entangle her and create opportunities for Tomini. Ice sculpture, Beast Tide. A large number of ice sculptures suddenly appeared from the surrounding ice. Millennium Mirror Armor. The surface of the ice sculpture and the surrounding ice have turned into a kaleidoscope of strange colors, with various colors mixed together, constantly squirming and changing. Wash away the lead. He used her ability again, but this time her ability failed. Can't the environment be changed? She then closed her eyes and used her sense of sight to sense the movement around her. Tomini murmured to himself, life is like a dream. Just listen to the wind. In an instant, Crane seemed to feel that his body was wrapped in warm liquid, which was the feeling of being in the mother's body. No. It's genjutsu. Tsuru wakes up immediately and pricks her palms with her nails. The pain makes her resist the influence around her. However, she didn't know that Tomini had already written a life script for her. You saw the Warring States period being killed, and you were immediately disheartened. You chose to die with the enemy. You tried your best and finally defeated the slippery fruit user, and you also exhausted all your life force. The Crane's vitality suddenly exploded, like a collapsed dam. In less than 10 seconds, all its vitality was lost, and it was about to die of old age on the ice field. Before she died, there was a trace of relief in her misty eyes. Okay, Ms. He, your life script is finished. What? He looked to one side old and weak, and saw Tomini holding a book and pen, and Mary with a depressed look. He woke up immediately, and a wry smile appeared on his old face. I see. I have been in an illusion just now. Before he finished speaking, the Crane's fire of life drifted away in the wind. Warring States in the distance felt the Crane's life breath suddenly surge, and then turned into a candle in the wind, and finally dissipated on the battlefield. He looked up to the sky and roared. Crane! Filled with rage, he desperately hit a giant Buddha shock wave, instantly knocking Wei Bull several hundred meters away. Chapter 222 Final Battle. Malinvondo. In the ice and snow. The Warring States period was struggling to support itself, but the battle situation at the scene was almost one-sided. As he died in battle, the Lieutenant General of the headquarters led by Dark Horse also died one after another. At this time, Anjuan also joined the ranks of those besieging the Warring States period. Advertisement. As time goes by, Warring States' physical strength begins to decline, but the danger continues to increase. This is the inevitable result of a trapped beast still fighting. With Sengoku's intelligence, he obviously knew that the Liberator Organization would not let him go. After all, so far, the Liberator Organization had surrendered Marine officers who had been waiting for him for a lifetime. Warring States even suspected that Yushin and others were originally members of the Liberator Organization. Big Buddha Demon Subduing Fist. Senju Ashura. A huge bone giant rises from the ground. Thousands of bone fists, entwined with armed domineering energy, struck at Sengoku's whole body. Warring States did not fight head-on, but continued to moonwalk and quickly move to dodge. Boom boom boom. The bone fists were like meteor showers, leaving a series of large craters on the ice field. Warring States did not stop moving because he had more than one enemy. Wei Bull's simple knife struck across. Boom. Click. Where Warring States had just stayed, a crack with a width of tens of meters and stretching for several kilometers suddenly opened. Big Buddha snaps his fingers. Small shock waves in the form of flying finger guns are shot out intensively. He did not expect this attack to defeat the enemy, but wanted to slightly block the enemy's rapid approach and create an opportunity for himself to attack. At this moment, Warring States' hair stood on end, and he suddenly slapped his left hand, "Conquer the devil with your hands." Crow, who had just made a surprise attack, immediately turned into a bloodbath and dispersed. Boom. A deep hole was left diagonally in the ice. Bone prison hell. Dense bone spurs appeared around the Warring States period, and the bone spurs rising from the ground quickly wrapped and closed from all directions. Big Buddha shock wave. Brute force chop. Veins popped up on Warring States' forehead, and his whole body was covered with a high concentration of armed domineering energy. It was just that his two fists were no match for his four hands. Facing the continuous attacks from around him, Senguo's soles of his feet were instantly penetrated by bone spurs. Hiss, Warring States gritted his teeth in pain. But the next second, Wei Bull released his right hand and released a pink light. What? Warring States was shocked, but it was too late. He was instantly hit by pink light, and his body began to become extremely slow. In this case, a second of hesitation can be fatal. Wei Bull took advantage of the victory to pursue and cut off Warring States' head with one knife. This is the end of a generation of Marine Fleet Admiral. Advertisement. Kroll lifted Sengoku's head and flew it into the air. Tomini then appeared not far from him. Help me project it. Tomini nodded. Art, movie. In an instant, the image of Crow holding Sengoku's head was magnified hundreds of times. The remaining marine soldiers of Malinfando saw Crow's huge projection and also saw the head held in Crow's hand. How is it possible? Sengoku Fleet Admiral. It's over. Run away. Idiot, where can you escape to? What to do? At this moment, Crow used Tomini's ability to broadcast his voice to the ears of everyone in Malinfando. I will give you half an hour to put down your weapons, leave Malinfando and the warship, and concentrate on the ice field. Anyone who remains in Marinefando or the warship after the time limit will be killed without mercy. The artillery fire stopped. The only place where fighting is still going on is at Eremu. However, this guy already knew that the situation was not good, and was now planning to retreat while fighting, fleeing towards the Red Earth continent. He had no intention of staying and fighting to the death. Soon, I don't know who will start first. Many sailors silently dropped their weapons and ran towards the ice fields outside. Are you going to be deserters? Go to NM, Laozi quits. Run. Don't worry about those idiots. Don't squeeze. After a while, the sailors escaping from Malinfando were like a torrent that broke a dam, desperately squeezing out of the port of Malinfando. Crow picked up the phone. All units were dispatched immediately to control all these sailors. If they dare to resist or cause trouble, they will be executed on the spot. Receive. The Liberator warriors brought the living dead soldiers, living dead generals, beast generals, and combat armored soldiers to separate the surrendered sailors one by one. When encountering those sea soldiers who are thorny or harbor murderous intentions, they will be suppressed directly and forcefully. After executing hundreds of troublemaking sailors on the spot without hesitation, these surrendered soldiers finally fully understood the reality and cooperated obediently. At the same time, Huang Mu, who tried to escape, finally reached the edge of the ice sheet more than 80 kilometers away. However, he had to stop. Because someone is blocking the road ahead. Zobingzen. Toxic forest. Advertisement. Aramaki patted the ice, and in an instant poisonous plants appeared on the ice. Yamato's slashing attack froze a large area of poisonous forest. However, Aramaki was not interested in fighting, and directly created several clones to disrupt his sight, and continued flying towards the Red Earth continent. It's just that the Sensen fruit is too weak in terms of speed and can't escape the pursuit of Caesar, Nami, Yin and others. Suddenly, Aramu lowered his head suddenly, and a laser penetrated the position where his head was just now. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Nanny. Before Aramua could react, his waist was kicked by a ray of light. Boom. Aramua flew backwards and spurted blood, and quickly wrapped his body with trees. The dog eats the red lotus. The fist of magma instantly penetrated the tree shell. Even though Aramaki was covered with armed haki, his body was still severely injured and his left hand disappeared. Ahem, why can you? Three-headed dog of hell. The person who launched the attack was none other than Von Clay. After his imitation fruit is awakened, he can imitate the devil fruit ability of the person whose body he touches. To a certain extent, among Noah's apostles, Von Clay is the best in the first echelon. In addition to being unable to imitate the awakening state of other Esper, the imitation fruit can 100% replicate the ordinary fruit abilities of the Esper. Although Sakaski has not fought against Von Clay, he has fought against other apostles, and each of Noah's apostles can temporarily borrow the abilities of other apostles. Therefore, unknowingly, the fruit abilities of Sakaski, Porosalino, Kuzan, and others were secretly copied by Von Clay. Rockberry fruits are the best choice to deal with dense fruits. Ah! The demon god of the forest. Aramaki tried his best. Shishiway Ice Scroll. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. Frozen Time Capsule. Three-headed dog of hell. Huge glacier lions entangle the wooden golem, which is hundreds of meters high. Immediately afterwards, countless light bombs penetrated the surface of the wooden golem, the freezing air penetrated through the holes made by the light bombs, and the magma three-headed dog hit the wooden golem. Aramya was beaten to the point where he was unable to fight back. The next moment, his eyes widened. Because the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Von Clay used wormhole swallowing to swallow the wooden golem into the mirror world. Immediately afterwards, a steady stream of magma poured in from all over the mirror world. No. I am willing to surrender. Aramaki shouted in panic. It's a pity that Von Clay has no idea of stopping. This guy is a licking dog of the celestial dragons, plus it's Logia. Instead of going all out to capture him alive, it's better to just kill him and get the consequences. Half an hour later. This mirror world was filled with magma, and Aramaki died tragically in the hot magma, and the sensen fruit was recovered. When the time was up, Crow came down and bombarded Marine Fando indiscriminately. Boom boom boom. The huge cannonballs and dynamite rock missiles soon shattered the entire marine land into pieces and sank into the seabed bit by bit. Chapter 223 Final Battle, 2. And just when the Battle of Malinfando came to an end. The Battle of Marijo has just begun. The huge Uranus spacecraft, plus thousands of Ark spaceships, instantly focused all their firepower on Marijoa. Looking at the energy cannon shooting diagonally from the sky. The only remaining army, Fleet Admiral Bismarck, pushed forward with both hands, infinite reflexes. Advertisement. This person is a person with Paramecia reflection fruit ability, and his ability has been awakened. Barrier shield. Mantis instantly activated the maximum range of barriers, and coupled with the energy shield of the Uranus spacecraft itself, it blocked all the reflected attacks. The two sides played against each other in the first game, and it was a dead heat. On the world government side, there are I'm wearing a mask, 4 of the 5 elders, the 7 knights of God who have been added again, 3 masters of the CP organization, the Army Fleet Admiral Bismarck, the Army General Bronze Pig, and the Air Force Fleet. Admiral Goering, Air Force General Falcon, Marine General Sakaski, and Marine General Jun, a total of 21 general-level masters. Plus hundreds of lieutenant general-level experts from the Tianlong people, the 3 armies, and CP. As well as the millions of troops on the Red Earth continent, hundreds of thousands of air forces, more than 200,000 marines who were withdrawn from the sea, thousands of CP agents, and tens of thousands of temporarily armed young celestial dragons. These powers are all Marijoa has at this time. Saint Satan, one of the 5 elders, had just received the news that Malinfando had been captured and that Impel Down had announced an uprising. He had a mournful expression on his face. Because now the situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable to the world government. Originally, if Sengoku, Magellan and others successfully evacuated to Marijoa, they could add 6 general-level presences to the world government side. Now 5 elders' wishful thinking has failed. What is even more serious is the rebellion in Impel Down City, which not only reduces the number of masters in the world government, but also increases the number of masters in the enemy. Under this ebb and flow, even after 800 years of baptism, the 5 elders and I felt despair and panic. Standing on the deck of the Ark spaceship, Noah folded his arms and shouted to the live camera. I, Noah, invite the world government to die today. World government please die. All the liberators roared in unison. Boom. The conquerors of Noah, Vic, Lillian, Robin, Anthony, Luo, and others merged together instantly. The Red Conquerors, combined with the revolutionary will of hundreds of thousands of elite fighters of the Liberator organization, instantly shook the surrounding area for hundreds of kilometers. The dark clouds have dispersed. The rock wall breaks. Advertisement. The water is low. Even on the Fishman Island below Marie Joya, you can feel this suffocating and terrifying atmosphere. And the defenders around Marie Joya fell down one by one like wheat. It was an ordinary soldier who instantly foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes, and lay slumped on the ground. The world government's millions of troops were like chickens and dogs, and 90% of them were knocked unconscious in an instant. Boom. The 5 elders and several celestial dragons and officers with Conqueror's Haki also inspired Conqueror's Haki and tried to fight against Noah's Red Conquerors. Unfortunately, the Conquerors on the world government side do not rule over each other and cannot work together at all. As soon as the Conquerors from both sides collided, the world government's dozens of Conquerors were suppressed. In the second game of the match, the Liberator organization was even better. Noah took the lead. Come with me. Destroy the world government today. Then he jumped down, and suddenly he appeared behind the Army Fleet Admiral Bismarck. Bismarck was unwavering and reflected the fruits of his full strength. I have accepted your fruit. Your opponent is me. I took the initiative, knowing that he must stop Noah, otherwise the rest of the world government would not be able to defeat Noah. Boom. Both sides exchanged punches. Dog eats red lotus. Actually has the ability of rock berries. This made Noah a little surprised, but he calmed down immediately. Rockberry fruit, you are the one with paramecia fruit copying ability. Then what kind of fruit ability user are you? Im's eyes narrowed slightly under the mask. Haha, why should I tell you? Noah immediately condensed his fist with high heat and smashed it. Reflection. Boom. Noah absorbed the bounced heat. Apparently Im's copying fruit has awakened. It is estimated that this old coin has copied many of the fruit's abilities. So that's it. Not only did you perform immortality surgery on Neferred Lily, but you also ate the replication fruit into this body, and then used the replication fruit to replicate the ability of the surgery fruit. No wonder the 5 elders would obey your orders. I took the opportunity to bewitch you and said, boy, if you are willing to surrender to me, I can grant you eternal life. Advertisement. Haha, even if your ability is awakened, it won't be without side effects. Noah casually fired a series of slow rays. Reflection. Shadow leap. The two sides were fighting back and forth, not only fighting with their hands, but also testing their words without stopping. If you copy the awakening of the fruit, you will definitely not be able to use the awakening ability of other devil fruits. If you want to use the awakening ability, there must be certain special conditions. Suddenly, he saw Saint Nashulang who had returned to normal, but with a light green collar around his neck. The power of pet fruit. You know too much. Instantly released a large piece of slow light. Noah, who jumped away again, appeared behind so, you used your understanding of the surgery fruit, and then let the 5 elders cultivate awakened surgery fruit ability users, and then used the pet fruit to control the other party, so that the other party forced me to undergo immortality surgery. Are you excited? As long as you catch that brat, you can gain eternal life. Continued to bewitch, while not forgetting to sow discord. It's a pity that he didn't know that Noah was already immortal. As for Luo's loyalty to Noah, even if he was asked to sacrifice himself, he would not hesitate, so Im's efforts to sow discord were useless. There is no way to awaken the ability to copy the fruit. You will always be a fake. Noah's venomous tongue struck. When heard this, he became furious. He suddenly remembered the taunt Joyboy had made to him before he died. UBD, go to hell. Corrosive touch. Corrosion fruit? I have one too. Reincarnation corrosion. Zzz. Im's pupils shrank sharply, and he raised his hand instantly. Reflect. Zzz. The reflection force field also began to be corroded, which made Im shocked. Impossible. Why can your corrosive fruit be awakened? Even if you say you imitate the fruit, it is impossible to use the awakening ability of other fruits after awakening. Frog in the well, you have been living in Marijo for 800 years, waiting to die. Noah mocked mercilessly. Unforgivable. This world only needs one god. Just disappear. Hard control. Domineering is the foundation. Frog in the well. Noah's conqueror's domineering burst out suddenly, blocking the power of the surgical field that tried to penetrate his body. I don't believe it. Split the sky. Crush gang fist. Boom. Was instantly knocked several hundred meters away, but this guy had so many abilities that he didn't suffer much damage at all. The fight between the two of them silenced everyone else around them. Especially those on the world government side were not only surprised by Im's strange abilities, but also feared Noah's abilities. It was almost like two gods at war. Chapter 224 Who is Destiny? The fight between Im and Noah seems to be less exciting than Logia's, but the murderous intention hidden in it is even more terrifying. In an instant, Im disappeared into the ruins of Marie Joya. Suddenly, Noah kicked the ground suddenly. A 6-story stone dagger stabbed out from the void, then disappeared again. Is it the ability of the space system? No, there should be the aura of the transparent fruit hidden, and Noah instantly guessed what ability I'm used. Advertisement. The next second, Noah also disappeared into the void. In the other world, I'm frowned. He had never encountered an opponent as difficult as Noah, and even Joey Boy didn't make him feel so uncomfortable. Both sides are waiting for the other to lose control. But Noah's patience was clearly better. Because at this time, on the battlefield around Marie Joya, the world government side did not have the upper hand. If I'm continues to hide and seek with Noah, the rest of the world government side will be annihilated in Marie Joya. Although I'm doesn't care much about the life and death of other Tianlong people, he also understands one truth, that is, if the nest is overturned, the eggs will not be intact. Once the 5 elders and others are eliminated, Naim will be besieged by the Liberator organization. Even if he has a lot of copied fruit abilities and can escape from Marie Joya, he will be constantly besieged by the Liberator organization for the rest of his life. This kind of ending is definitely not what he wants to see. Soon, I couldn't hold it any longer. He instantly appeared behind Lilith, and a slow pink light suddenly struck out. Almost at the same time. A wormhole appeared behind Lilith, swallowing up the slow light. The attack failed, and I'm disappeared into the other world again. However, at this moment, Im's sense of sight sensed danger, and in an instant he penetrated the space and reappeared somewhere in the ruins of Marie Joya. But at the moment when he maintained his transparent state and rushed out of the other world, a large amount of sea tower stone powder was sprayed out from the shadow in the corner of the ruins. Repulsion. Immediately, I'm suddenly exploded, and a repulsive force crushed him in all directions. Boom. Click. A large circular pit of several hundred meters appeared in the ruins. However, I'm had to use space jump again. It turned out that the moment he used the repulsive force, a space door opened behind him, and the sea floor stone powder spat out again and spread, forcing him to escape through space jumping. In the same other world, Noah is sitting on the throne in the hall of the castle space, with 74 tarot cards suspended around him. Wheel of Fortune. Steel Luck. Who had just jumped out of space, was frowning, but he didn't know that his luck was rapidly disappearing. Advertisement. Through the eye of the void, Noah saw that had not yet reacted, and knew that the other party had not copied the ability of the lucky fruit, otherwise he would definitely feel that the luck in his body was rapidly draining away. In fact, this is also normal. Although is the behind-the-scenes controller of world government will definitely not be able to collect all the devil fruits in 800 years, otherwise the devil fruits in the sea would have been extinct long ago. Fruits such as lucky fruits and phantom beast fruits have strong instinctive will and will inevitably resist the collection of the world government. Otherwise, the celestial dragons would definitely not have only 6 immortals, and the 5 elders. Apparently after several forced immortal surgeries, the fruits of the surgeries instinctively resisted approaching the world government and the celestial dragons. Now Noah uses I don't know how many kinds of fruit abilities has copied, but the opponent has not copied the ability of the lucky fruit, which is definitely a fatal weakness. Also never thought that Noah would have the lucky fruit in the awakened state. Just by seeing the other person, he could continuously absorb the other person's luck. Is that guy hiding in the void? No, we must kill this guy as soon as possible. I always feel that something bad is happening. What saw and heard was already warning him crazily, which made him more and more anxious. In an instant, raised his hand to grab Uranus. Come here. A terrifying gravitational force bound the Uranus spacecraft, pulling it firmly towards the red Earth continent. Doria, the controller of the Uranus spacecraft, immediately counterattacked. Hundreds of energy cannons erupted. This time, ignored his own people on Marie Joya. The Army Fleet Admiral Bismarck, who was entangled by Robin, could only use the reflective force field in a small area to protect 1/3 of Marie Joya. Boom boom boom. The Uranus energy cannon instantly focused fire on Marie Joya and the surrounding red Earth continent. Click. Boom. A 1,000-meter-high rock wall collapsed and slid down from the edge of the red Earth continent. There was a slight lull in the bombardment. Marie Joya was completely unrecognizable. More than 1/3 of the area was blown to pieces, leaving only a large crater with a depth of more than 1,000 meters. The Uranus spacecraft is still falling rapidly, but Doria has started its reverse thrusters, resisting Im's gravitational pull. At this moment, sensed the danger, jumped to the left, crossed the space, and appeared behind Joseph. However, the next second, there was a sudden pain in Im's back, and a sea stone bullet shot into his spine. Nanny. The Air Force elite lieutenant general holding a sniper rifle in the distance looked confused. He had originally planned to sneak attack Joseph, but this seafloor stone bullet almost imbued him with more than half of his armed domineering energy. Unexpectedly, suddenly appeared and blocked a shot for Joseph. However, Noah did not give a chance to react. Advertisement. In an instant, was pulled into his own shadow, and then was sucked into the castle space. Im's face under the mask was extremely ugly, it's impossible not to see the color of what I've seen. It's over. Atomic fission fist. The fist entwined with Conqueror's haki, armament haki, and crushing power instantly penetrated Im's body. Click. Boom. Every atom in Im's body split instantly, and a nuclear fission chain reaction occurred immediately. A terrifying nuclear explosion erupted inside the castle space. Looking at Im, who was completely annihilated, Noah was not careless. Suddenly, Noah's expression changed. Because he felt a sudden change in the aura of Saint Nashu Lang among the 5 elders. In an instant, Noah appeared not far from Nashao Lang Sheng. Brother, what's wrong? Anthony was alert to his surroundings. Im, why hide it? Noah stared at Nashao Lang Sheng. Im, who had already resurrected from the body of Saint Nashu Lang, had a ferocious look on his face. You deserve to die. Haha, after losing that body, can you still use the ability you copied? Noah looked at the other party with a sneer. Im's face was gloomy. Why can that bullet hit me? Haha, you think I will tell you? Go to hell. Noah used the 1000-fold increase without mercy, and suddenly exploded with a fist. Untouchable. Just wait for me. Im quickly avoided the attack with the help of his ability to predict the future. Apparently after being reborn, Im's luck recovered a lot, but his new body was seen by Noah again, which doomed his tragedy. The escaping Im suddenly appeared behind Satan Saint. Satan! Become a part of me. Satan Saint's eyes widened, but his body was involuntarily sucked into Im's body. No. The expressions of the other 5 elders changed dramatically, but it was too late. After devouring Saint Satan, Im instantly borrowed the power of the Jiki fruit, plus the backhand he left in the 5 elders, to forcefully summon Saint Vauchelai, Saint Maz, and Saint Pit. Im, you have to die. No. Sizzling. As the 5 elders were devoured by Yim returned to his true form. Chapter 225 Disaster to Chiu. At the same time, Fishman Island under the Red Earth continent. The expressions of Jinbei, Neptune, Aladdin, Princess Otohim, and others who were watching the live broadcast changed. Jinbei broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "Quick, tell everyone to retreat towards the Sabayati Islands." Neptune, who woke up, did not care about Jinbei's rudeness, and immediately shouted to the left and right ministers and the commanders of the legions, "Everyone, immediately notify all subjects to use the ships collected previously and evacuate towards the Sabayati Islands." Advertisement. As commanded. At this moment, the ground shook slightly. The fierce battle on the Red Earth continent above has begun to affect the Fishman Island below. Especially on the Red Earth continent rock wall close to the New World, several huge rock formations with a height of more than 1,000 meters collapsed and fell from it, and there were countless rocks that were hundreds of meters or tens of meters in size. Boom. Boom boom boom. Rock formations kept falling into the sea, causing waves thousands of meters high. However, the falling rock fragments showed no signs of decreasing. Ice Age. Von Clay jumped out of the void and imitated the ability of the frozen fruit, instantly freezing the sea surface hundreds of kilometers around him. Click. Boom. Boom boom boom. The rock fragments falling from above continue to hit the ice sheet, forming dense seismic waves that spread in all directions. Slight earthquakes can be felt on the New World side of Marie Joya, even on islands hundreds of kilometers away. Of course, this does not mean that everything is calm on the Paradise side. When it comes to the Red Earth continent on the other side of the Paradise, there are not too many cracked rocks, and there are no rock fragments thousands of meters in size. However, in the Sabayati Islands close to the Red Earth continent, tsunamis tens of meters high can already be seen approaching quickly. Help! Run quickly! Damn world government and liberators! It's over! The residents and unscrupulous traders of the Sabayati Islands looked at the rapidly approaching tsunami and fell into despair and fear. Yamato comes out of the secret hidden shadow passage. Extremely cold breath. Hey! Click! The sea surface began to freeze rapidly. However, her fruit ability is definitely not comparable to frozen fruit in terms of freezing speed and intensity. Fortunately, her fruit had already awakened and she was able to freeze the tsunami that was tens of meters high. Advertisement. After seeing the frozen first wave of tsunami, Yamato waved his mace, roaring thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. The shock wave instantly shattered a large piece of ice. Then she continued to exhale freezing air to expand the area on the ice. The residents of the Sabayati archipelago, who had just survived the disaster, had not had time to celebrate when they saw a large number of fighters from the Liberator organization passing through the space channels and entering the various islands of the Sabayati archipelago. Those unscrupulous businessmen, pirates, and gangsters suddenly panicked. They knew the policies of the Liberator organization. Soon, the dying evil elements on the Sabayati Islands began to dance wildly. Someone tried to pass themselves off as a civilian. Someone fled to the secret port. Someone set a fire to cause chaos. Someone is taking civilians hostage. But they underestimated the determination and strength of the liberators. Crow and others who had just wiped out Marine Fando, except for some masters who returned to the Four Seas to guard, the remaining dozen masters all appeared in the Sabayati Islands. The reason why Crow and others appeared here was to besiege the defeated world government troops who were escaping on Mary Joa's side. After all, Crow has already known through the internal intelligence system that the most troublesome Yim body has been solved by Noah, and now there is only one new Yim left who has swallowed the 5 elders. Therefore, Crow did not go to Marigio, but brought people to Sabayati Islands to block the door. When Sabayati's thugs met Crow and others, they were directly at gunpoint. Nami unleashed a huge dark cloud. Click! A bolt of lightning chopped a pirate who was trying to kill into charcoal. Boom! A hailstone more than 10 meters in size fell from the sky and hit a slave ship trying to escape. Caesar floated through every street, leaving behind countless corpses of suffocated villains. The soldiers who dealt with the aftermath began to take over every street and stabilize order. At the same time, under the sea, using small sea monsters as power, a large number of coated ships snorkeled from the Fishman Island to the Sabayati Islands. However, it is precisely because of this. Hody, Vander Decken 9 and others hidden in Ark Noah realized that this was a rare opportunity. A crazy smile appeared on Hody's face. Dakin, get close to Shirahoshi immediately. Shirahoshi is mine. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Hody suddenly pinched Dakin's neck. Dakin's face turned red. Let me go, I can't breathe. Seeing Dakin almost rolling his eyes, Hody let go of him. Chase him immediately. Who? Dakin was lying on the deck panting heavily. Although there was murderous intention hidden in his eyes, he did not continue to shout, I know. Immediately, he used the hand that had patted Shirahoshi to throw the entire Flying Dutchman towards Shirahoshi. Advertisement. Among the dense fleet of escape ships, Shirahoshi is on a boat with her big brother Shark. Because there were too many fleeing ships and they were crowded together, Shark Star had to concentrate on driving the ship and did not notice the Flying Dutchman approaching quickly from behind. Boom! Suddenly the two ships collided. Hody quickly penetrated the plating between the two ships. Kongwu hit the water. Shark Star, who had not yet reacted, was instantly penetrated by a drop of water through his chest and fell to the deck. Brother! Shirahoshi panicked. In an instant, a special wave was released from Shirahoshi. The huge Poseidon species hidden in the sea around the Fishman Island quickly sensed this fluctuation. It's the king's call. Let's go over and take a look. Why is the king's aura a little unstable? A dozen large Poseidons quickly swam towards Shirahoshi's position. Hody quickly tied up Shirahoshi with chains and dragged him to the Flying Dutchman. Dakin immediately activated the ability of his other hand. He had already touched an undersea ruined ship in the capital of Seven Waters before, just to prepare for a quick escape from the Fishman Island. With his ability activated, the Flying Dutchman quickly headed towards the capital of Seven Waters at full speed. Right now, Neptune also saw his eldest son's paper of life burning, and he quickly drove the battleship close to Shark Star's ship. When he saw Shark Star who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, and Shirahoshi who had disappeared, his face was very ugly. Ahem, father, this is Hody Jones, and Vander Decken 9, call Jinbei. Shark Star passed out before he could finish his words. Damn it! Neptune held the trident tightly. However, at this time, the rocks smashed down from the Red Earth continent had begun to affect the seabed. Neptune looked at the increasingly chaotic sea currents around him. If he and Jinbei went to find Shirahoshi, the fleeing fleet would suffer heavy losses. After struggling for a moment, he decided to save Shirahoshi and turned around to control a dozen large sea beasts to push some fallen rocks away from the channel. Other side. Those large Poseidon types also sensed the change in Shirahoshi's position and changed direction accordingly. Fortunately, Shirahoshi was not among the fleet fleeing from Fishman Island at this time, otherwise as soon as these large Poseidons approached, a large number of diving boats might sink. The sudden changes in the seabed continue. And Crow on the Sabayati Islands also used his fruit ability to sense that a large number of creatures with strong vitality appeared in the seabed around the Sabayati Islands. He suddenly frowned. What's going on? This kind of aura is of the large Poseidon type, and there are more than a dozen of them. Chapter 226 Overestimating One's Own Capabilities. Crow increased the range of the color sensing. After a moment, his expression was slightly startled. The fishman escaped from the Fishman Island, just in the direction of the dozen or so large Poseidon species. Suddenly he remembered something, Poseidon-like abnormality. Is this phenomenon Poseidon awakening? Then he picked up the phone. What's wrong with Crow? Advertisement. Feng, how is the situation over there? Is it convenient for you to come over to the Sabayati Islands? Von Clay glanced at the Red Earth continent in the distance. Although the rock layers above were still disintegrating and falling, the sea below had been completely frozen, and the fallen rocks temporarily formed a large new land. The ice here should last about half an hour. Half an hour? That's enough. You can come right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Von Clay inspired a shadow channel card, which appeared in the secret base of the Sabayati Islands. Soon he met Crow. What happened? This generation of Poseidon seems to have awakened. Just now, a dozen huge Poseidon species passed by the Sabayati Islands. Poseidon? Which way? Direction 7 o'clock, just passed by not 10 minutes ago. Okay, leave it to me. Von Clay activated the power of imitation, jumped onto a wooden sailboat, and then the floating force acted on the sailboat, speeding away to the southwest of the Sabayati Islands. While flying, he simulated the electromagnetic force of the thunder fruit, expanding the range of his sight, hearing, and color sensing to thousands of kilometers. 10 minutes later, Von Crow, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes. Woo woo woo. The speed of the wooden sailboat suddenly exploded, leaving a supersonic flight path in mid-air. Another 10 minutes passed. The wooden sailboat crashed into an empty sea. Ice cage. Click. Centered on Von Crow, hundreds of kilometers of sea surface and seabed were completely frozen. The Flying Dutchman, which was diving towards the capital of the Seven Waters at top speed, suddenly hit an ice wall. Boom. The waterproof coating burst instantly, and the Flying Dutchman was shattered into pieces. Although Vanderdecken is a fishman, he ate the target fruit and was paralyzed by the sea water, and his abilities were also released. But Hody Jones reacted, quickly grabbed Hody Dakin, and then pulled Shirahoshi to swim up to the sea. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. The Poseidons outside the ice are attacking the ice blocking the road. The moment Hody Jones pulled Shirahoshi to the surface, he saw a man wearing a cowboy hat, sitting on the shore not far away, looking calmly at the lake. Who are you? Is this Poseidon? He's surprisingly weak. Go to hell. Konggu heavy rain. Hody suddenly burst into flames and swept out a large area of high-speed water droplets. The water droplets instantly slid over Von Clay's body. Weakness is not a sin, ignorance is. As soon as he finished speaking, Hody Jones was frozen into an ice sculpture before he could even take the poison in his pocket. Shirahoshi cried in the water. Vanderdecken, who was also floating in the water, was already trembling with fear. He kept thinking silently in his heart, he didn't see me. He didn't see me. It's a pity that his performance was fully seen by Von Clay. Is it the target fruit? It's a very interesting fruit. In an instant, Vanderdecken was completely frozen and then sealed in the card. Then the ice sculpture of Hody Jones was smashed with a fist. At this moment, a large crab-shaped Poseidon that could move on land had crossed hundreds of kilometers of ice and appeared not far away. Huge eyes looked at Von Clay not far away. However, Von Clay did not coddle the other party, and directly created an ice age and froze the giant Poseidon into an ice sculpture. Looking at Shirahoshi who was still crying in the water, he took out a card and took out a black egg. Woohoo, who are you? Woo. Ignoring Shirahoshi's crying, he scratched Shirahoshi's finger directly, and then pressed the black egg on her finger. In an instant, the black egg turned into a liquid state and quickly seeped into Shirahoshi's body along the wound on his finger. If you cry again, I'll kill you. Von Clay's cold gaze made Shirahoshi forcefully stop the tears in his eyes instantly. With the integration of Jijia completed, Shirahoshi's life is completely in the hands of the Liberator Organization. Originally, Noah planned to deal with the remaining forces such as Fishman Island, Elbaf, Elephant Lord, and the Whitebeard Pirates after the world government was resolved. But now that Shirahoshi is here, there is no reason to refuse. Von Clay didn't talk nonsense with Shirahoshi, he directly opened the shadow channel and threw Shirahoshi to the moon base camp to prevent the other party from accidentally triggering a Poseidon-like riot. Advertisement. The dozen or so Poseidon species on the periphery of the ice layer sensed the sudden disappearance of Shirahoshi's aura, and immediately became anxious and attacked the ice layer in front of them desperately. It's a pity that Von Clay has no interest in dealing with these Poseidons and returns directly to the New World to continue to eliminate the secondary disasters caused by the collapse of the Red Earth continent. Over there in the Sabayati Islands. After listening to Von Clay's brief description, Crow hung up the phone. At this time, next to the glacier on one side of the Sabayati Islands, there were densely packed ships floating around, and millions of Murlocs were in a state of panic. Jinbei looked at the Sabayati Islands wrapped in glaciers and the Red Earth continent that was constantly crumbling in the distance, his face full of solemnity and worry. Right now, Neptune, who had just finished appeasing his subjects, hurriedly came to Jinbei. Jinbei, Shirahoshi was kidnapped by Hody Jones and Vanderdecken. What? Jinbei was shocked. He had known a few years ago that Shirahoshi had special powers that could affect the Poseidon class. The thought of Shirahoshi being abducted, possibly manipulated by Hody Jones, and then using the Poseidon class to attack humans is definitely a terrifying crisis. Your Majesty, which way are they fleeing to? Neptune shook his head, I only know that it is probably towards the southwest. Jinbei looked regretful, damn it, I shouldn't have listened to Princess Otohim and killed the scourge Hody Jones. Neptune was also very helpless. He knew his wife's character too well. A few years ago, Hody Jones conspired to assassinate Otohim, but accidentally, he was discovered by the great Prince Sharksei. Jinbei originally planned to execute him directly, but was stopped by Princess Otohim. Sure enough, being too holy is harming others and yourself. If Hody Jones had originally assassinated Noah, the grass on his grave would have been several meters high. Just when the two of them were filled with regret, a large group of bats appeared not far away, and then formed a figure. Your Majesty, be careful. Jinbei immediately stood in front of him, wary of Crow. Nipton, your daughter is in our hands, and those two fishmen have been killed by us. Crow directly said, don't cause trouble in the Sabayati Islands, and restrain your people, otherwise do it at your own risk. Before Neptune and Jinbei could say anything, the bat clones scattered and flew away. Has Shirahoji been captured by the liberators? Damn it! What can I do? Neptune clenched his fists. Jinbei also feels that it is very difficult. If the fishmen are strong enough, they may be able to negotiate with the Liberator organization. But now the fishmen can't even bear the aftermath of the war between the two sides, and they are not qualified to negotiate terms with the Liberator organization. And through this incident, Jinbei has guessed Shirahoji's identity, and it is very likely that the Liberator organization has noticed it. Chapter 227 Backhand and Caution. Red Earth Dama. Ruins of Ligio. Boom. In the midst of a fierce collision, a huge gap has opened in the Red Earth continent tens of thousands of meters high, and the gap is still expanding. After fusing with the five elders, Im's power becomes very powerful and he has many abilities. Advertisement. However, he lost the various fruit abilities that he had copied over the past 800 years, making it difficult for him to adapt. Boom. The superimposed power of the five phantom beast species was still punched hundreds of meters into the rock formation by Noah. Im used the ability of the Jiki fruit to teleport into the air, but the punch just now still made his insides twitch. Ahem, why does this pariah have such a powerful power? Is it the power fruit? He instantly felt the crisis approaching and quickly fled into the void. The next second, a large piece of slow light swept across. In the sky, a large piece of magma bombs rained down on the sky. Boom boom boom, the unconscious ordinary soldiers of the world government were directly bombarded to pieces by magma bombs. The so-called millions of elite soldiers are actually no different from ants in front of such top-level powerhouses. In more than half an hour of fierce fighting, at least more than 800,000 elite soldiers on the world government side were killed in the aftermath. This is the horror of this battle of Marie Joya. The weak don't even have a chance to escape. Im, who fled into the void, was already scared. He quickly abandoned everyone in Marie Joya and fled quickly. Noah's body in the castle space looked at the guidance of the tarot cards and looked at the palm of his hand with a sneer. Did you run away? It's a pity that you can't escape. Just now, the moment Noah hit Im with his fist, he activated the power of the target fruit that the imitation fruit had just imitated. In other words, Im has been marked by him. In an instant, a series of sea tower stone daggers flew into the void. Im, who was fleeing in the direction of Elbaf, suddenly felt danger approaching and quickly launched a space jump. But with this attack, even if he jumped into the space, there was still a feeling of danger lingering in his mind. Sure enough, just after he entered the space gap. Advertisement. More than a dozen sea stone daggers shot out from the gap in the space. Im instantly burst out with Conqueror's domineering energy and smashed all the sea stone daggers away with his fists wrapped in armed colors. But the consequence of doing so was that he was squeezed out of space and appeared on the Sea of New World. Noah had been waiting for him to show up. A large piece of slow light shone directly on Im, and Im's pupil shrank, but Noah didn't intend to give him a chance to breathe. The sea stone dagger was entwined with the top weapon color and Conqueror's domineering energy, and was inserted into Im's body between the lightning and flint. With the insertion of the seafloor stone dagger, the five phantom beast species fruits in Im's body went silent. I'm not willing to give in. Noah didn't talk nonsense with him, he directly took out the devil's contract and extracted the blood from Im's body. Contract reached. In an instant, the five phantom beast devil fruits in Im's body were extracted and then merged into the five fruits. Without the support of the devil fruit, Im's souls that forcibly controlled the bodies of the five elders finally began to disintegrate. No. Looking at Im, whose cells were beginning to collapse, Noah did not relax his vigilance. His body was still inside the preparation space. Tarot cards continue to divine everything about Im. He even did not hesitate to consume the luck of tens of thousands of people to divine whether Immo had left any other backup plan. Sure enough, his caution was correct. The end of the world, the rebirth of the fool, destiny is like a cycle. The starting point of everything, the end of everything, the seventh person who rebels against fate. Noah narrowed his eyes slightly and thought quickly. Within the authority of the Uranus spacecraft, in addition to the 5 elders and Im, there is also Naranayat, who is Im's younger brother. If anyone is the seventh person who rebels against fate, then this person is the most likely candidate. Then the tarot cards flipped over. Guidance of the Wheel of Fortune, the devil is in the Eastern Sea. Noah immediately thought of the kingdom that the Narana family once ruled, the Kingdom of Britannia, which was located in the East Daxia Sea. Through the shadow passage, Noah appeared in the East Sea, a shadow anchor point closest to the Kingdom of Britannia. I took a look at the map and found that the distance was less than 200 kilometers. He activated the power of the fluttering fruit and flew towards the Kingdom of Britannia like lightning. Advertisement. At the same time, not far from the capital of the Kingdom of Britannia, there is a castle called Windsor Castle. The owner of the castle, who was watching the live broadcast of the Battle of Marijoya, suddenly showed a trace of struggle on his face. After a few seconds, the man slowly opened his eyes and looked at the live broadcast of the already devastated Marijoya. I lost this time, but you will eventually die of old age. Yet, Im, who had just taken away his brother's body, instantly stiffened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Noah emerged from the shadows of the castle. Im directly broke through the defense and roared angrily, "Impossible, why do you know that I have a spare body? I never explained to the enemy, especially a dead man." As soon as he finished speaking, Im was clamped by Noah's neck, and the secret fruit ability was activated, silencing Im's body's fruit ability. As the devil fruit ability in the body was taken away, and the balance that maintained the body's immortality was broken, Im felt that every cell was rapidly collapsing, and he screamed with a ferocious face. I am not willing to accept it." Seeing Im completely turned into a pool of blood, Noah once again used tarot cards for divination. The end of the world, the fate buried under the tower, is the unbalanced devil. As a result of this divination, Noah was finally sure that Im was dead. Wandering in Windsor Castle, he walked into one of the secret rooms, which displayed various books, including various diaries written by Narana. From these diaries, Noah saw Im's cunningness. Although Art is Im's younger brother, he is not the second person to undergo immortality surgery. The second person to undergo immortality surgery is Nasu Shiro, and Art is the last one. In order to allow Art to last until the time for surgery, Im froze Art. It was not until 536 years ago that he captured that generation of surgery fruit users and performed immortality surgery on Art. I'm performing immortality surgery on the 5 elders and his brother, not only to control them, but also to leave a resurrected spare body for himself. Anyone who has undergone immortality surgery by him has actually had his body secretly modified by Im, which is why he can easily occupy the magpie's nest. After Art underwent immortality surgery, he did not stay in Mary Jo as a Draconian, but was secretly arranged by Im to return to his hometown of the Kingdom of Britannia and became the new generation king of the Kingdom of Britannia, the founder of the Windsor family. I'm obviously not 100% confident about the new Joy Boy that may appear in the future, so he asked his brother to return to his hometown and remain anonymous. If he wins, there is no need to use this backhand. If he loses, he will be reborn in his younger brother Art, and then continue to lie dormant, waiting for the new generation of Joey Boy to die of old age, and then he will come out to cause trouble. Im's wishful thinking: if he hadn't met Noah, he might have escaped and come back again. Chapter 228 Connected from all over the world. At the same time that Im's last alternate identity was killed by Noah. Among the ruins of Marijoya, the remaining defeated generals of the world government also showed a complete defeat. After all, without the 6 core combat forces of Im and the 5 elders, the remaining dozen or so general-level masters would face almost twice as many liberator masters to encircle and suppress them. Army Fleet Admiral Bismarck had just used the reflective force field to bounce Robin in the flower demon state, when Mariah immobilized his shadow. Advertisement. Don't even think about succeeding. Bismarck was horrified, and the armed domineering energy on his body surged wildly, trying to break free from the shadow imprisonment. It's just that in this kind of battle between masters, even a moment's loss of concentration, let alone a few seconds, may lead to a disastrous defeat. In an instant, Ray used wormhole teleportation to suck Bismarck into the specially prepared mirror world. The rebound fruit is indeed very powerful, especially in the awakened state, it can rebound almost all attacks. However, this fruit has a weakness. The core of its ability is rebound. When trapped in a special space like the mirror world, the rebounding power of the rebound fruit cannot break through the space. As long as some time passes, Bismarck will starve to death in the mirror world. Many strong people without space ability are basically in a dead end when encountering this kind of alien space. For example, in the original timeline, Bruno in the capital of 7 Waters wanted to kill the Straw Hats. It was actually very simple. It was very easy to directly introduce Luffy, whose IQ was not online, into the other world of the Door Fruit. There is also Charlotte Bray's Mirror Fruit, which can also trap the Straw Hats. The core of the battle for this kind of ability user with a special attached space is to deceive or force the enemy to be trapped in a different space. As long as this can be achieved, victory is basically guaranteed. Bismarck is such a clear example. Robin and others had no intention of defeating the opponent from the front. They directly used Moria's shadow imprisonment and Aylay's wormhole teleportation to send Bismarck into the mirror world. At the moment Bismarck was trapped, the surroundings shook violently. Boom boom boom. The frantic Sakaski is launching attacks in all directions. A series of volcanic eruptions occurred in the Red Earth continent, and then a large piece of rock collapsed and fell. Ouch! Destroy it for me. Sakaski has gone completely crazy, Fire Demon C. Advertisement. More than a dozen magma pillars soared into the sky, emerging from the cracked underground, reaching an altitude of more than 20 kilometers. Click. As magma continued to gush out from the ground, a series of huge cracks appeared in the Red Earth continent extending for more than 300 kilometers to both sides of Marie Joya. Suddenly, one of the rock walls, which was more than 50 kilometers long and more than 10 kilometers wide, split from the main body of the Red Earth continent and fell toward the sea on the East Daxia Sea. Vic appeared nearby instantly, slate reconstruction. A large number of rock crystals began to grow on the huge cracked rock formations. These crystals absorbed various rocks in the rock formations and then turned these rocks into specific structures. Although the rock formation is still falling, its speed has obviously dropped a lot, and it is no longer directly falling into the sea. After a few minutes, the rock formation slowly fell into the sea and turned into a new piece of land. Sakaski's madness continues. Lillian rushed over. The scorching sun is scorching my heart. A white sun suddenly hit Sakaski. Even if Sakaski merged into the magma lake, he still could not stop the terrible nuclear fusion reaction. Sizzling. With Lillian as the core, a large crater with a radius of more than 100 kilometers appeared on the Red Earth continent. Sakaski tried his best to activate Conquerors and armed Haki, as well as control the underground magma, but still could not stop Lillian's power of the sun. Ah! Sakaski screamed. Every cell was completely evaporated in front of the scorching ultra-high temperature energy radiation. However, Lillian's ultimate move also interrupted the core of the Red Earth continent. The Fishman Island and Sun Tree Eve below Mary Joa were completely wiped out and turned into a huge magma lake. Click! Click! The cracks in the Red Earth continent are rapidly expanding. At this moment, Noah appeared above the magma lake. He instantly took pictures of dozens of large rock formations, and the power of Piao Piao fruit acted on these rock formations. Get up! Boom boom boom! Advertisement. These rock formations were moved by Noah into the windless zones on both sides. The defeated world government remnants were also surrounded and wiped out. Especially after the use of several secret hands, the Knights of God were completely wiped out, and the officers and CP masters of the three armies were also completely strangled. Although the Battle of Marie Joya came to an end after these enemies were killed, the aftermath of this battle was not that simple. Noah, Vic, Von Clay, Yishin and other masters with terrain transformation abilities are rapidly transforming the Red Earth continent strata around Mary Joa. Robin and others are dealing with the mess left by world government. A large pile of rock fragments floated in the air and then fell into the magma lake. The radius of this magma lake is more than 100 kilometers, which is equivalent to 1/10 of the width of the laterite continent in the Marie Joya segment. Coupled with the fact that the laterite continent in this area is fragmented, this magma lake is very obvious. In order to prevent this magma lake from affecting the surrounding climate, Vic restructured the surrounding strata. As the transformation progressed, the Red Earth continent in the area was filled in at the location of the magma lake and turned into an artificial mountain. Surrounding this high mountain are the four seas and the great shipping route that are completely connected. The width of this newly formed sea area is about 1,000 kilometers, the length is about 1,300 kilometers, and the depth is between 200 and 500 meters. In addition, 4 new large land masses were formed. The locations of these 4 large land masses are in the nearby windless zone. The total area of these 4 large land masses is about 2.4 million square kilometers, with an average altitude of 1,000 to 1,500 meters above sea level. This huge land reclamation project has not caused the world's sea level to rise drastically. The current global sea level has only risen by more than 20 meters. The reason is naturally because a large piece of the red soil continent has been hollowed out. These transformations are only preliminary and have kept Noah and others busy for 3 days and 3 nights. More in-depth transformations will follow. But for more in-depth transformation work, Noah is not needed. And the resistance forces all over the world were crushed by the army of liberators in the past few days. Currently, the only forces that still exist independently are the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, the Elbaf kingdom, and the Furry kingdom on the Elephant Lord's back. As for the Dragon Palace kingdom, when they saw the connected Red Earth continent and the 4 new lands that had just been built, they knew that the fishmen had no way to retreat. Even though Fishman Island is on the bottom of the sea, fishmen actually need sunlight. When Fishman Island was still there, their sunlight came from Yangshu Eve. Now Yangshu Eve and Fishman Island have been wiped out. Coupled with the fact that Shirahoshi was under house arrest in the Kingdom of Dawn, Neptune could only declare his surrender. However, Jinbei and other members of the Sun Pirates did not stay, but fled to the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World. Obviously they know that the Kingdom of Dawn cannot tolerate pirates, and Jinbei knows that the Whitebeard Pirates are definitely the next target of the Kingdom of Dawn. Jinbei cannot watch Whitebeard being wiped out. The remaining resistance forces around the world also secretly communicated quickly. Chapter 229 The Remnants of the Old Era. Whitebeard Pirates. Finks Islands. Whitebeard is sitting with Charlotte Linlin, who has just re-entered the New World. Well, Newgate, we are all the next targets of the Kingdom of Dawn. What do you want to say? Although Whitebeard is arrogant, he is not stupid. Advertisement. The current situation cannot be solved by Whitebeard alone. Faced with the Kingdom of Dawn, which is more terrifying than the world government, Whitebeard really feels desperate. In fact, Whitebeard has been very aware of the strength of world government before, which is why he rarely takes the initiative to challenge world government. In the past, the reason why the world government did not destroy the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates was because the world government wanted to support the pirates in order to respect themselves. It was not that the world government could not destroy the big pirates in the New World. After all, if the world government really wanted to take action, Marine would not have stopped Zifa from destroying the New World in the original timeline. The Kingdom of Dawn and world government are completely different governance models. In the ruling system of the Kingdom of Dawn, pirates are pirates, and they are evil forces that must be completely eradicated. The Sea Transport King on the side was drinking wine and said, "These days, the Kingdom of Dawn has been relocating inhabited islands around the world. Those islands with relatively low terrain have been moved to pieces. It is estimated that when they finish these, the next step is to defeat the resistance forces like us." Charlotte Montagu also looked solemn. The Kingdom of Dawn is not attacking us now, most likely because it is afraid of the ability of the shock fruit to cause a tsunami. The others looked at each other. Although they very much agree with Montagu's judgment, so what if they know? Times have changed. Facing the Kingdom of Dawn, which is extremely powerful on land, sea, and air, and has a large number of top experts, they really don't know how to deal with it. With this overwhelming situation, everyone present felt powerless and desperate. Now even if we take the initiative to launch an attack, it will be a dead end. Attacking is death, not attacking is also death. This made everyone no longer in the mood to drink. Suddenly, Jose walked in from outside. "Dad, Jinbei is here with the Sun Pirates." Jinbei. Whitebeard's face was not too happy. Why come here? He should surrender with the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Maybe. Jinbei pushed open the door and walked in. "Dad, I came here voluntarily." Advertisement. "How's it going over there at Neptune?" Whitebeard asked. "Your Majesty has surrendered. The Kingdom of Dawn has accepted the Fishman. His Majesty Neptune's family has now become civilians, but Shirahoshi is detained on the moon by the Kingdom of Dawn." Whitebeard frowned. "Shirahoshi? Neptune's little daughter? Why?" "Because Shirahoshi is the Poseidon in the legend of the fish people." "Nanny?" Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened. "Is he one of the legendary ancient weapon?" Jinbei nodded. "Shirahoshi has the power of Poseidon and can control Poseidon types, but he has not fully awakened yet." Charlotte Montagu clenched her fists with hatred. "Damn it! Neptune is so stupid. Why didn't he use this power? With the power of ancient weapon Poseidon, even the Kingdom of Dawn would not dare to annex the Dragon Palace Kingdom." "Haha." Jinbei smiled bitterly. "You guys underestimate the Kingdom of Dawn too much. Look at the surrounding areas of Marijoya now. Even the Red Earth continent has been destroyed. The Poseidons can't fight against the Kingdom of Dawn." Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin also had to admit Jinbei's words. The Poseidon class is indeed very powerful, especially the large Poseidon class, which can easily reach several kilometers in size. To ordinary humans, they are simply a beast-shaped natural disaster. But in front of Whitebeard and others, even large Poseidons can be easily needed. Not to mention the Kingdom of Dawn. If Poseidon was really that powerful, the Mermaid Princess 800 years ago would not have watched the 20-nation coalition destroy the huge kingdom. In the Sabayati Islands, Jinbei saw with his own eyes that terrifying power like the sun, which could blow up a large red continent in an instant. Even if Shirahoshi could really control the Poseidon class, he wouldn't be able to defend himself against such a terrifying attack. There is no use hiding at the bottom of the sea. Lilian's powerful blow can stimulate a nuclear fusion light ball with a radius of more than 100 kilometers. Although there are trenches with a depth of 20,000 to 30,000 meters on the seabed in the windless zone, this is not the case in Lilian's within attack range. It was precisely in the face of this suffocating force that Neptune became very aware of current affairs. Jinbei looked at the frustrated people and quickly suggested, "Dad, we can't sit still and wait for death now. Do you think we haven't found a solution?" Charlotte Defoe asked in an extremely irritable tone. That is. Now we have no way to fight against the Kingdom of Dawn. Damn it. The other side didn't even give us a chance to surrender. Dad, why not take the initiative and fight against the Kingdom of Dawn? Everyone shouted with indignation. Apparently they were also driven crazy by the inhumanity of the Kingdom of Dawn. Advertisement. If the Kingdom of Dawn is willing to issue a decree now, the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates will most likely agree immediately. It's a pity that Noah didn't intend to arrest these pirates from the beginning. This is also the lesson learned from Noah's previous life. It is necessary to be slow to unify the world and fast to expel foreign enemies. If it is the other way around, there may be endless troubles. Throughout the ages, those forces that unified the world very quickly were often short-lived dynasties. For example, the Qin Empire did not clean up the nobles of the 6 countries, and died after its 2nd generation. For example, Mang Xin did not clean up the nobles and landlords of the Western Han dynasty, and died in his lifetime. For example, this was the case in the Sui Empire, Yuan Empire, and the First Republic. The unification of the world is too fast, and there is no serious blow to the old vested interest groups. These vested interest groups will lurk secretly and turn into tumors buried in the flesh and blood, which may break out at any time and blow the country to pieces. Noah had no intention of leaving any problems for future generations. Therefore, he did not intend to accept the surrender of those evil forces. Even the Dragon Palace Kingdom that had surrendered before, Noah did not accept it wholesale. Instead, he asked Mary and Enel to conduct a comprehensive review. Those fishmen who had committed crimes were all screened out and tried in accordance with the law according to their crimes. As for the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates, there are not many innocent people at all. Even some children are full of evil beings. This kind of force is a typical evil force in the Kingdom of Dawn, and there is no room for forgiveness at all. Jinbei naturally knew this, so the moment Neptune chose to surrender, he quickly escaped with some members of the Sun Pirates. Although Crow knew about this, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, most of the entire Blue Star is now under the control of the Kingdom of Dawn, leaving only a small part of the New World Sea area. Jinbei and others had no choice but to join the Whitebeard pirates. When the time comes to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, the Sun Pirates cannot escape either. Dad, my idea is to go to Elbaf. 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 Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin looked at each other and could see the thoughts in each other's eyes. Then Whitebeard nodded. Elbaf is also one of the targets of the Kingdom of Dawn. Maybe we can cooperate and fight against the Kingdom of Dawn. Well, I agree. Charlotte Linlin also nodded. Chapter 230 Those who understand current affairs. The Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates and underground forces soon headed to the Elbaf Kingdom collectively. At this time, New World has become calm. As a huge gap was opened in the Red Continent, the Grand Route and the Four Seas were no longer separated. The location where Mary Joa was before became Dawn Mountain. Many people originally proposed to name this mountain Mountain Noah, but Noah refused. The circular sea area and 4 new pieces of land around Chenexai Mountain also have special names. Advertisement. The circular sea area is named Dawn Sea. The new land in the windless zone of the East Daxia Sea is named Chaoyang Island. The new land in the windless zone of South Blue is named Rising Sun Island. The new land in the West Blue windless zone is named Sunset Island. The new land in the North Blue windless zone is named Sunset Island. Due to the huge changes in the terrain, the climate of the Grand Route also began to change, but this change was also expected by the Kingdom of Dawn. Noah personally takes charge of Dawn Mountain, and Robin, Crowley, Lilith, and others assist him in handling various tasks in the Kingdom of Dawn. More than 3 months have passed without realizing it. The height of Chenexai Mountain is very high, reaching 15,000 meters. After being strengthened by Vix Plate, the underground rock formations in this sea area are very strong, and there are basically no major earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or rock formation sliding. Shiki moved the Sky Dome Island that was previously placed in North Blue to the Dawn Island side, and then Vic took action to integrate the island into Dawn Mountain. The main reason why Tianqiao Island was moved here was because it was convenient for Noah and he did not want to build a new capital. The infrastructure on Tianqiao Island was actually very complete during the Sky Empire era, but the area was relatively small, only about 183 square kilometers. But it doesn't matter. The area is not enough. You can make full use of Chenexai Mountain, which covers an area of nearly 8,600 square kilometers. If that's not enough, you can also cut off part of the rock formations from the surrounding Red Earth continent and reclaim the land. Therefore, the Land Royal Court is actually easier to solve than the climate problem for the Kingdom of Dawn. The west coast of Chenexai Mountain is the newly integrated Tianqiang Peninsula. This city as the administrative capital was named Tianqiang City. As the Kingdom of Dawn is about to unify the world, the population of Sky City is also increasing rapidly. In less than 3 months, the population has increased from 170,000 to 810,000. However, Noah's sense of super-large cities was not very good, so he asked Crow to start limiting the population increase of Sky City, and at the same time, he opened several satellite cities to share the population pressure of Sky City. Advertisement. While Noah was busy dealing with the mess left by world government, Champagne, who had just taken over the full duties of the winery, knocked on the door and came in. Führer, the telephone and broadcasting monitoring bureau just reported that Vegapunk sent us a letter. This is the content of the letter. Noah took the letter and read it for a while. After a moment, he shook his head with a smile, consider him lucky and agree to his surrender. By the way, get rid of Stussy in Happy Street and tell Vegapunk the news. I understand. Champagne nodded. He did this for a very simple purpose, that is, Vegapunk chose to surrender, but did not tell the Kingdom of the Dawn that Stussy was his spy. At this time, Stussy was secretly escaping to the Kingdom of Elbaf. The so-called loyalty is not absolute, it means absolutely disloyalty. Vegapunk thought he was smart enough to hide this. But Noah knows all about his relationship with Stussy. Half a month later. The edge of the Arctic Circle ice sheet in the northern Red Continent. In a hidden underground base. Vegapunk and his 6 clones watched the remaining world government agents in the base being annihilated. Even the clone York, who had secretly defected to world government before, seemed indifferent to the deaths of these CP agents. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The world government has failed. Naturally, Vegapunk does not want to be eliminated along with the world government. As for the little tricks that Vegapunk carried out secretly behind Saint Satan's back, they are now meaningless. Champagne wiped the blood on the dagger and said with a smile, Doctor, this is Champagne. Welcome to the Kingdom of the Dawn. Hello, Miss Champagne. Vegapunk smiled and nodded. What should I pay attention to when receiving this base? Champagne asked with a smile. The main body of Vegapunk pointed at one of the clones and said, let Lilith show you how to understand. Lilith? Please give me some advice. Champagne looked at the other party. The clone Lilith looked at the woman in front of her with curiosity. She felt that the other person was very dangerous, but she knew that she had to cooperate with the other person now. I am Lilith. If you have any questions, just ask me. Advertisement. Suddenly Champagne turned his head and looked at Vegapunk. Doctor, just now we have wiped out an underground force trying to escape to Elbaf. What? Vegapunk remained calm on the surface, but his heart was tight. Champagne continued, the name of that underground force is Happy Street, and its leader is Stussy, a person with bat fruit ability. Vegapunk's pupils shrank and his body trembled slightly. The head of state knows everything, including the little tricks you did under Sartan's nose. This just reminds you not to think that you have done it perfectly. After Champagne finished speaking, he patted Lilith on the shoulder. Let's go. Show me around this base. Lilith, who had just woken up from a dream, left the hall with Champagne. Vegapunk's face was very ugly, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. Seeing Champagne leave, York knelt down and said angrily, Haha, you are so powerful, you have done so many things without telling us. Okay, York, please stop saying a few words. Sakyamona quickly advised. Vegapunk sighed, I was too smart. I didn't expect that the Kingdom of Dawn knew about Stussy's existence. I was the one who harmed her. Ontology, you think too much. Pythagoras shook his head, with the style of the Kingdom of Dawn, even if you tell them about Stussy, she will not escape death. Hearing this, Vegapunk also woke up. Indeed, Stussy's identity destined her not to die well. The identity of Vegapunk's spy is actually the least problematic identity. The identity that really made Stussy certain to die was her identity as a member of CP0 and the leader of Happy Street. Whether she took the initiative or was forced to do these things, she was destined to bear too many sins. Being a member of CP0 means that she has done a lot of dirty work for the Draconians and world government. This is a definite fact. As for the leader of Happy Street, this underground force is still in the flesh business, and must be involved in the slave trade and forced S**X transactions. Noah was not so generous as to pardon a notorious madam for Vegapunk. He doesn't care much about Vegapunk. This guy just uses his fruit ability to become so powerful. If Vegapunk had not chosen to surrender, after a period of time, the Kingdom of Dawn would have fully developed the Red Earth continent, and by then this secret scientific research base would also have been exposed. When the time comes, Noah will not show mercy to Vegapunk. Even now, Vegapunk and his 6 clones are not trustworthy in Noah's heart. The core scientific research projects of the Kingdom of Dawn will not be open to Vegapunk. His future role will be to research some civilian technologies. Chapter 231 New Life. Rising Sun Island that South Blue cannot visit. This large island with an area of 730,000 square kilometers welcomed the first batch of immigrants. The submerged Seven Waters capital has now been collectively relocated to the shipbuilding port in the north of Rising Sun Island. Shipbuilder Tom, assistant Kokoro, and disciples Bing Shan and Frame are busy rebuilding the shipyard. Right now. Advertisement. Tom, the city lord is looking for you. Tom quickly stopped what he was doing, while Bing Shan and Frame became nervous. A tall figure appeared at the entrance of Tom's shipyard, surrounded by a dozen security guards. Are you Tom? Hello, Lord Carnegie. I am Tom. Tom also became a little nervous. He was a little worried that he would be sentenced by the Kingdom of the Dawn for building a sea train for the world government. Carnegie Jian is the city owner of the shipbuilding port. The surname Carnegie does not mean that he is related to Noah by blood. In fact, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people with the surname Carnegie in the Kingdom of Dawn. The reason why there are so many is that the Carnegie Orphans Foundation has set up orphanages in various places. Children who were abandoned at a young age or lost their parents due to war will be uniformly absorbed into Carnegie orphanages in various places to raise them. Some of the orphans will be given the surname Carnegie because they do not know their original names. In addition, when the Liberator organization selected members in the early days, a large part of the members were selected from the Carnegie orphanage. This resulted in the current middle-level cotters of the Kingdom of Dawn having thousands of cotters with the surname Carnegie. However, these cotters have been strictly trained. As long as they can become middle-level cotters, they must have been reviewed by Noah, Mary, and Enel, and they must be a qualified liberator mentally. I heard that you developed the sea train. Tom suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, but he thought of his two disciples and quickly took over the matter. Yes, I did everything. This has nothing to do with other people in Tom's shipyard. As soon as Carnegie Jian heard the other party's tone, he knew that Tom had misunderstood. Don't worry, we don't intend to pursue your development of sea trains for the world government. Hearing this, Bing Shan and Fram secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, your previous construction of a pirate ship for pirates happened during the world government's rule, but the impact of this incident was very bad, so the Kingdom of Dawn decided to punish you. I am willing to accept the punishment. All responsibilities will be borne by me alone. Master. Bing Shan and Fram looked anxious. Carnegie Jian said solemnly, the punishment decision is as follows: because Tom illegally built ships for pirates, he will not be allowed to engage in shipbuilding work in the future. At the same time, he needs to unconditionally participate in the maritime railway construction project in the Land of Dawn. The judgment will take effect immediately. Phew, Bing Shan let out a sigh of relief. And Tom also recovered from the despair of seeing death. I obey the sentence. Advertisement. You handle the matters at the shipyard and report to the Marine Railway Group on 3rd Street in the port area in a week. Carnegie Jian left a file of reports and left Tom's shipyard. Tom, who had survived the disaster, turned his head and looked at the two apprentices. Bing Shan, this shipyard will be handed over to you from now on. Fram, I know you can't sit still, but remember, don't break the law. Master Tom. Fram wiped his tears. Bing Shan looked at Fram with a serious face. Fram, why are you crying? Master Tom is still here at the port. Just don't cause trouble for the master. I know. Fram nodded. He knew that things were no better than before. In the past, in the capital of Seven Waters, you could invent various weapons, rob pirates, and establish underground societies. Now under the rule of the Kingdom of Dawn, many of these things require special reporting. Robbery of pirates is not a big problem, but if you do not report to develop weapons or organize underground societies, the surveillance department will ask you to have tea for a few minutes. Tom explained various things to several people. When Tom returned to his residence, he took out a design drawing from the mezzanine of the refrigerator. The next day, early in the morning, Tom came to the Maritime Railway Group with the Pluton design drawings. The person in charge of the group saw the drawings handed over by Tom and immediately called the group's chief engineer. Tom, who felt uneasy, waited in the lounge for more than 2 hours before the general manager of the group asked him to come in again. Your superiors are very pleased that you took the initiative to hand over the Pluton design drawings and agreed to pardon your previous crimes. Now you have two choices. One is to leave as a free citizen, and the other is to become a special technical consultant of our group. This is the specific treatment. Tom said directly, I am willing to be a special technical consultant. Don't you think about going back and continuing to build ships? No, I have handed over the shipyard to my disciples. Tom also looked away at this time. You are welcome to join. It's a great honor. Other side. The fisherman's area of the shipbuilding port. The Neptune family settled here. Since they left Fishman Island in a hurry, their family did not bring much property with them. After passing the review, their family was randomly placed at the shipbuilding port. After the initial uneasiness and discomfort, Neptune and his 3 sons have now initially adapted to life on land. The entrance to the freezing factory in the fisherman's area. Advertisement. Brother Nipton, you have a good harvest today. The person talking to Nipton while looking at the scale was the purchaser of the freezing plant. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Neptune smiled and shook his head. Here, 360 yuan, click. I believe you and I'll treat you to dinner next time. Don't be so polite. Neptune walked towards the shopping street with the banknotes in hand. When he arrived at the door of the psychological clinic run by his wife Otohim, which is also the residence of his family, he suddenly saw a sign saying afternoon rest hanging on the door. What's going on? What day is today? Neptune scratched his head. Pushing open the door and coming to the backyard, he saw an incredible figure. Shirahoshi? Am I dreaming? Father! Shirahoshi shouted happily. Neptune suddenly became nervous. Shirahoshi, how did you come back? Honey, don't worry, it was the official who sent Shirahoshi back. Otohim quickly explained. After listening to Otohim's explanation, Neptune breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Xing, who was recruited by the Maritime Railway Group as a seabed explorer, and Sunstar, who went fishing with Neptune, rushed back. Plus Shark Ci who protects Otohim at home. The whole family got together and started getting busy for tonight's dinner. Otohim looked at her busy sons and Shirahoshi playing in the swimming pool with Neptune, with a happy smile on her face. Although she lost the nobility's food and clothing, she also felt the freedom and peace under the sun. Suddenly tears filled her eyes uncontrollably. Tiger, did you see it? The fishmen can also live freely under the sun. Rest in peace. In the evening, the Neptune family gathered around the dining table. Cheers to a new life. Cheers. Shirahoshi shouted after holding the juice. Cheers. Let's all live a happy life from now on. Otohim smiled and picked up the grape juice. Cheers. The fishmen are gradually integrating into the society of the Kingdom of Dawn. And those races that were absorbed by the Kingdom of Dawn are similar to the fish people. From being uneasy at the beginning, to now they are adapting and enthusiastic. Chapter 232 Death Struggle. Time is like running water. In a blink of an eye, March of 1515 came. Nearly a year has passed since the Kingdom of Dawn defeated the world government. During this year, the Kingdom of Dawn did not launch a large-scale war, but calmed down and reorganized the country's system, administrative divisions, military construction, and other internal affairs. At the same time, it also started a major geographical transformation, a major population migration, and a major climate combing. Advertisement. The two largest projects are the reconstruction of the Taishan Canal and the reconstruction of the Red Earth continent. Among them, the transformation of the Taishan Canal is to expand and deepen all the 5 waterways that originally ran diagonally upward and downward, until they are flush with the 4 seas. At the same time, at the top of the mountain where 5 waterways converged, a Mediterranean Sea with a radius of 200 kilometers was excavated, and a canal waterway with a width of about 30 kilometers made the previously very fast currents suddenly become calm. All the rocks removed by the excavator were filled in the windless zone of the East Daxia Sea and South Blue, creating 2 new pieces of land near the Twin Gorges. Similarly, the Red Continent that was divided into 2 was transformed into 4 new continents. The northern Red Earth continent has the Arctic ice cap as its natural boundary. The Red Earth continent on the side of the upside-down mountain has been dug out to a height of 8,000 meters, leaving only an altitude of 2,000 meters. The excavated rock formations have all been filled in. A new continent covering an area of 3.64 million square kilometers is formed around Liming Island in the East Daxia Sea. The land on the side of the North Red Continent near Morningside Mountain, formerly Marijoa, was also flattened to an altitude of 2,000 meters. The excavated rock formations were filled in the southern Sea of North Blue, forming a new continent of 2.66 million square kilometers. The same operation was done in the southern Red Continent, forming 2 new continents in South Blue and West Blue respectively. The Kingdom of Dawn renamed the new continent. The new continent in the East Daxia Sea is named Limingzhou. North Blue's new continent is named Jiayangzhou. West Blue's new continent is named Zishanzhou. South Blue's new continent is named Mist Continent. The northern Red Soil Continent is named Hokuriku. The southern Red Earth Continent is named Nanlazhu. Due to the crazy land reclamation in the Kingdom of Dawn, sea levels around the world have risen rapidly. In just 1 year, global sea levels have risen by nearly 577 meters. However, this rise in sea level was actually expected by the Kingdom of Dawn. Advertisement. Because the average altitude of those newly created lands was between 1,000 and 2,000 meters. As sea levels rise, the average altitude of these lands has become 500 to 1,500 meters, making them more suitable for human habitation. As for the islands that were brought under the rule of the Kingdom of Dawn, a large part of the islands with an average altitude of less than 800 meters have been relocated to various new continents. Only the Senton Island in the Kingdom of Alabasta, Haitang Island in the Kingdom of Flowers, Dawn Island in the Kingdom of Goa, etc. are left, and these islands are relatively large. Therefore, the island was not relocated, but its topography was reshaped by cutting off low-lying land and raising highlands. Through this series of transformations, the Kingdom of Dawn has greatly expanded the living space of mankind. Due to the emergence of large tracts of land, it has also successfully eliminated part of the harsh climate. As for the calm belt, due to the disappearance of the Red Earth continent in the Upside Down Mountain and Mary Joa, the four seas were completely connected, and with the emergence of those new lands, the calm belt was unable to maintain a static climate with calm waves. The Poseidon species that inhabited the windless zone also lost their restraints and began to appear frequently in other sea areas. Regarding this, Noah successfully used the ability of the imitation fruit to imitate the power of Poseidon by studying the power of Poseidon in Shirahoshi. Since the end of last year, the Poseidon species in the East Daxia Sea and the South Blue Windless Zone have been collectively expelled to the Storm Sea and the Antarctic Ice Sea in the southern part of the South Blue. These two sea areas, plus the surrounding large trenches and submarine basins excavated by the Kingdom of Dawn, are much larger than the East Daxia Sea and the South Blue Windless Zone, and due to the rise in sea level, they can accommodate the two windless zones. All Poseidon classes. The Poseidon species in the windless zone of North Blue and West Blue were all driven to the second half of the New World, which is the sea area where the Elbaf Kingdom and the underwater ruins of the original huge kingdom are located. Through these two concentrated migrations, the windless zone disappeared, and Poseidon species were restricted to the second half of the New World and the South Blue Antarctic waters. The Kingdom of Dawn has completely solved the geographical, environmental, and climatic problems that have plagued this planet for thousands of years, making communication channels between various land masses unimpeded. However, there are no losers in this major environmental transformation. For example, the Kingdom of Elbaf in the second half of New World. This huge country once had a land area of 2.32 million square kilometers. Due to rising sea levels, all low-lying coastal areas have been submerged, and now only 860,000 square kilometers remain. The capital of the Kingdom of Elbaf, Atom City. All the giant executives, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and the three remaining giants of the underworld gathered together. The Sea Transport King looked very solemn. Our food reserves are not enough. Now we can only rely on hunting Poseidon species to replenish it. But this is not an option. The number of Poseidon species in the surrounding seas is increasing, and the density is close to the windless zone. Damn Kingdom of Dawn! Charlotte Linlin became angry. Giant Elder Mountain Beard, Giant King Austin, Giant Prince Loki, and the two captains of the giant pirates looked at the information investigated by the Sea Transport King, and their expressions were also very ugly. Advertisement. Originally, the giants needed a lot of food. The former territory of the Elbaf Kingdom could only barely guarantee the food supply for more than 40,000 giants. Now 2/3 of the territory is submerged by seawater, and there is a huge gap in food. After all, with the size of giants, each of them needs at least 500 kilograms of meat, or 1,500 kilograms of grains or fruits a day. More than 40,000 giants consume at least 40,000 to 60,000 tons of food every day, and 15 million to 21 million tons of food a year. Previously, the territory of the Elbaf Kingdom was vast, and with the ability to hunt in the surrounding seas, food was barely guaranteed. Now that the food on land has decreased, a lot of Poseidon species have appeared in the surrounding seas. Although Poseidon species can be hunted, Poseidon species are not easy to mess with, and not all giants have the ability to hunt Poseidon species. Including the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, and the gangs brought by the underground giants, the population is over 300,000. All of a sudden, Elbaf's food crisis became acute. Of course, the Kingdom of Dawn knew about the merger of old era forces such as the Kingdom of Elbaf, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Big Mom pirates, but Noah was not worried. Now the three major ancient weapons are in the hands of the Kingdom of Dawn, and Vegapunk is also monitored by the Kingdom of Dawn, plus the existence of the moon. The Kingdom of Dawn is already in an invincible position. There is no need to take the initiative to attack Elbaf, and it can slowly kill the opponent. Sure enough, more than a month has passed. The food crisis in Elbaf is getting worse. At this time, Charlotte Linlin's syphoria broke out and she ate a lot of the already insufficient food and killed several giants at the same time. This led to the direct breakdown of the sensitive relationship between the giants and the Big Mom pirates. A fierce conflict broke out between the two sides. The Whitebeard pirates had no choice but to join the giants' side. Charlotte Linlin went crazy, and even Whitebeard could not limit its destruction. Both sides suffer losses. Noah then led a group of masters to raid Elbaf. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, and underground giants were completely destroyed in the first battle, and they took over the entire giant kingdom. Since then, all that is left in the world is the wandering furry kingdom. Chapter 233 The Remnants Traveling Through Time and Space. It is 1520 in the Hywan calendar. The ruins of Dressrosa Island in the New World have been transformed into a huge maritime transportation node port. The location of Dressrosa Island is very good. It is an important transportation hub between North Blue and West Blue, and the capital Sky City. Violet, who changed her name to Violet, joined the supervision department of the Kingdom of Dawn and became a secret investigator specializing in investigating official personnel from various places. Dressrosa, what a familiar yet strange place. Advertisement. On the beach, Violet, lying on the beach chair, quietly looked at the bustling harbor and sighed involuntarily. Is the team leader's hometown Dressrosa? Mitaki, a young woman standing next to him, asked curiously. Well, this is my hometown. Mitaki asked curiously, what was Dressrosa like before? In the past, there were Colosseum, sunflower fields, and fairy tales here. The income mainly depended on sunflower seeds, fishing, and tourism. After paying the heavenly gold, the people could barely make ends meet. I see, it seems better now. That's true. Violet didn't think that her previous life was so beautiful because of her past identity. This is also related to the fact that she is a user with the ability to stare at the staring fruit. This fruit can see through the inner thoughts of ordinary people. It also has a side effect, that is, the complexity and filth of the human heart will cause psychological problems for the ability user. She has seen too much darkness in human nature, which led to her not having much favorable impression of the former aristocratic system. After the kingdom of Dressrosa was annexed by the kingdom of Dawn, she did not choose to live with her parents. Instead, after traveling around, she joined the inspectorate and became an investigator on the inspection team. Just when the two were basking in the sun, drinking tea, and chatting, Violet suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Mitaki became alert instantly. Several people sneaked into the port, and several of them are quite capable. What do the team leaders think? I'll notify the city lord's palace first, and you can inform the team leader of the winery in Dressrosa. Good. The two quickly put on their coats and picked up the phone to communicate. Other side. Advertisement. In a restaurant at the port. 4 people, Momonosuke, Kinemon, Kanjuro, and Reizo, came through time and space and were eating. At the same time, several people were secretly collecting information. The 3 of Kanjuro looked at a brief history of world government, 615-14, Land of Dawn, the founding of the nation and Noah the Liberator, my first half of life in their hands. The more they looked, the uglier their faces became. Violet and Mitaki gently pushed the door open and entered. The 2 of them were sitting at the table next to Momonosuke and others. Momonosuke, who was enjoying his meal, saw the 2 beauties, his eyes suddenly filled with red peaches, and his saliva dripped on the plate involuntarily. Violet frowned slightly. After being systematically developed, her ability could be activated silently without any special gestures. Therefore, she only took one look at Momonosuke and knew how dirty this kid's heart was. Then she looked at Kurozumi Kanjuro, Kinemon, and Reizo calmly. Soon their inner thoughts were revealed one by one in Violet's eyes. The remnant of Ueno. The undercover agent of Kurozumi Orakai? The retainer of Kojiki Oden, the son of Kojiki Oden? Used the fruit of time to travel through time and space? I see. Within a moment, Violet figured out the situation of Kanjuro and others. Immediately afterwards, Violet edited a message on the tablet and sent it to the winery headquarters, asking them to prepare to capture these remnants of Ueno country. Kanjuro and the others, who had not yet realized the crisis, were already experiencing turmoil in their hearts. Kinemon clenched his fists. Ueno country is destroyed? Impossible, the promised date has not yet arrived. Kurozumi Orakai and the beast pirates have been wiped out. Kanjuro's body trembled slightly. He did not expect that when he came back undercover, his boss and backers would be finished. Reizo looked desperate. What should we do now? The furry kingdom was conquered the year before last, and Zo was exiled to the Sea of Hell in the second half of New World. What should we do? The 3 of them were indeed in despair. Now not only has the rule of Ueno been disintegrated, but the population has been dispersed all over the world, and the country has been moved directly to the Sunset Island in North Blue. Even if they wanted to restore the country, they couldn't find enough survivors of Ueno, and they couldn't capture the current Sunset Island. The Fur Tribe, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the remnants of the Roger Pirates that could be relied upon were also annexed or wiped out by the Kingdom of Dawn. Young master. This subordinate is incompetent. Kinemon cried while holding Momonosuke in his arms. At this moment, Kanjuro felt a terrible crisis, but before he could speak. Advertisement. The ordinary people in the restaurant had been emptied out unknowingly, leaving only Violet, Mitaki, and 3 winery agents. Run. Kanjuro drew his katana. Nanny. Kinemon was shocked and quickly picked up Momonosuke and rushed towards the window. But the next moment, he hit his head and was bleeding, but the window was still intact. One of the winery agents is Paramecia, who has the ability to merge the house into his own body, turning the entire house into an independent space. The team leader of the winery said with a smile, "Guys, please cooperate with our investigation. Don't think about it. Firefox slash." Kinemon raised his sword and slashed. It's true that I can't shed tears until I see the coffin. The team leader's armed domineering aura instantly covered his whole body, and he appeared in front of Kinemon in an instant, slashing at him with a long knife, leaving only a series of sparks. What? Kinemon's eyes widened. He did not expect that the enemy would be so powerful. Puff. Puff! In an instant, Kinnaman's joints were pierced by the spear. Kanjuro and Reizo were also captured by Violet and Mitaki. Violet's eyes can not only see, but also develop all kinds of strange genjutsu. As long as they look into her eyes, those who do not have a stronger vision than her, or who do not have conquerors, will be instantly drawn into the world of genjutsu. As for Mitaki's light fruit, although she can only adjust her weight between 1 and 10,000 kilograms, her body, physical skills, and domineering are very strong. In the case of rapid weight switching, her speed and attack intensity are beyond the ability of ordinary masters to resist. In less than 10 seconds, Kanjuro and Reizo were captured. Why are you arresting us? Momonosuke collapsed and cried. Mitaki sneered unceremoniously, because you are the remnants of feudalism. The celestial dragons are all dead, and the Nika sun god you dreamed about was destroyed by us. You remnants of feudalism still want to restore the country. Violet frowned. Kid, your heart is really dirty. There is really no good person in the Kojiki family. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't give Momonosuke the idea to continue talking, and directly knocked him out with her fist. She didn't want to see the disgusting heart of this brat. With the arrest of the remnants of Wano country, the entire world's resistance forces were finally completely wiped out. The cultural transformation of the Kingdom of Dawn is also continuing to advance. It is estimated that in a few decades, the world government, the D clan, the remnants of the kingdom, and the racists will be completely eliminated by time. Noah also completed his plan and completely transformed the cultural core of the entire pirate world. End of book.